Put it on this table if you don't mind. Test. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. What's good? I'm gonna test this. Let me see what this thing looking like on YouTube. Smash the like button. I'm gonna share it on Twitter. All right. All right. And then let me see here. All right. All right, YouTube. Let me see what it looks like on. All right. All right, Twitter, sharing. Okay, so we look pretty good. We look pretty good. Okay. All right, so we got about 2 minutes or we got a minute before the official game time when I run the intro. What's up, everybody? All right, so I had the thing playing in my ear. I'm here with y'all. Jay Busby, Miss Geraldine. Hey, everybody. So, hey, thank you, babes. All right. Hey, Mo, I feel like a little blood sugar thing running low. Can I have a few of those peppermints? Sure. Man, you perfect. She fantastic, y'all. Man, me and Miss Mocha is like that couple that me and Mo is like that couple that we just hanging out, we vibing. We that old school couple. Thank you, boss. We like that old school couple, man, that just be showing up to everybody thing. It seemed like we got it all together, but nah. but we be trying, yeah. So I'm gonna take on. Oh shit! So I spilled a little bit of coffee with a shaky hand. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna run the intro and start the show and all that stuff in a few seconds. Y'all bear with me. Okay? All right, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and start the show, officially start the show right here, okay? All right. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, I'll cast it like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's your man, the #1 chief rocker in Knicks universe, Uncle Freezy. Welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive. Welcome to the staple of Knicks universe that we call the Knicks Morning Drive. Again, I'm your man, Uncle Freezy. I'm ready to rock the spot. Got a few things that we want to talk about today. I want to try some things. Man, like this right here. Right? Want to try some stuff to make it a better viewing experience for those that are rocking with us. Right? Want to bring up some topics and things. Got some things in the works for the channel and for the show. Right? Got a few things that we're going to do to try to make your viewing experience a more pleasurable one. Right? So stay with us as we continue to grow, make the channel better. Con Man is in the building. What's good, Mr. Vince? My older brother, what's good? Mr. Vince is in the building. Hey, Mr. Vince, man, listen, man, we love having you around, bro. You a staple of the joint, man. You know what I'm saying? Love having Mr. Vince around. JJP is in the building. JJP probably somewhere cooking. You know JJP. Right? So what we want to talk about today, or what we want to do to start the conversation, what we want to do to start the conversation is this. We want to talk about fits for the show. Prospects. The draft is coming up in about 9 or 10 days, right? Or the draft will be over in 10 days, but y'all get what I'm saying. So we want to talk about some prospects, right? But what I'd like to talk about is not just prospects, right? Well, I want to talk about not just prospects. Which one looks better? This one, or this one? I like that one right now because it stands out. It's bolder. What I want to talk about is a fit, right? What I want to talk about is a fit. Y'all, excuse me, man. I got peppermints in. Took some insulin this morning. Blood sugar a little bit low. Just taking something to bump the blood sugar up just a little bit. So y'all bear with me, right? Yo, Jermaine Royce is in the building. What's good? Hey, JR, I be seeing you in the chat, and I'll be wanting to shout you out, but then cats be talking, and then I'll be like, hold on. Let me shout out. And then he'll be like, nah, man, but Tibbs. so JR, yo, pardon me for not shouting you out. I be wanting to. Sometimes the conversation be so crazy. I'll be wanting to shout out, Harlem Girl. and Pudge Nice and G Robinson and people in the chat. But the conversations be so crazy. People be so mad at Randle. People should be so mad at Randle that I can't even get in here and shout out my peoples. Because the biggest trick that I play on everybody is this. People think that this is just an all Knicks show. But nah, this ain't just an all Knicks show. It's a, y'all can tell I grabbed this polo shirt straight off the hanger, right? Y'all can tell I just grabbed this shirt straight off the hanger. I ain't put no iron to it or nothing. That's why it's all bunching up on me. But people think the show, and back to my point, people think the show is just about Tibbs and coach speak and front office talk. Nah, it's a podcast in which we hang out and we just, you know what I'm saying, vibe. We just get together and chop it up. Right? We talking Knicks, but it's more about the community than it is about the Knicks. That's why when people say, yo, how come y'all don't do stuff like, you know, Knicks Fan TV or Knicks Film School or Terry and Trey and all those great content creators? I like them. I'm a fan of them. But what we doing here at Lawrence Tears is this is a more community-based thing, right? I want y'all to commune, right? I want y'all to know each other and kick it with each other and all of that. That's why when people say, man, you need to be Uncle Freezer, you got a following, you could be as big as, yeah, I dig it. I dig that. And I do want to talk about Knicks and stuff, but I think that the fellowship part of it is the part that I enjoy. Right. Right. Yankees morning, Brewers in the building. What's good? This is our guy. Bro, you gotta have us on the Yankees morning drive, bro. When we gonna get the official invite to the Yankees morning drive? What's good? I want to talk some Mets. Yo, salute to Black Andy. Black Andy, I need for you to come on today, bro. Black Andy, I need for you to come on today, bro. Come up here and kick it with me. What you waiting on? So, yo. So, I got this thing that I do in the mornings called the tip-off. And I'm going to be real informal today. I'm going to get away from the structure. I'm going to stay to the structure and all that stuff, but I want to try some new stuff at the same time. Right? So, here's the thing. Let me do my tip-off. Right? What is tip-off? Tip-off starts with a T, right? Is that T capitalized? So, what I want to talk about, man, in the tip-off is what is a good fit for the Knicks organization? Right? I want to speak to what best player available means. What does best player available mean in a sense of best available fit? Right? What does that mean? Right? Right? What does that mean in context to what it is that we're looking to build here? Right? What does it all mean? Best player player available, does that mean the most talented player? And you'll bring him in to fit anywhere? Knicks Worldwide, what's good? What's good? And Andy, that's exactly right. That's exactly what I'm getting at, right? Because we all have an idea of what we think is the best fit and best player available. But then when I ask what type of offense the the Knicks. Do the Knicks run predominantly? No one has a specific answer, right? Like people, the easy cop-out answer is, well, Tibbs don't run offense. He just let them play. I dig it. That's an easy thing to say, kind of. You know what I'm saying? So ideally, when I ask this question, what I want you to think about is saying, for instance, saying Johnny Davis is the best player available for us. I'm asking you, why is he the best fit for us? Right? Does he fit our scheme? Right? Like, give me an example. Randy Moss is a great receiver, Hall of Fame receiver, right? But he's a deep threat. You can't use Randy Moss in a wide open spread offense, right? Because Randy Moss is a cobra offensively, right? You don't want Wayne Corbett, Jerry Rice could be spread receivers. People that read the defense and get to the open holes in the defense and get good lanes for the quarterback to throw the football, right? Randy Moss ain't good at that. Randy Moss is chuck it deep, Dante. Right? Right? Hard Will was good. Yo. So it's one of those deals where at 11, when we select, right? Brooklyn Zombie was good. Where we pick, we have to be smart about what it is that we're doing. And basically what I'm asking you is, does the front office have a plan? Does the front office have a plan? Seems like an easy enough question to answer, right? I'm asking you, the chat. Chat, does the front office have a plan? And it seems like an easy enough question to answer, right? Seems like an easy enough question to answer, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing with it. If the front office has a plan, how come it's not publicly known what the plan is? And the cop-out answer that I've been hearing over the past 2 years is, Uncle Freezy, you never let the left hand know what the right hand is doing. Yes, you do. You can't let everybody know what it is that you're doing, what you're doing. Yes, you can. And you should. Right? Yes, you can, and you should. Now, what you don't have to tell is your strategy on how to get there. Right? Like for instance, say me and Hard Will and I are going to Vegas. Right? I can let everybody know me and Hard Will are going to Vegas. Right? But we don't have to let people know when we're going, where we'll be at in Vegas, or how we gonna get there. But we can tell people we going, right? Me and Hard Will are going to Vegas, but we don't have to tell people when we'll be in Vegas, or how we're gonna get there, or how long we staying. This is where the Knicks fall down and they can't get up. They act like the Knicks front office acts like Secret Squirrel. The Knicks front office behaves like Secret Squirrel. AJ Bula, what's good? Pudge Nice, what's happening? Almighty Finesse, I see you in the building. Right? The thing is, you can have a want. You can have a want. Right? Like, for instance, RJ Barrett wanted to score average 20 points a game in the NBA. Right? Now, the strategy on getting to 20 points a game, he doesn't have to share. And that's where the Knicks fall down and they can't get up. Right? And I say this is not as a New York Knicks front office bashing session. But from the perspective of a fan that thinks the front office is clueless. You feel me? I feel like the front office may be clueless. Okay? Not because they're not smart people, because they are. Not because they're not smart. They are smart people. They are smart people, but they are inexperienced in their new roles. Right? And here's the thing. Here's the thing. What we've seen from the front office is $93 million spent on guys, spent on players that we don't want. Right? If I go to somebody in the chat, say Danny Lee, say Kareem Grant. Right? Say me and Kareem are together, and Kareem is saying to me, Uncle Freezy, look, get rid of these old vets and play the young kids. And I'm like, Mr. Grant, come on, man. You got to spend salary on somebody. Right? He's like, nah, I get it. Right? You got to spend salary on somebody. Right? Let me try something different. Let me try that. I like that better. Uncle Freezy loved the camera, y'all. I'm a ham for the camera, bro. I'm sorry. Y'all know me. I ain't camera shy. Y'all know me. I ain't scared of the moment, man. I love it. Right? But here's the thing. When Mr. Grant says play the kids, right? And I tell him that you have to spend salary, right? Mr. Grant will say something that makes sense. Mr. Grant will say, hey, Uncle Freezy, you said spend salary, right? Yes, spend salary. So Mr. Grant will say something like, hey, and Kareem, just let me use you as an example, because you smart. Let me use you as an example, right? Mr. Kareem will say, hey, Uncle Freezy, just because you acquire salary doesn't mean you have to acquire rotation players. Why don't you just absorb bad contracts for draft picks? And then that way, the young kids will continue to get the rotation minutes. You also get first round picks and assets, right? And you still spend salary. Kareem Grant, you're a genius. You're a genius. Mr. Grant is a genius, right? He's a genius. The Knicks, on the other hand, what the Knicks did was instead of playing the kids, instead of using that cap space to take on bad contracts and acquire future first-round picks to help aid their rebuild, they did the complete opposite. They didn't take on bad contracts. They didn't play the young kids. And they played veterans that should have been on the bench behind the young guys. Right? King Ember says, yo, you don't sleep. Love the energy. Let's go Knicks. Let's go Knicks. Let's go Knicks. Nah, we don't sleep, bro. This is Knicks for life. Let's go Knicks. Right? Let's go Knicks. So what I'm getting at is this. The front office hasn't shown us that they have the ability to think outside of the box. The front office has shown us that they are thinking the same way as the previous regimes. They're thinking the same way as Steve Mills. They're thinking the same way as Phil Jackson. They're thinking the same way as Steve Mills. They're thinking the same way as Donnie Walsh. They're thinking the same way as Isaiah Thomas. And my deal is, with James Dolan, is this. Are you making them do this your way? Or do they get in that spot and realize that in order to appease the media and the fan base, they have to do things the conventional way? Which is bothersome. And Knicks Worldwide says, hey, Uncle Freezy, who is the common denominator? And so you beat me to my point, Knicks Worldwide. You beat me to the point. Is it James Dolan? Right? Is it James Dolan calling the shots up from up high, but now instead of doing it out front like he used to do, is he now doing it from behind the curtain? Or, which is even more troublesome and maybe even more spooky, is James Dolan getting old, and is there a young person he's grooming, like somebody from his family, maybe somebody in their 40s, doing this thing? Like how the old man did it to James Dolan. There are a lot of things to consider. Now, with that said, what I'd like for you to do is consider this. What I'd like for you to do is consider this. The Knicks are at a crossroads. And that's not hyperbole. And this is not an end of the world scenario. We've been at a crossroads for a long time. Y'all know what I mean. We've been at this four-way stop for a long time. And we hadn't made a decision on what direction to go in. Do we go straight? Do we make some turns? Right? We're trying to convince ourselves and others that we have it all together. But we do not. But we don't. Right? We don't have it all together. Right? What I'm asking you as a Knicks fan, speaking to other Knicks fans, is, do we have it all together? And I'm here to tell you no. Right? We don't have it all together. So now with the draft coming up, and we don't have it all together, what do? Chat. What do you do right here? T. Williams is in the building. What's good? G. Robinson says, I don't think it's Dolan. I think he's just taking the advice from people he hired because he doesn't follow basketball. Right. You got to keep hiring until you get it right. G. Robinson, would you agree that you have to keep hiring until you get it right? You can't give up. You can't give up. Hard Will says, big problem is Tibbs because you can't evaluate the talent if they aren't playing comfortable. And we as fans don't see the future in these players, but we don't see the future with the vets. Right. Danny Lee, thank you for the generous contribution. Danny Lee says, I would love to see Ivy, Barrett, Reddish, Toppin, and Robinson as our starters. I would love to see that also. My fear is in order for you to get to Ivy, you have to trade one or two of those guys in that starting five. Mainly Cam Reddish and Obi. Right? So if you take out Ivy, who is the guy that you'd be trading for, because you can't trade Ivy for Ivy. You know what I mean? Y'all get what I'm saying. You take out Mitch, who's a free agent. That leaves RJ. Did you trade RJ, the cornerstone of your franchise? Well, what about the other two? Reddish and Obi. Right? Hard Will says, I would trade whatever for Ivy. And I agree with you, brother, as usual. And for those that don't know, Hard Will and myself are brothers. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to talk to Hard Will. I don't have to speak directly to Hard Will for months. But he know how I feel about him. Soul Finger! What's good? Mr. Vince is in the building. Mr. Vince says, goodbye, Cam and Obi. Right? Oh, here's the thing, too. Yo, consider being a member of the channel. Right? Consider being a member of Lawrence Tears. We got a lot of stuff. We got a lot of incomplete projects behind the scenes that we're working on. Recently, a lot of stuff has been happening. Like G-Man has got some work-related stuff going on, so we can't feature the pod couple. And others have scheduling conflicts, so we can't really do Knicks freestyle and stuff like we've been doing. But once all that stuff settles down, we'll be back to doing the stuff that we have normally been doing. And I'm working on grooming others so that they can do other joints on Lawrence Tears too. The thing about being on though is you got to have a lot of stuff that's working right. Like you got to have a high def camera like myself, at least a decent camera. You got to have a schedule that's kind of in line with me so that I can be there to do the stuff that you want to do. Right? We got to have, you know what I'm saying? You got to have some on-screen presence and all that stuff. So I'm working with some people behind the scenes so that we can put out more stuff. Right? Definitely doing our things behind the scenes. Working on the website, working on a whole bunch of stuff. Right? So just want to throw that out there. Consider joining the Lawrence Tears family. I got a t-shirt concept that I'm working on. It's gonna be fire, and I want to see y'all rocking these shirts, right? I want to see y'all rocking these shirts, right? Because we got a super dope logo. Y'all see it up in the corner. We got the Lawrence Tears logo. We got the Do Whip logo. The Do Whip logo is this. I'm gonna show y'all the Do Whip logo. Let me see if I got the Do Whip logo up here. Y'all see the teardrop? I call it do-whip because when I hear Mike Tyson say drip, Mike Tyson says dwip. And so instead of me calling it dwip, I call it do-whip. But it's the do-whip logo. We putting the do-whip logo on some stuff. And so we definitely gonna take this next step in these next few weeks and months. We trying to take over the game, basically. We trying to take over the game. Don't even want to say that we say that in a respectful way, but it's a lot of y'all out there that are super talented, and y'all wanna do y'all thing, and I'm ready for y'all to do y'all thing. Right? It's just we gotta have a lot of stuff aligned. Now back to the Knicks. First of all, let me throw the link in the chat. Let me throw the link in the chat. And secondly, let me get back to this point that I'm making about the front office and about this draft. Right? Rayology says, I just asked Nick Community on Bleacher Report, is there a possibility that we trade RJ to get Ivy? Is there a possibility this front office with RJ in a contract year, not their pick, could trade RJ? That's a smart question. No, they ain't trading RJ. And here's the thing, right? Why would you just randomly trade your second best player? I understand what you're saying. I understand the thing, right? Am I trading RJ Barrett just to get Jaden Ivey? No. I'm not. I'm sorry. Do I think RJ is going to be a Hall of Fame type player? I hope so. I don't think so. I think RJ is going to be a great Knick, but I'm not putting RJ Barrett in a category of a James Worthy, of a Scottie Pippen, of a Chris Bosh, anybody like that, right? I'm gonna put RJ Barrett in the category of top 10 Knicks player of all time, but not top 75 NBA player of all time, not top 100 player of all time. By the time his career is over, top 100. So my deal is this. My deal is this, right? What do you do? Right? Because I'm gonna ask this to Hardwell. Forbes Lynchfield is in the building, my brother. What's up, brother? Yo, and y'all put some fire in the chat for my man Ray. He going through a little something. Yo, show some support for my man Ray. I ain't gonna get into the details. I'll let him share that if he want to with y'all whenever he get a chance, if he feel like it. But y'all show some support for my man Ray. Man, me and Ray have like conversations behind the scenes, bro. Sometimes he get me so fired up. Man. I just be wanting to, you know what I'm saying, fly out that way and come hang out with him for a little bit. Not in no creepy way though, Ray. Not in no creepy way. I'm talking about just being the big homie. I ain't talking about no other. I'm just talking about being the big homie. Like, you know what I'm saying, like just hanging out and just, you know what I'm saying. Y'all show some support for my man Ray. Show some love in the chat for my man Ray. Y'all do that, man. Don't be so mean. My man going through something, man. Y'all show some love for Ray. Right? Yeah, man. Y'all show some love for Ray, man. But yeah. My deal is this front office is playing it safe because they feel like their job is on the line. They could say, well, we made a little progress. We made the playoffs once. We should get a contract extension. We just need more time to turn this thing around. And I'm telling you, no, that's not the way to do it. The way to do it is do something drastic, right? Like to get the ox out of the ditch, You don't get in the ditch and try to push the ox out the ditch. When the ox slide and fall in the ditch, you got to do something drastic to get the ox out the ditch. Right? You got to do something drastic to get the ox out the ditch. T. Smith, what's good? Hey, somebody DM'd me and was like, yo, Uncle Freezy, stop giving everybody nicknames. Just call everybody their screen name. That's why they got a screen name up there. I was like, nah, I think I would rather talk to people, even though I can't see y'all faces. You know what I'm saying? Behind the screen names and all that stuff. I'm going to talk to y'all from here, just like I would speak to y'all in person. I'm going to just speak to y'all like if I was to speak to y'all in person, bro. Like if all of us was together in a room or something, like I'm going to Sim's draft party in Atlantic City. So if you hadn't signed up for it, if you hadn't signed up for Sim's second annual, I was gonna say Lawrence Tier's draft party. If you hadn't signed up for Sim Russell's Nothing But Knicks draft party, make sure you do so. Okay, I'll be there. Nothing But Knicks are gonna be there. Tony Crow, Queen Steph. I think Ron and John are gonna be there. I think Chef Zay is gonna be there, and it'll probably be some of the former affiliates like myself. Like I used to be Nothing But Knicks. I started doing all this stuff, and the Lawrence Tears family is asking me like, "Yo, you got to do more Lawrence Tears stuff." So it's like, you know how the kid get grown and he leave the house. That's kind of what it is. Even though I'm really close with them, I love them guys. I love them, right? But in fairness to the new family, you know what I'm saying, I got to dedicate my energies to them. Love Nothing But Knicks, man. Love Nothing But Knicks, man. I think Sam Russell is super smart. He is super smart dude, super sharp dude, man. Right? Yo, so Kareem Grant says, yo, hey, KG says he'll be there. Yeah, me too, bro. Me too. Behind this microphone and stuff, you don't really get to, I kind of got to be like professional and in a sense, but I'm more personable. I can't help it. It's my personality. You know, they just like, and away from this stuff, I'd be more like myself. Here, I'm more structured. Like I can't just tell jokes 24/7 here because we got topics and stuff we got to get to. But when in person though, I get to be more of myself. I get to laugh more and cut up more. You know what I'm saying? And mingle more. You know what I'm saying? So hey, Almighty Finesse said you're gonna be there. Word, that's dope. That's the yo. Look like we're gonna have a good time, y'all. Look like we're gonna have a good time. Right? So anyway, to these Knicks though. Right? My fear is, what? You feel me? I ain't gotta say no more. What? That's all I gotta say. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna leave it like that. I'm gonna just leave it like that. What? So anyway, if you're the Knicks, what do you do right here? Okay. What do you do right here? Right? Do you try more of the same? I'm trying to figure out which one of these things work best for us. Do you try more of the same, or do you try something a little bit different? Right? Let me try this. Oh, it ain't gonna work. Anyway. All right. If I'm the Knicks, I try something different. Does that mean shaking up your young core? Yes. Does that mean taking a gamble that may not pay off the way you intended? Yes. Does that mean trading a trusted vet? Yes. Right? But you got to take these gambles. You got to take a gamble in order to shake up the status quo. You got to take a gamble to shake up the status quo, y'all. You know what I mean? Serious B says, we never got to see the young core play together and you want to shake it up already? No. Look, this is what I'm saying. Check me out, B. Your young core is not going to be able to get minutes anyway. So even if there were no vets here, no NBA coach is going to play 11 young guys at one time. Right? What I'm telling you is instead of focusing on playing 11 kids, right? Focus on playing 5 kids. Consolidate the talent. Right? What would I rather see? Would I rather see McBride, Grimes, Sims, Obi, all these young kids play? Or would I rather take the Dallas pick next year, Cam Reddish, Quentin Grimes, and 2 second-round picks or something to go get Jaden Ivey? Yes. And then now you have RJ, Obi, Quickly, Ivy, and some other young players. Right? And Rayology says, for just a friendly reminder, just something for the show. Just something, Uncle Freezy, just a little something for the show. Right? That if you're looking to consolidate, some of your favorite players just might not be here. I know, Ray. That's the point that I'm getting at. Right? Sherwin M is in the building. What's good? And Almighty Finesse says, are we in the same situation as the Wizards? Yeah, I feel you. And Finesse, when I saw the comment, I was like, yo, it's a dope thought and a dope strategy, right? But mind you, just remember this: the Knicks have $93 million tied up in veterans, right? That's Julius Randle at 26. That's Fournier at 18 and a half, almost 19, right? Then you got Burks, Noel, Derrick Rose, Taj Gibson. That's a lot of money, bro. That's a lot of money that's not tied up into the guys on rookie contracts. The guys on rookie contracts, i.e. Obi Toppin, i.e. RJ Barrett, i.e. Emmanuel Quickly, i.e. Quentin Grimes. Right? Right? Sherwin M, don't start that. Don't start this, Sherwin M. Sherwin M comes straight in the door, throwing firecrackers at everybody. And the reason why I even clicked on the comment is a lot of times Sherwin M is right too early. You know what I'm saying? Like Sherwin M would be right too early. Right? Like he knows stuff, but we tell us too early for us to understand. Like he tell us like how your mama be like, boy, don't play around that oven. You know that oven hot. You know what I'm saying? And then 40 years later, your girl be like, yo, how you got that scar on your neck? Well, when I was a baby, I was playing by when I was a baby, I was playing by the oven. My mother told me it wasn't hot. It was hot, but yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yo, Leslie Henry, what's good? Leslie Henry busting the door with Julius is gonna have a career year. Okay. I feel you. I like that thought. That Randle was gonna have another breakout year. Here's the difference, though. Here's where I disagree with Sherwin M. I think that that Ivy is a three-pointer away from being a top 50 player in the NBA in about 2 years. And here's the other thing I disagree with. When's the last time the Knicks took a shot at acquiring a top 50 player in the NBA? Right? I legit think Jaden Ivey, with his physical gifts, can be taught the nuances of the game. Right? And for instance, my knock on Jaden Ivey is at the beginning of the year, he was a passer and not a playmaker. And the difference is this. Right? Think about this. The Indianapolis Colts had the #1 pick. They needed a quarterback. So with that pick, they took a quarterback from a big school that wore orange. They took Jeff George, right? And for the old heads, y'all remember Jeff George. Jeff George had an unbelievable arm. Unbelievable arm. Jeff George had a live arm, right? On those outcuts, as soon as the receiver break, he could fit that ball in there. He could throw a fastball out there to that side, and his receivers were trash. Right? Right? Receivers were trash. The Colts grew frustrated with Jeff George and traded him to Atlanta or somewhere. Fast forward a few more years. The Colts got Jim Harbaugh at quarterback. They make the playoffs. They knock off the Steelers. I mean, they lose to the Steelers. The Steelers go to the Super Bowl or something crazy like that or whatever. The next year, blah, 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 they need a quarterback, right? They need a quarterback, right? They pick a #1 again. They pick a quarterback that wears orange in college, that doesn't have the live arm that Jeff George has, but he can think the game. He's a machine. He's a processor back there. He can make all the throws, but he doesn't have the cannon that Jeff George has. Colts fans are like, some Colts fans are like, we already been there and done that. We already been there and done that. We need a scrambling quarterback, scrambling into the future. Right. Mm-hmm. Sure. Right? And so the Colts take Peyton Manning out of Tennessee. Right? Peyton Manning throws the same outcut to the sideline But Peyton Manning reads the receiver's hip and sees when he's about to get into his cut, anticipates the cut, and gets the ball there early. So he anticipates the receiver being open. So as soon as the receiver goes into his break, the football is on him. Not by arm strength, but by anticipation. Right? And you saw Jaden Ivey go from a passer earlier in the season to a playmaker, right? Manipulate the defense to get people open. That's what we don't have on the roster right now. We don't have a point guard that can anticipate getting guys open and getting the passer there as soon as they flash open. Right? That's what we don't have. Right? We don't have that. Quickly is not that. If you're not open, Quickly is giving everybody about 4 seconds to get open. And if they're not open within 4 seconds, he's shooting a contested three. This is not something that I made up. Right? This is not something that I made up. This is something that we all know. Y'all watch Knicks basketball. Y'all watch Knicks basketball. Y'all know this. Dang, I'm looking for an email. Y'all know this. Y'all know I'm just not making this. We don't have a pure. Let me see. Can you resend? Right? Y'all know this to be true. Right? We don't have a point guard that anticipates or manipulates the defense. Right? We just don't. We don't have a guy that knows how to get the hot player, the basketball, in spaces where that hot player can thrive. Quickly began to do that at the end of the season with Obi. Right? For instance, there was a game earlier in the season. There was a game earlier in the season where Quentin Grimes could have scored 50 against the Milwaukee Bucks. Right? Y'all remember that Sunday afternoon game on ABC? Quentin Grimes could have scored 50 against the Bucks. Right? But since we didn't have a point guard, nobody on the floor could set him up to score against a set NBA defense, especially the defending NBA champion Milwaukee Bucks. Or at the time when he defended, yeah, the Bucks were defending NBA champs. Grimes could have scored 50, right? But we didn't have a point guard that could set him up, right? So Alec Burks brought the ball down the floor and gave it to Grimes so that he could ISO against Giannis. Burks gave Quentin Grimes the basketball so that he can ISO against Drew Holiday. Burks came down and gave Quentin Grimes the ball so that he could ISO against Chris Middleton. That should tell the story right there by itself. Hey, Soulfinger, hold on for a second. What's good, bro?
Hey, what's going on? What's happening with you? Salute to the chat. Hey, real quick, if you're on here and you hadn't hit that like button, hit that like button. Get your early cardio in, burn some calories. You know, we could all use a little bit. So hit that like button, show your love. And also, if you first time watching or coming in, hey, get the word out. Subscribe, join, be a member of the Blowing Cheers Network.
Good. Yeah, man.
So I'm going down, I see, you know, we getting in here chopping it up.
Yeah, man.
So,
Yeah, man. Just in here, man. Got a thing going. Man, I gotta do a meeting at a conference call at 12.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hey, you gonna be around for a minute?
No, I should be able to end. I mean, I'm taking a little quick break because you know, I'm working from home. I had to take a break. You look at a computer screen for too long, man, you go a little cockeyed. I'm already crazy, so I don't need to be cockeyed and crazy.
Yeah, man. Hey, man. Yeah. Cock like a pistol, bro. But yeah, man. So I got a little a sponsorship thing that I want to jump on at 12 to see what we can do to get Lawrence Tears up there with the big dogs. So I want to jump off for a few minutes and do that. But I don't want to end the live stream. I just want to continue to rock.
Oh, okay. So, yeah. I was just sliding on in for a little bit. I figured since you hadn't been in, I figured a few cats would have jumped up in this joker by now.
Yeah. And so either way, I can end it and then come back or whatever. Right. But you know how it is. Yeah. So we'll see how things go. So how you been?
Been all right, man. I mean, been we tell you been working and everything. It's just been a little easier, you know, all after work a little bit. No, we didn't have the workouts and stuff going, so but to be picking up again this today and over the weekend. So do what we got to do, and then I'm on my journey too. Finally, you know what I'm saying about the garage. Finally got everything cleared out, so I can get that elliptical on. So I get some of these LBSs off and get back to where I was.
Yeah, man. I'm working on that too. I have a weird scenario going on. I have you know how I laugh and joke about how I feel like I'm Mr. Incredible, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Uncle Freezy got big arms, man. I go like I do the thing, man. Uncle Freezy got big arms, bro. Yeah, because all I do is bench and do push-ups.
Yeah,
that's it. Bench and do put and work on these shoulders that basically. But I got a core issue going on.
Yeah.
I got a core issue going on. And basically the core issue that's going on is I don't have one.
Yeah. So you saying you got abs, you just got one ab.
Yeah.
A lot of us. I hear you. Like I said, my core is weak. That's one of the things that I'm doing. And like I said, I just say this while I got you on while the chat. Yeah, hey, you motivate me to get myself back in there and get my workout on. So that watch you on your journey. So you know, anybody that's in the chat, you've been him and the high, get back up on it. I mean, I'm okay. People don't believe I weigh what I weigh, but I'm like, yeah, that's how much I weigh. I haven't been this heavy, and still, I'm the smallest one in the family at the weight I am. You know?
Wow.
And just got to get back on it. But yeah, Freeze, keep doing what you're doing, man. Keep pushing.
Man.
For anybody out there. And shout out to my man Ray.
Yeah, man. I have a weird. I have like a weird Dusty Rhodes type body. Now, you remember the American? The American Dream, Dustin Rhodes.
I guess. Hey, don't tell me, hey, Freeze. Let me tell you this.
Hey, hold on, Chuck.
Let me ask you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. So Freeze. So don't tell me when somebody get out of line, you hit them with that bondage elbow, huh? I remember you were talking about earlier your nephews, your cousin. Had to hit him with the body. Hey, hit him with the spinning the fist, and hit him with that bondage elbow.
Yeah, the bind elbow. Yeah. Let me bring Chuck in real quick.
Word.
What's good, boss?
What's good? Jeez, that intro went kind of long.
Yeah, it kind of caught me
hey.
off guard. I was waiting for the break to come in, and I was like, dang, this joint longer than what I thought.
Hey, Chuck, you got me over there ready to go put that in. Hey, look, I still got my Honda with the gel audios in there. You got me go put that.
Uh oh.
Yeah, man. Hey,
Hey, my
license
neighbors
plate
mad at
vibrating.
me. Yeah, have my neighbors mad at me. You don't cut that noise off. One of them young fellas. Oh, it's you. I thought it was one of them
Yeah,
young
man.
kids out here. Hey, you gotta reach back to the days of bass.
Yeah, man. Hey, it's so just real quick. I'm gonna get back to the Knicks and stuff, right? But just want to say this real quick, bro. For a big dude to jump rope, it's the most embarrassing thing you ever seen in your life, right? So at 352-ish, somewhere in there, like 6'5", 352-ish, something like that. You know how when you go in the gym, they have the mirror on all over the wall, like the length of the wall, so you can go in there and look in the mirror and flex and jump rope, right? Bro, I was jumping rope the other day, just not fast. Now I'm not talking about Ali whipping the rope and all that. I ain't doing that. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. Y'all know I keep it real. That ain't me. So for those of y'all that thought that I was be whipping the rope, like, nah, I'll get there eventually, but I'm not there yet.
Just gotta work back to
I
it. That's all.
I was jumping the rope real slow, taking my time, getting the rhythm, right? Because it take you, Chuck. You talking about a dude 350 plus at my height jumping rope, the rope with the beads on it. You know what I'm talking about, Soulfinger?
Oh yeah, man.
The one with the beads on it, the one that come around real fast. Bro, I had fat parts on me jiggling. I had fat parts on me jiggling. I forgot how fat I was. You know what I'm saying? You jumping, you're like, damn. I thought somebody was poking me or something. No, that's fat right there.
Hey.
Yeah, man.
Man,
Yeah,
like,
man.
I understand, for I normally get in because my problem is I like to lift. That's my thing. I like to lift a lot. And I don't lift like I used to when I was in. And I was, like I said before, I know we get back to it. And I used to lift, I could never, you look in the mirror, you never realize that you had size on you. Right. I was that cat. And so you got some size. Like, I didn't see it. I was like, I'm a little cat, And my problem is I like to lift, and I like to lift heavy. So, and my whole workout, even leg day, I'm going heavy. I'm racking up the leg press, and you're going deep. Like I said, there's one cat just do squats with. He used to call Atlantis, And man, I was like, man, I hope he didn't. I was like, man, I don't feel like dealing with him today. We call him T. I don't T don't come in here today, man, because I don't want to go to Atlantis. And then we doing legs. Here comes T. I was like, oh, he was a leg machine. He loved legs. So you going like 330 on the press for sets and stuff, working out with that just constantly and going. I mean, just stupid stuff, man. So I'm not trying to lift like that. I'm just trying to just keep it right. That's all. I'm about to hit 50. I'll be 50 and frisky here in a few months, and I'm just trying to stay healthy. I got grandkids to try to get behind.
Hey, y'all! I gotta duck out for a minute. I'll be right back. Okay.
Word.
I'm gonna duck out in a minute. I'll be right back.
Hey, Chuck.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So real quick, I was getting in. I know you probably were listening. What moves you think the front office gonna do?
To be honest, it's hard to say. As you can see in the chat, we all got our opinions on what we should do, how we should move forward. But I think they're going to try to address the point guard situation. How? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's going to be in this draft. I asked earlier is in the chat if Jaden Ivey was, the best player in the draft or the top three pick. Because I know some people want to move up to get him. And I'm not sure if I'm trying to sacrifice assets and future assets for an unknown, for a guy that's not a sure thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is he a sure thing?
What's
Is
that, Chuck?
Jaden Ivey a sure thing? Soulfinger? Is Jaden Ivey a sure thing? Is he a generational
See,
talent?
I think okay, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Yeah, because like I said, we're looking at what they can do in college. But the thing is will it always, we're looking at a young cat that's coming in. Will he translate right off to the NBA? And being that in just, Knicks Nation, you're looking for, it's like, I'll put it like this. I don't want one of those cats to get that savior complex, you know what I'm saying? Not from them, but us put more on him than whatever. He doesn't perform at the level that you think he should in his rookie season. And then you flipping on him, calling him a bust. I don't want nothing like that to happen to him. You know what I'm saying? We do know the two needs: point guard, that's been one thing, and also a wing. So you got wing players, but not just a wing, a big athletic, a long wing. We need some height. We need some size on the team, I think, because our team is too small. That's just the problem I got. And also shout out to my man Allah Wise, the voice of truth. Me and Wise chop it up a lot of times, and if anybody knows him, Wise can he drops some jewels, man, and have you looking at things a different way. Then many times I've looked at it like, well, dang, I ain't thinking about it like that. Keep in mind, if we go for a point guard in this draft, you know who our coach is, right?
Yeah.
And he'll probably play somebody else, but he knows our point guard, who our coach is. So that's going to be the one thing of concern for me. But the other thing is we still got Deuce on the bench. I said, well, he's not this. You got some that's saying, and there's no lie, I like Deuce, but I'm not going to go out there like Frank Hive, and say Deuce, Frank, Deuce is this, that, and the third. He hasn't proved anything right out. We've seen flashes. We got a little taste. So we have to see what we got. But it's going to have to come a point where we're going to have to consolidate these young players, because we almost got duplicates if you look at the team.
Right.
So you got to figure out what you're going to do.
That that wouldn't necessarily be a problem if if all of those guys were getting um decent minutes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because if you don't have if you don't have a superstar, right, per se, then
yeah,
having a team of really good players, and then having really good players coming off the bench where your drop off isn't that much, because you know how it is when teams are top. Once those guys go to the bench, the bench is struggling.
mm-hmm.
Um, Personally, if I were in the front office, what I would try to do is move out some of the veteran and give these young guys an opportunity to play this year. Um, because you got two guys in contract years, right? You don't
Yeah,
know exactly what you have in them, and you're going to have to pay them, right? So find out what you have
mm-hmm.
before you sit on an asset all year to not re-sign him and not get anything for him, right?
See, yep,
Um,
see, yes, I like where you're going.
if I'm not in love with a guy at 11, um, I'm trying to get a I'm trying to get an asset for 2023. Um, because I've heard some scenarios where people were like, well, they'll be willing to give up, next year's Dallas pick, to move up to get Ivy. And I'm like, well, if next year is supposed to be the deeper draft, then you should have as much stock in that 2023 draft than this one, because at least you'll have more and more opportunities to hit on a guy. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? If that draft is supposed to be really deep, right? And you can get guys, and you should be able to get quality guys later in the draft. It would be great to get 3 guys next year, right?
But Chuck, why would
Hopefully,
you?
one of those guys. Yes, sir.
But I'm gonna hit you with just me just. But Chuck, why would you do that? It's a draft pick. We can get something with a pick.
Right, but here's the thing: you don't want to just keep collecting parts.
Thank
You know
you.
what I'm saying? Because that sooner or later you're gonna have to, like you said, consolidate some of that, some of those young players to guy. Because we really don't have that. Um, the closest thing that we have that as far as our young core is RJ Barrett.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Hold on,
I
real
know
quick,
some of
Chuck.
you are like, well, we
Hey,
got Cam too,
yeah.
but
Hold on,
Cam
real
is
quick, Chuck.
still unproven.
Hey,
Go ahead.
Bodega, just let everybody know we don't have the link right now. We just gotta wait for Unc to get back on. We're just holding it down till he get in. So when he gets back, he can shoot out the link. So just stand by. He just had to step off. That's all. But just stand by. He said he'd be right back. He taking care of a little something. So I'm sorry about that, Chuck.
Yeah, we'll definitely when Unc gets back, we'll definitely send the link. If I can get it, I'll send it. I'll put it in the chat. Let me see if I can. But I we can't keep. You know what? Look at what Boston did when Danny Ainge had all of those first round picks.
Yeah, see,
Into
that's a good
I'm not
point right
talking
there.
about Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. We're not talking about those picks. We're talking about the first round picks that he had after that. And I mean, he had a bunch of them, and he didn't do anything with them of significance. So it would make no sense for us to just keep drafting guys, one, and don't play them, two, and just
Hmm.
have just a roster full of untapped potential for another team to pluck up for little of nothing and
Yeah.
be able to turn that into a positive asset for their franchise.
See,
Now,
I'm
I
glad you
don't
said
want
that
that to
about.
happen.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that about how Boston, because granted, we're looking at the effect of what Boston got right now. Um, what they're doing now. But remember all those moves he made, he kept holding it up, and trying to hold on to these assets and stuff like that. Well, it didn't work. As you can see, he actually sent them back because they could have moved forward with that. We don't want to be in that position. We do want to be where they are, but we don't want to do it to go along that negative aspect of what they did. I still think look at them as a way you can build, just like we've been looking at the Grizzlies, how they use their young core. You can we don't have that star. We don't have the superstars or star, that one centerpiece. We don't have that. But what you can do for the time being is actually lay the foundation that when you find that star, you get that star. He's got all the weaponry he needs, much like how Brooklyn did. But they were high, drunk, and insane, and they got rid of all those players they had just to bring in so they can give the money away to three players. Because basically, you think about Brooklyn, it's only you got three guys on the team. Well, and because when Joe Harris went down, he got hurt, but you paying him they paying him a grip of money to do his thing to be lethal, but they had no depth. What we can do is continue right now is load up on the depth, because the minute we get that cornerstone or that centerpiece, the tip of the spear player, we often really run it. But we can do things as a team the way we are now. It's just that it's going to be, we can put a competitive product on the floor if that's better. I think that's a better way to put it.
I agree. I agree. I need the front office, like right now, and I know everyone's going to have varying opinions on this, but I think these moves this offseason and next is going to determine where the Knicks are going to be in 5 years, because it is missing on draft picks that has set us back and put us in a hole.
Lord, that's an
it ain't the
understatement.
trade for Melo, because that's years. But you missed with Frank Ntilikina. You missed with Kevin Knox.
Big time.
And these are top 10 picks that you didn't get right, and they were positions of importance for this team. Think about that. Those are the same still positions that we're trying to fill and trying to get guys for: a point guard and a wing.
Yeah, because you got to look at it. Shout out to DSJ, who always talk. He and I chop it up, and he talk about the Bridges boys. He talks about it, and it's sickening to watch Mile or Mikal Bridges, because they were in that Kevin Knox draft, and supposedly Kevin Knox had one workout,
right,
and he outshined these cats. But you had majority of the talking head, the majority of when this is what got me about the Kevin Knox trade. And no, nothing. It's not on Kevin Knox. This is on the people that pulled the trigger to draft him. This was the problem I had with him. His coach said he's a project. He needs to say. His coach said it. Nobody else. And then some of the other analysts and everything along with it, saying that he would do better doing another year. They drafted him over these other players that had better. I mean, that draft was a deep draft. You could have got a point guard in that draft. You could have got your wing in that draft. We could have had either one of the Bridges.
Yep.
Either one of the Bridges.
Yeah. They would have saved for picks. They would have saved for picks. They would have saved for picks out of Michael Porter Jr. and Kevin Knox.
Yeah.
Kevin Knox, if anything, could have been a late round. If that's where you wanted to go, but he shouldn't have went there because there was too much uncertainty, and then that lets me know that the front office didn't do their due diligence. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't evaluate your NBA player based on a one-on-one game during a tryout or a practice. Like that's ridiculous. You know what I mean? Because anybody can someone can be just on that day, right?
Yeah.
But now you done signed them.
And see, I'm glad. I appreciate Big Hugh and it's me, because I was trying to think. I wanted to say because SGA was in that draft too, along with Michael Porter Jr. I would say, look, I saw Michael Porter Jr. falling. I was like, well, hell, if Philly can take a shot at Embiid, hell, I'll take a shot at a possible number one draft pick in Michael Porter Jr. that's falling, because if it wasn't for his back, granted, yeah, he's out for this season. He didn't play a whole season, his rookie season, and then he's out again with his back. But he'll be back. You seeing what he can become. I would have taken a chance. Chance on Michael Porter Jr. Then you had SGA, point guard. You the point guard, right? SGA was right there. It will play
Right.
That draft was so deep. That was the deepest draft. That was the deepest draft we've seen in since what was it the Melo draft? Yeah, but the LeBron draft. That was the deepest draft since then, man. That was the chance. That draft there should have been setting us up ahead of time. Put it like this, man. Leave it to us. It's like, okay, I play golf. There's anybody in the chat that plays golf. I know GI does. And you on a fairway and you hit your ball. It's one tree. It's a tree. There's no other trees around. I got a wood magnet that for somehow, some way, I would hit that damn tree without a doubt. Without a doubt, I hit that damn tree. And what I'm saying, using that, I'm serious. Ain't nothing else there, but I would hit that damn tree. Leave it to the individuals we had up there doing the scouting and all that to go out there and find the one project. After you had all these other players that you knew that could come in and contribute right off the rip. That's what I had a problem with. And for me, and I had my jokes about, even on Ron's show, I said about Knox. But then I had to go back and look at it. It wasn't all about Knox. It was my issues with the individuals that picked him. The guy, the assistant coach that just got let go in LA, that was perpetrating the fraud as being a coach. The person, I won't say his name. Now he got let go again, not knowing what he was doing. You bring in players on this reclamation project thing, and we're gonna get you right, but yet we bring somebody else in. It was just, you didn't have a plan and you didn't know what you were doing. So now so it's just all that talent, man, that was in that draft. Those two drafts. And then let's not even talk about the Frank draft. The Frank draft makes everybody even sicker because you had a chance to get Spider. Spider was in that draft. But even the person, even the correct, if I'm not mistaken, and in the chat, if you'll let me know, the person, the scout, I don't want to say it was Clarence Gaines, that discovered Porzingis was the same person that was saying get Mitchell, get Spider, and went and got Frank. And as soon as that happens, Clarence Gaines was gone.
Right.
So you had somebody that could find talent. But yet again, you on the golf course, hitting your ball, and there's one tree nowhere, and it's a fairway wide open, but you hit that one tree. You land on you hit the wrong thing. You can't get it right, man.
And that's the only thing that I'm saying about, these next two drafts is having the right people in the room to make these decisions, because there are other teams that picked after us in these drafts and they got decent players. That's all I'm saying. And just, I'm not playing the what if. It already happened. Yeah. And I don't want it to happen again, where in this draft where they said it's not the deepest, because you're in panic mode of trying to do something, and you move and you try to move up, or you move up and it backfires. Yeah, because that sets you back even further. The only reason why we're going through what we're going through, guys, is we miss on in the draft. Free agents, they're not coming here unless they're the second tier guys who want to get starter money and minutes. But the true superstars, they bypass us. So our best chance of building a contender is I personally think the young guys that we got, um, the second unit should be the second unit for the foreseeable future. Um, because one, they play well together. Um, two, uh, I feel like that chemistry only gets better with time and as guys' games mature. Um, and again, when you're deep, a lot of these top heavy teams, you can go the distance and even come out on top against these guys because um, you bring more to the fight than their big threes, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so if there's not a guy that you're absolutely in love with that moves the franchise forward, then don't take that risk.
Yeah.
And again, I will be looking to flip an asset, whether it's a pick or one of the veteran players to try to get someone to try to get a pick in the 2023 draft
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
hope that we get, because we're looking for a star now, guys. Like, we're not looking for more bench players and all that. I think we got that covered. Um, I think we have those guys on the team already. I think it's time for us to find that that guy that we can build or pair with RJ, um, to build a contender.
Yeah. I tell you like this, Chuck. I'm all for us doing something. I can't ever remember in my years of being a Knicks fan, us jumping up to go get somebody. Within reason. Not, and hear me out. I'm not saying sell your soul, but to make a move to get somebody. If you sell your soul, you're gonna pay. Don't do anything that's. It seems like on the front side, yeah, you got the play you want, but look at the devastation you left from your weight to get it. You got to be smart about what you're doing. Because, like I said, a lot of us, like, it's heating up. They're seeing more about Jaden Ivey. That's a big name. That's one of the bigger names coming out there. I don't think Jaden Ivey is going to be anywhere near for us to jump up, because the higher you go up, the more you're going to break. You're going to have to break bread and break and give up even more. That could even turn around and set you back. I'm hoping that Ben Mathurin falls enough to a point where we can jump up and get him. I wouldn't mind a Jaden Ivey. I wouldn't mind a Ben Mathurin. Those are two cats I'm looking at. And I'm with you. I'm with you on this. I'm with you on it, Chuck, because we need to start looking and build through the draft. I'm not one of those saying get it through free agency or trade to get this player all the time. How about we do something we've never done and build our own? But you got to have the right people. I understand that. You got to have the right mind. You got to be in the right position. But if you do your due diligence, because there have been players that were drafted later in the draft, but you got to have the right people in there scouting and everything. You have to. It's a lot, and I can see it in the chat a lot. You got a lot of cats in the chat that put in some good points. Well, a lot of people. And like I said, we at the end of the day, we can disagree on a lot of things, but the one thing I can say, rightfully say, that everybody in this chat agree on one thing right here, or want the same thing. It's a championship at the end of the year. When it's all said and done, you want to not just a championship. I'm one of those. I want a dynasty. Damn, just having a championship. I want a dynasty. You know what I'm saying? We one of the older franchises in the NBA, and we only have the couple of championships we have. You know what I'm saying? You had your 90s run where you were relevant, and then you had another run with Mike Woodson was the coach, and then we just been in purgatory and everything else, livestock. Now I want a dynasty. Golden State, those that can remember, Golden State used to be a joke too.
Yeah.
They had a quick little run where they had run TMC, and
Oh yeah.
then they brought things around. So I this is me. I can't speak for everybody else. Everybody got their other wants besides the one thing I know I can agree. We can all agree on this championship. I want a championship, but I want a dynasty, man. That's what I want
Exactly.
for the blue and orange. I want a dynasty. You know, and real quick, it just you know, was it going back in the chat? So yeah, I feel you wise on that. You know, I know Jerry West passed on MPJ twice, but I would have still made it. I would have tried. I would have
We
pulled the
couldn't.
trigger.
Mm-hmm.
I would have pulled the trigger on that bad back because I was like, hey, Philly got something that could possibly work. Hey, if he work, he work. But that's me being aggressive. That's something that I know we never would have done or have done in the past. You know, you're going with the super safe pick and everything else. But it was a question that Chris Curry had, and saying as, do we aim for a 2023 draft pick because of projected better guards or dig for diamonds in the summer league? That's a little question. I would say to that question, all of the above. Leave no stone unturned. Look, man, I'm doing any and everything I can to find what I can. Find something, someone, or something that can contribute to the team. That's just where I'm looking at it, man. I'm kind of hitting from every angle, upside down, sideways, at an angle. I don't give. Man, I'm trying to get it. So that's just what my mindset is at. Do what we haven't done in the past, and that's just to go and be more aggressive. Don't be passive and then keep going back and settling for stuff. So I'm all for flipping over, going after any and everything I can within reason, without breaking our backs. I mean, you know, but busting our giving up our kitty. You know, we got a little treasure trove right there, a little something. I don't want to, you know, blow it up by going after somebody, and then you got that one jewel. It's like you go and get that one medallion. You know, you got this nice chain, and then you give up the chain and a bracelet just to get the medallion, but now you can't wear the medallion. You just got it in the box and see what I got. You can't put it on the stream.
Salute, Rayology, salute, Andy.
Salute, fellas. What's going on?
Yo, what up, fam?
Yeah. What up?
I want to ask a question since I got you guys here. This is not my idea. I got it from Rob the Knick, and he just asked me a very simple question. If you were putting together a team, right? What would be the attributes of each position in your starting five? If you were looking for a point guard right now, Andy, what would you be looking for in that point guard? If you were building this guy, what would you want that point guard to be?
Yeah, listen, I think it depends on totally of everybody's, philosophy of building a basketball team. And for me, my point guard, I want him to be a floor general.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to score. He doesn't have to be fast. I want him to be a full floor general. He can be old school like CP3. He can be a Ricky Rubio type. I want him to be able to control the pace, create for others. I don't want by any chance for guys like, my power forward, my small forward to be handling the ball and trying to create from that position. I rather have that, as a traditional point guard, run the whole offense starting from the point guard.
Okay. Do you have like a height, wingspan, anything like that for your point guard?
It probably would be best situation if he'd be a greater size, but it's not like I couldn't use a 6-foot guy on the point guard position. I don't think that's that's like crossing him off the list for me.
Okay. What about you, Ray?
Honestly, I need a guy who can create a matchup advantage, because this league, or at least the star players and whatnot, have the ability to create matchup advantages, and I think that's my number one option for point guard. Totally understand that at the position, you want someone who can be a floor general, see the court, make great decision making, and I want to think that anybody that's playing that position does already have those attributes. But in this new NBA, in this new modern league, it really is about creating matchup advantages, whether that's through handle like a Kyrie Irving, or yes, have the for general IQ cerebral skills like a CP3. Um, you just got to be able to create a matchup advantages that keeps defenses honest, and that would be my sort of ideal, for any position 1 through 5, but
Okay.
especially
Okay.
in the point guard position.
Oh, no. Go ahead and finish. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no. That's all I'm saying. Like you got to be able to create a matchup advantage. You got to be able to draw attention. Got to be able to, you know, get by someone, shoot over someone. Use speed, handles, all that. You just need a trait that creates the matchup advantage.
Okay.
Okay.
What about you, Joe?
Yeah, and I agree, and I agree with that for every position. We need someone on this team that'll open up the defense and draw attention. Nobody on this team can draw attention. Everybody's too one-dimensional. We need somebody that can get buckets on all 3 levels, someone that can pass, someone just opens up that floor, because we're just seems to be and every other team knows that it's Randle. Randle has his efficiency shooting. RJ has his efficiency shooting. It's just we're too one-dimensional.
Agreed.
Okay. So
I'm gonna go with a lot of what Andy was saying, as far as the breakdown of a distributor. But I would like to have size at the point. I don't, you can do something with a 6-footer, but I think a minimum or about 6'3", 6'4", the smallest I would like to go. On a point guard, if I could find like you said, if you were building it, I would like to have about I'd say 6'4", 6'5" point guard who can distribute the ball like Chris Paul and get the guys, get the team when they start to fall apart, get loose, get them tight and put them back in. But also would like to have that be a killer like Isaiah Thomas was in his days. When he goes out there, I would like to have that, because I want my point guard to have a little bit of that killer mentality.
Okay.
I just want a point guard. We just need to get that ball out of Julius's hands if he's still going to be here. We need someone that can run the offense, because we just looking at this team, there's no one that can run this offense. When you have Alec Burks running point, you have a major problem, and that's not going away. But I don't see that problem being fixed in draft, free agency, or through trade this year, unless you're moving up for Ivy or unless Donovan Mitchell comes available. I just don't see it right now.
You know what? I've been saying the same. I've been having that sinking feeling as well, Joe. Regarding that, I don't see it possibly happen, because Jaden Ivey, like I said, we're talking about, and they're just using that name in particular. That's the main name you've been seeing a lot of far as in the draft, trying to get as a point guard. I don't see him falling past 5.
See, that's the thing. It's we have to go up and get him, but what's the cost? Because it's people saying Randle, stop. We're gonna have to move 11 or move back to move off of Randle right now. Next year could be different, but right now Randle's not a bad player. I just think whatever went on last year, and plus the fan base talking down about him, does not help the trade value. So teams are like, look, we'll buy low on him, or we'll just wait.
I'm glad you said that, because that's what I'm saying. They're going to try to bring down his value for us. I mean, to try to get low. They're going to try to buy low while we're trying to get high. They're going to try to lowball us. And like you said,
nobody's giving up. And I hear other people on podcasts. Oh, well, we need more than the 7th pick for Julius Randle. We talked about Julius Randle before his great season last year. When we were trying to move him, we were talking, can we even get a 1st round for him?
Mm-hmm.
And now he has one great year. Now we're all over the place. Some Knicks fans have his value too high, where, we need a lottery pick plus. And then some Knicks fans are like, well, we're going to have to give up assets to get rid of him. So I just don't really see. I think we're stuck in the middle where you're not going to.
I don't think so, Joe. I don't think so, man. This is because I understand your point, right? But this is what I'm asking you, Joe Madden. first of all, what are we looking to be as a franchise? Are we looking to be that positionless type team where you can put 5 athletes on the floor that can all dribble, pass, shoot, and defend? Or are we going to be the classic NBA franchise with a point guard, a shooting guard, a small forward, a prototype power forward, and a prototype center? Right? So if you want to go, so once you make your decision, then you look to acquire players based on the decision that you made, right? So like what Andy said, Andy wants to go the traditional route, right? And how I know Andy wants to go the traditional route is because Andy said that he wants a floor general at point guard, right? So that means everybody has defined roles up and down the roster, right? You have a traditional floor general point guard. You have a complementary player in the backcourt with him, more likely a scorer. Then you have a small forward that can defend the 2s, 3s, and 4s. That's usually an athletic freak, a jumper, right? That can knock down open shots, that may be able to score, but mostly contribute in a small amount of ball handling duties, but mainly help guard, the wing players. Then you have a traditional power forward that's a double-double machine, right? Maybe 12 and 10, 14 and 10. If you get a good one, he'll be 18 and 10 or 20 and 10, right? And then you have a center that's a rim protector, high volume rebounder, right? That can score at the rim. Or do you want 5 guys on the floor, mostly wingspan, height guys that can dribble, pass, and shoot? All of them can have ball handling duties. All of them can step into certain roles like 3-point shooter and all those type of things, right? That's the one thing we need to figure out, which direction you want to go in. Right?
Well, Frankie, we gotta look at the coach for the way they're going. I presume it's probably going to go by position basketball because who our coach is. Like, there's no going to be with our coaches. We need a center. He needs his 5. That's why I'm not a big fan of paying Mitchell Robinson, but I guess they're going to do it or bring in a rim protecting center because that's what Tibbs is going to want. For me, I will go up at all costs and get Ivy, and then somehow clear out, move Mitch in a sign and trade or let him walk and move Randle and go 5 out. Because that's the modern day NBA. You're going to go 5 out, but not necessarily 5 out small. And you need to get long wings. You need guys 6'6", or 6'7", 6'8", 6'9" wings.
6'9", yes, definitely need that.
So that's when you do that is you already have RJ.
Right.
You have Cam can go into that if they're going to keep him.
Right.
Then that's where you have to draft long wings.
Right.
But that's the way the modern NBA is. The modern NBA is starting to go.
Right.
And
you're going in the more modern direction and not the classic direction.
Yeah, because that's what's going to win in today's NBA is versatility. Like Boston have rim protection, but they also have 3 or 4 versatile wings that can do stuff. Or they can do different things with the ball. They can pass, they can shoot, they can defend. They're versatile. We have like when you look at RJ is getting there to be like he has versatility, but he needs to be a little bit more versatile. The shot creation, and I think it's going to come. Quickly is the same thing. He's offensive versatility on the offensive end. But when you look at Obi, you look at Grimes, you look at McBride, we haven't seen play yet. You look at some of the young guys we have, it's very one-dimensional.
Okay. So Andy, am I correct in assuming that you would like to go the classic route for floor general so that you can run high screen pick and roll with a big man that can roll to the basket, not necessarily have your big man won't have handles. He'll be a rim protector finisher at the rim type roster?
Yeah, well, listen, I understood the question, like which position will we like start the whole rebuild, but not with the Knicks, like with your new franchise, right? So what would you want from the point guard, from the rest of the dudes? Of course that, to Joe's point, I'm agreeing that if you have more versatile guys that you can, there's not going to be a difference between the small forward and the shooting guard, or the power forward and the center, that they're going to be versatile and you can use them in different positions.
Okay.
That's good. That's cool with me as well. Question is, if you're going to have those guys, I'm not so, listen, there's not there's not a limit on the defensive players that you can have on the roster. And we see that currently in the NBA finals. Listen, Grant Williams, Robert Williams, and even Marcus Smart, on every day that you played the Celtics in the regular season, you would let those guys shoot. You will let them shoot. They're not an offensive threat. Grant Williams has a game, once in a series that he's going to go for 20 couple. But the rest of the games, he's literally useless on offense.
Okay.
He can set a screen, but he's not going to, kill you with his shooting, right?
Right.
But meanwhile, the Warriors they're like more versatile, because they got guys, literally everyone except Draymond can kill you with the points, or putting the points on the board. Okay. So those are two different teams. Meanwhile, listen, the Warriors are also a great defensive team. Nobody's saying that they're not. They got the best defensive rating. Actually, they and the Celtics have exactly the same defensive rating, in 106.9 for the whole season. So, and most of the fans are saying, "Well, listen, Golden State just runs you and kills you on the boards and on with the points," but that's not true.
No.
They just play other, kind of defense, and they can hold you back with their defense as well. So,
and they get you up the one thing about the Warriors that people don't notice, they kill you with the outlet pass.
Yeah.
Right. Right. They get the ball up the floor. Now, does that mean they're a fast break team? No. Right. That means though you have to be in peak physical condition to play against the Warriors for 48 minutes. Right? Draymond Green will get a rebound and will outlet the ball 30 feet to Steph Curry, who's pushing it.
Yeah,
right?
They move the ball. They move the ball fast. So
right. So your defense can't adjust. Right? So your defense can't adjust. Now, with that said, are you Spree, the American Dream is here. Yo, what's up? And let me put the link out here. Hey, Chuck Soulfinger, man, I appreciate y'all, man.
No, no time. I
appreciate y'all, man, for holding it down for me, man. I'm sorry about not saying that sooner, but yeah, man, I appreciate y'all, like the backbones of this joint, man. I appreciate y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? And for those keeping count, for the bean counters, for all the Brock Allers out there. So the conference call went well. I'll probably have some stuff to share with y'all next week, but I'm still in the early phases of some stuff. Andy, are you going to the draft party in Atlantic City? Please tell me. Please tell me.
Not this time, Freezy.
What? Andy, how am I going to eat? I thought you was going to show up and pay for all my meals, man. What's happening?
Maybe next year, though, bro.
Okay. All right, man. I can't wait to get to Atlantic City for the Nothing But Knicks draft event. I've been saying it the whole time. Like, make sure y'all sign up. Make sure y'all go. You know what I'm saying? I'll be there live in person.
Any y'all going to the draft?
Nah, I'll be with Semin. Yeah, I'm hanging out with them dudes in Atlantic City. And for those that have never seen me and Isaiah at the same place at the same time, me either. Yeah, man. So it's gonna be. I'm thinking it's gonna be fun. So make sure that you go when you rewatch Nothing But Knicks videos. Sim has the info clicked in the description of the videos. Go get all your stuff. You know what I'm saying? Go get all that stuff early. Sign up so you won't have to worry about that stuff later on. And then that way you can see Uncle Freezy, the Podfather, Steph, Tony Crow, Ron, still Knicks fans, everybody there. All at once. We'll be there having a good time, probably, you know what I'm saying, having a time of our life there, cutting up. And it'll be my first time being in the same place at the same time with Sam Russell. So I'm looking forward to that too. Spree, what's good?
What's up? How's my family doing? How's your off season been?
Very busy.
There you go.
Hey, what's good, my man? It's been like last time I seen you or chopped it up with you, Jesus was still a baby.
Yeah, man.
I try to keep a low profile in the off season, and because I need my rest. Because I know these late nights with you guys during the season, I have to make up for lost time and find sleep other ways. You know.
And that's because you're an old man.
I'm getting old. Yeah.
Listen, Roland Garros just finished up, so he can watch basketball again. So
yeah, man. It's good to see you, bro. You had something you want to say to us, right?
I'm just my message has been we just need to stay the course. I know how frustrating it is, and you got beautiful things in front of you, flashy toys. We just got to stay in our lane and just make the best pick at 11. If we trade up and it's the right situation to trade up and you believe in that player, that's great. But you have to – there's no shortcuts to this. I don't believe making that trade unless they're giving it to us, which they're not, for a Donovan Mitchell is going to take – to me, if something is right to you, then yes, strike. But no more fishing, giving away. We're not in that ability. We have to develop. If we don't have the right people to develop our players, they need to go. So it's time to develop what we have. I like what I saw from Obi at the end of the year. I think Quickly is an interesting player. Can Quickly get better finishing around the rim? Absolutely. Do I like his work ethic better than most? Absolutely. Can Quickly be a starting point guard? Probably not. But can he be a really good player for the Knicks for a long time? Yes. I think we need to start.
Hey, stop right there. Stop right there.
Go ahead.
All right. So here's my question. I asked Joe Madden and I asked Andy the same thing, right? When you say Quickly can't be a starting caliber point guard in the NBA, probably not. That has me in the mindset that you prefer in this rebuild to build a classic type roster where everyone has a specific role and you depend on that player to develop specifically for that role and not do anything else, right? Now, while it sounds stringent and structured, what you get away from is the jack of all trades and master of none, right? In today's NBA, I'd say for most teams, or for half the teams at least, they're going with the modern NBA where you don't have the classic point guard, don't have the classic two. Like two guards seem to be smaller nowadays than they were, say, 20 years ago. You don't have the 6'7" Reggie Millers, the 6'6" Michael Jordans, the 6'5", 225 Mitch Richmonds, right? You have like the 6'4" Bradley Beals, right? The 6'5", 190 Zach LaVines, right? These guys years ago.
Donovan Mitchell.
6'2", your 6'2" Donovan Mitchells and guys like that, right? And Anthony, hey, what's good, bro?
Hey,
but hey, Anthony, hey, I'm gonna mute you for just a second because we got feedback coming. Okay. So I'm asking you, Spree, do you prefer the classic way of building the roster, the floor general, a scoring guard that helps with backcourt duties, a small forward that's strictly a small forward? He plays no 2 and no 4. All he does is play the 3. A classic power forward like a Buck Williams that's going to get you 19 points, 11 rebounds, and a rim protecting finishing center. Or would you prefer the modern, everybody on the floor can play multiple positions, and there is no, and time and space and game and game situations, you don't have to substitute. You keep the same basic guys on the floor because you have multiple guys that can do multiple things, right?
So, yeah, it's a fair thing. It's a fair thing what you're asking. I prefer versatility, the second option. However, I don't think we have versatility at the point guard position. So, like, when I say Quickly can't start, I don't think he's earned. Like, to me, he's developing. Can he play point guard minutes? Yes. I just prefer I need more depth at that position for me to feel comfortable. That's all I'm saying. I'm not taking a shot at IQ. I think he needs more minutes so we can continue to see him out there. I'm just saying I'm not ready to just start him, throw him to the wolves if I can avoid that and help him by having some depth and versatility where he can play the point maybe with somebody else. We saw it beautiful with the Mr. Derrick Rose. I don't know how much Derrick Rose has left. I don't know. We're gonna find out.
But in a modern game, you don't have a point guard that's gonna be the point guard. In a modern game, say for instance, back in the day, you would have maybe one guy on your team that averages 8, 9, 10, 11 assists per game, like John Stockton, right? Nowadays, those assists are distributed across the floor with even your center averaging 3.5 assists per game, kicking out to perimeter shooters. Your power forward, like Julius Randle, averaging 4, 5. Even at one point, he was averaging 6 assists per game 2 years ago, right? Like the assist total and the playmaking is balanced throughout the floor, right? Do you feel like Quickly can play in that type of setting, or do you need Quickly to play point guard in that defined point guard role?
I don't think he needs to play in that defined point guard role per se, like going back, like you're saying, to a Stockton. But I think he needs to be like, I don't think he's still good enough at finishing around the rim. To me, to be like, I mean, he's streaky. He had an off year shooting the ball too. Like, I have the utmost confidence. We know he can shoot the ball. We saw what he did his first year. I just think he's a guard. He can beat you off the dribble. He just has to continue to work on the elements of being a guard in today's NBA, whatever that is, assisting, finishing around the rim, pull-ups. He's not always going to get away with the floater. We saw that this year.
Right.
He's a good player. I like Quickly. People hated on Quickly. Man, you remember the talk, Freezy, the first 10 games of the year. People wanted to trade him and
get him out of here.
And what did I say, Freezy? I said, no way. Don't panic.
Yeah.
Let him play.
I was panicking, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was panicking.
No, you never panic.
Yeah. You know what?
You know the whole thing with IQ. The whole thing with IQ beginning of the year, I was surprised he hit the sophomore wall so fast. It was like, wait a minute, we just started the season off, and you walked in the season, hit the sophomore wall. And just, like
I think a lot to do with that was, and you kind of seen in the summer league, it was easier for him. They were asking him to do more playmaking, and I think Tibbs wanted him to kind of do that when he was coming in then to the big league the regular year. So he was kind of, you've seen him, he was in between whether to pass or to shoot. He wasn't sure if he was a playmaker or a scorer. As you've seen then the season go on, you see him get more comfortable to where the end. You've seen that. But what makes it kind of worried though about what Quickly though was that you see them flashes, but you see them flashes against second units of bad teams. Like you seen him put up his numbers against Portland, who had who were already in tank mode by All-Star break with 4 G Leaguers on the floor. You seen him put up his numbers against OKC. You seen him and Obi had their best 2 games. I think the last 3 games of the season. But you were playing against like Toronto, who took their guys out at halftime.
Right.
Like, we need to, if we're going to actually judge these guys, we got to see it week 1 or first couple of weeks of the season. I don't need to see it 20 games when teams are already sitting guys.
Like, I think Quickly, as much as like I have questions, like part of the reason I have questions is I don't think he's gotten enough consistent reps by himself with the start. Like, I didn't like, as much as I love Alec MJ Burks, what he did the first year here. Let's be real here. He's not a point guard. I didn't understand why we kept rolling him out there when the season was done. He needed to be out there playing consistent 25, 30 minutes a night at point guard with the starters, in my opinion. We waited way too long. Too long.
Right.
Yep.
I'm with you on
that to me, guys, is enough to fire Tibbs. If this front office is looking and like we are so in love with Jaden Ivey and they can't make a trade to get up for him, they need to be thinking, all right, that's on the coach. Because of where they went with, and I'm not saying losing or tanking, but what I'm saying was playing Alec Burks and all these vets 30, 40 minutes a night up until nearly the last week of the season.
Yeah, that's criminal.
Which was pointless wins and pointless minutes playing these guys, and that puts you then out of the position then for your future in the draft.
Right.
And it's not like you were pushing for the playoffs. You were already out
11,
of the playoffs.
Now you picking 11 when you could have been picking 7.
Yeah.
Right?
You picking 7 means you have a way easier patch to move up for Ivy from 7 to 4 instead of us having to try to get up to 7 then to go to 4 or trying to make a trade straight from 11.
I'm so glad that you brought that up. Again, salute to you guys, salute to the panel, salute to everybody, salute to Uncle Freezy for the platform. I have spent the last couple of weeks just diving into other franchise front office and their organization sort of plans or what they're going to do and just sort of the landscape that's going on there. And I'm here to tell you guys, after all the Locked On Sacramento Kings podcasts I've been watching, reading all the articles and whatnot, Sacramento, the only thing that they're interested in our roster is RJ Barrett. So you now got to ask yourself one question. If RJ Barrett is someone that they desire, which is confusing to me because you will find reports and articles that Sacramento wants a win-now player. RJ Barrett is not a win-now player, but again, if they want RJ Barrett, Knicks fans, the collective fan base, are you guys prepared? And is there a possibility that Leon Rose trades RJ Barrett along with the 11th pick to get up and move and get Jaden Ivey? And I know there are a lot of people that are going to be like, no, this, that, and the third, but let's just take some of the contextual data into consideration. For starters, your coach is Tom Thibodeau. As much as we hate Tom Thibodeau, as much as everybody wants him gone, I'm sorry to say, but objectively, stop complaining. He's here.
He's here.
He's here. He's not going anywhere. So you now have to sort of navigate and figure out, okay, well, he's here. So what are we going to do? I started taking a look at, his principles, started watching things like Basketball Breakdown on YouTube about about Tibbs' philosophy. And what is the number one thing he wants on an offense?
A playmaker to get 2 feet in the paint and spray out to 3-point shooters. That's what Tibbs wants to do.
Now, with that being said, Uncle Feezy, what does Jaden Ivey do?
That.
He gets 2 feet in the paint. Doesn't it not surprise you that he has kind of a sort of a similar game to Derrick Rose with his athleticism, especially in the half court game, where if he gets one step by you, he's taking off. That's early Derrick Rose.
Right.
So there's room to believe. I'm not saying it's going to happen, and I don't want to trade RJ Barrett, but is there a possibility? Is there enough evidence to say with RJ, number one, being in a contract year, and number two, we all think he's not a max player, is there a possibility? Remember, the front office didn't draft RJ Barrett. We, the fans, absolutely adore RJ Barrett. But is there a possibility? And that question has me freaked all the way out, like I'm losing my mind, because my father was the one that put it in my head. He said, what makes you so sure that they're going to keep RJ Barrett? Jaden Ivey looks kind of sort of like Derrick Rose, with a little bit of a better jump shot. Because remember, when Derrick Rose first came into the league, he really wasn't much of a jump shooter. It was his athleticism that made Derrick Rose Derrick Rose. Jaden Ivey has a little bit better of a jump shot. So you got to ask yourself the question, whether you like it or not, whether you care to ask yourself the question or not, because there is a difference between what we fans want and the subjective element of, I think RJ is going to be here. And there's the objective reality. We are not New York Knicks employees. We are not on their payroll. We have no idea what this front office is going to do because they haven't really necessarily laid out a definitive long-term directional plan for us to sit back and take, this is what we're going to do. We know they're going to do this because A, B, C, X, Y, Z. So I'm asking the panel, I'm asking Knicks fans, Is there a possibility that we trade RJ Barrett in an effort to move up and get Jaden Ivey?
No, I think that's what Rayology wants. I think that's what Ray wants. And you know what? Ain't no harm in that, bro. There's no harm in Ray wanting to trade a piece that may not be a high end piece for a piece that he thinks can be a high end piece. Right? There's no harm in trading in your F-150 for a Mercedes Benz. Right.
But I've said multiple times that I don't want to trade RJ Barrett for Jaden Ivey. So
oh, sorry about the Ray. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine.
Because I just don't see where the Knicks trading their prized possession. Because that's RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett is the Knicks' prized possession. All the other stuff is good.
Okay.
Right. But RJ is the prized possession. Right. If they trade the prized possession because these dudes are about the same age. RJ's a young 21-year-old with 3 years of experience.
Mm-hmm.
And Jaden Ivey is a second-year college player coming in around the same age. Around 2021-ish. Well, no, they're not, because RJ will be 22 next week. So
would you
RJ
trade Cam Reddish, our first-round pick, and a second-round pick for Jaden Ivey?
I mean, you said Cam, our first-round pick for Jaden Ivey?
Our first-round pick, so we swapped the first-round pick with, let's say, Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
We trade Cam Reddish and a second-round pick.
I'd do that.
Okay.
I mean, listen, we as a collective, as a fan base, as a panel chat, we could sit here and talk amongst each other about what we would give up. But have you had conversations with Sacramento?
I have not.
No, I haven't.
Have you watched their podcast? I'm trying to tell you, the only thing that matters to Sacramento is RJ Barrett.
That's a problem.
Right.
So in my opinion, all I'm simply saying is, again, I'm not trading RJ Barrett. So the chat can stop with all the nonsensical, points of, Ray is crazy that I don't want to trade RJ Barrett. I know I'm not crazy. I'm just trying to offer a line and an idea where we take a step back and get out of the sort of hyperbolic emotions that we have to these things and really consider the facts. All the evidence shows that Tom Thibodeau's system works with a player like a Derrick Rose. Who does Jaden Ivey sort of replicate? Derrick Rose. How does the front office feel about
You mean prototype? The Derrick Rose prototype.
Comparison, yeah.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. I just want fans to consider the possibility.
No, you're fair.
Possible. That's it.
You're making a logical point. I just don't know. I just can't see. I can't see us trading RJ. That would
man.
Oh, man's here. Wow.
Wow. Look at this. It's gonna be a good Friday. Let me bring Anthony A in. I'm sorry, because Anthony A was in the background, mighty quiet, like he ready to drop a bomb. Anthony A, it's Friday. I know you ready to drop a bomb on us, bro. How you been, brother?
Speaking of bomb, I'm doing great, man. Yo, I saw you at 4 a.m. this morning, your time, and I'm like, man, that's a Knicks fan. That's a Knicks fan.
We don't put, bro. I'm all energy, bro, and I'm up for the rest of the day. I'm gonna go outside. Man. I'm gonna go outside and fix a car in a few minutes. Like whenever we get off, I'm gonna go out here and fix a car. Then I'm gonna go grocery shopping a little bit, put something together for the missus. I'm gonna cook out for her later on today because she's been a good soldier. She's been a good soldier while I be up 4 o'clock in the morning hanging out with some hooligans on the internet talking basketball. So I'm gonna reward her later with some stuff. So
excellent.
Yeah, man.
Well, I'm glad you said drop a bomb, and also Rayology with the knowledge you just dropped right there. The questions are brilliant, but also your premise before about the way we build a team. You're looking at either a Patrick Ewing classic team or like a Rick Pitino Louisville type team where all 5 guys
dribble, pass, and shoot. Yeah.
Yep. I'm thinking about another twist based on Ray's question. What would you do? Are we building a team the way we like it, or to beat who we gotta beat? But I would build a team to beat who we gotta beat.
Right.
Are we trying to beat Boston? And I'm talking about the top 4.
Okay.
Can any one of our guys stop Embiid, Giannis, or Giannis?
No.
Or Tatum.
Exactly. Can our squad handle even Ivy? Can smart shut down Ivy? I mean, I'm talking about, do we build the guys we want to beat, or do we want to build a team that we like to have? And I'm saying we got to beat who we got to go against. And right now, the East is the beast. I'm out here in LA, so I'm still a Knicks fan, but
there he go bragging. Oh, I live in Los Angeles. I live in Malibu. There he go bragging. Okay, all right.
Plus, I'm a U.S. Marine. If you want to brag on this guy, drop the Marine part. Speaking of the military part, the SEALs or Special Forces, when they're attacking, they're looking at, are we going after those pirates and Somalian pirates on the ocean? Do we prep for that, or do we prep for Pakistan to get a Bin Laden? How do you prep? And I'm saying we got to prep to beat who we think is going to be the beast next year. And right now, healthy Middleton, I still got Milwaukee as the beast.
He come in talking like a true. He coming in with them devil dog moves right there. All right, man.
There we go.
Hey, Ron. They talk all that stuff, and then all they do is hold up the line in the PX. They look good. They look good, but all they do is hold up the line in the PX. Man, y'all still in the PX.
Hey, come on now. Hey, come on now, Freeze. Don't talk about my devil dogs like that. I'm a devil dog. You can't talk about the devil dogs like that.
And Freezer, I know about him. I grew up across the water from Paris Island.
That's right.
Oh, damn. That's cool. But yeah, that's my question, though. I want to build a team to beat who we got to go against. Because Patrick Ewing's team is not beating today's NBA. That's in my opinion. Patrick Ewing, Starks, Mark Jackson, Oakley, they're not beating today's NBA. I think that's too slow. I mean, I think they can. I just don't think they will. So that's just my question. I'm throwing it out there. Which way you want to build a team to be those top 4, or to be a team that you go, oh yeah, here's a star. Give me Ivy, give me Mitchell, whatever. Can they beat?
Man.
That's my question.
Anthony, man. Hey, I didn't even know Freezer was still on, man. I was outside doing some yard work. That's why I got this towel around my neck, taking a little break. You know what I mean? So when I heard y'all talking, man, I said, hey, let me get some of this, man. I'm gonna tell you right now, everything for this Knicks team going forward starts with Tibbs. Period. I don't care. I don't care who you draft. You can go draft anybody that's in this modern style of basketball, Jaden Ivey, but everything starts with Tibbs. If Tibbs don't adjust his style, the Knicks gonna still be who they are. And sometimes, and see, the thing is Derrick Rose bailed Tibbs up for most of his career. You know what I mean? So when I look at this Knicks squad, yeah, you want to build this team to a modern style game, but your coach got to get with the times too. And to hear him say in his last, presser that things he wished he would have done differently. All right, you done said that. Let's see. You done open the door. You done put your foot in your mouth. Let's see if you're gonna change up, because that's where everything lies for me. And I'm a reserve judgment, but that's where everything. I don't care who we draft, as long as we got this guy as our coach, and he doesn't change and get with this modern times of basketball, we're gonna be the same Knicks doing the same thing.
But we'll have 1 year to figure that out, because I would have to assume that Tom Thibodeau is kind of sort of on the clock, and time is ticking. I don't know if he's going to be here long term. Again,
and that's where they need to make a decision, because their probably future head coach, which I don't think is ready right now, he could be walking out the door in a couple of weeks, because he's going to get a big offer from Utah just to keep Donovan there.
Hey Joe, I'm gonna tell you like this. Me and Soulfinger talked about this. You know what? A lot of times I've heard a lot of Knicks fans say Johnny Bryant ain't ready. Who told you that? Who told you that he ain't ready? I ain't saying you though, Joe. I'm just saying in general for Knicks fans that make those kinds of statements, because every coach get a start somewhere. This guy is on the bench as an associate head coach.
Okay, so I phrased that wrong. I don't think the roster is
I'm
ready.
not saying that for you, Joe, but I mean for people who make those kind of statements. This guy evidently knows basketball because he wouldn't be on the staff just so. They didn't bring him here just to try to get Donovan Mitchell here. They brought him here because this guy is proven that he can work well with young players. And I'm gonna tell you, and I told Soulfinger this: if we lose Johnny Bryant and he becomes the coach of Utah, watch next season. They're gonna talk about how Johnny Bryant is one of the good young coaches, the same way they talk about the coach out there with the Pelicans. Everybody has to get a start somewhere. Everybody, and it's time
I just
for
don't
us
think
as Knicks
our
fans
roster's ready.
Stop underselling some of these guys because, these guys ain't never been coached before. Everybody get a start somewhere. Just like these guys we talking about drafting. All of them unproven, but they got to get a shot.
I agree. But see where I come with, I don't think the roster's ready for him. I see if he comes in now, I see him coming in with a bad situation when it comes to the team, not the organization, not the old Knicks. I mean, like when it comes to the roster construction. I think if they're going to bring him in now or next year, there has to be some changes, a lot of changes. And see where I'm thinking is if they bring him in now and there's only little minor tweaks, I think it'd be a bad situation for him coming into next year. So now, unless it's next year, if they make moves between this year and next summer, between the draft and free agency and trades, and the roster looks a lot better, and Tibbs isn't getting it done, then next year, absolutely, he should be ready to be brought in if the team is ready.
I'm going to tell you like this, Joe, I think he's in a better situation with this team because if you're looking at this team, and by all accounts of the last interview that Leon Rose had, he said he talked extensively about the youth. So if you got a youthful team, you need to go and get your coach who can
relate to the young fellas and connect
with them. And just let them continue to grow together. Because I'm gonna tell y'all like this, man. I don't agree with much that Charles Barkley said, but everybody know what Charles Barkley just said, and I've been saying it too. We ain't as close as a lot of people think, man. The Knicks are not close.
Oh yeah,
we're not close, and I'm not gonna fool myself and try to drink no Kool-Aid. I'm gonna be optimistic, but we're not close. We're not close.
Petty, what up?
Can I chime in?
What's up, man? How you doing?
How y'all doing?
Man, I'm chilling.
I gotta apologize. I got the little one with me.
Oh no, man! Don't need to apologize for that. You're doing what you're supposed to do. You heard me?
So, okay. As the local Tibbs apologist,
I like the way you start that off.
I'm gonna say this: one, Tom Thibodeau wanted Quentin Grimes. On draft night, many people were disappointed by Quentin Grimes. We could have had many different players. I don't think at the end of the season we were disappointed with Quentin Grimes. Am I wrong?
No,
I'm not disappointed with him at all.
That's 25.
I wanted us to get Quentin Grimes. That was a good pick. I love that pick.
Potential two. He looking like he's gonna be a two-way player in this league.
Okay. McBride. Are we disappointed in McBride?
Absolutely.
Oh no. Well, no. See, those two picks. I like the draft picks, McBride and Grimes. Those two I was happy with. My problem wasn't even with the draft picks. It was free agency. That's the only issue I had.
Well, just hear me out. Let me just finish the point. The person that convinced Tibbs that Obi Toppin was a good pick is now on the staff. That's Rick Brunson's. Well,
okay, you didn't like me on that. I like that.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. That's
news
to my ears.
If you go back and do the research or read the articles, Rick Brunson is the one who trained with Obi Toppin in the offseason before the draft. So I just described four draft picks, basically. IQ, Obi Toppin, Quentin Grimes, and McBride. All four of them are Tibbs picks. Tibbs has a point of view that he's trying to get everyone ready in his liking and in his way. We could at least sit here and say that Tibbs will always give us a chance to win games with the defense that he puts out there. If he felt like they weren't ready, to me, and this is why I accept Tibbs's apology is because I think he's a better evaluator because he sees the players every day, day in, day out. To me, Obi Toppin wasn't ready day one. Neither was Jericho Sims. But by the end of the season, Jericho Sims was a better player than at the beginning of the season. A lot of people skip over the fact that Jericho Sims got better at the end of the season instead of the beginning of the season. Yes, he could have gotten spot minutes. Yes, people could have gotten spot minutes. But people compare Jordan Poole to McBride. Jordan Poole got minutes and played, et cetera, et cetera. Well, no, he did not. He played in the G League. They chose a veteran over Jordan Poole. And if you read the articles on Jordan Poole and his developmental path, the team members, Draymond, Steph, all of them, they wanted Jordan Poole on the team, but Steve Kerr said, no, put him in the G League. There was a big fight about that. The fans of Golden State said that Steve Kerr would never play young players and wouldn't develop them and all that, this, that, and the third. But he did the same exact thing that Tibbs is doing right now. Why does Steve Kerr get a pass? Because he won a championship? These coaches evaluate players day in, day out, and they have their point of view on how to develop and play these guys. To me, Obi Toppin essentially is now more of a veteran, as well as quickly, as well as everyone else that's just coming along. If they were to trade up to get Ivy, personally, I don't think they would have to give up RJ. I know that other teams will want RJ, but this is where Cam Reddish will go. This is where, yes, Quentin Grimes is expendable to get Ivy. And then you have multiple draft picks. You give up the future to get Ivy. Because to me, if you find the guy, then you have the guy. And you can start building a team and trying to aim for championships afterwards. Who cares about the future draft pick? They're going to be in the late 20s anyway if you have the guy.
Exactly.
Okay? So, again, let's give another comparison since Rheology started this, and Petty Roosevelt got to be petty, okay? So, look at the developmental path that he has RJ on. It's Jimmy Butler. If you get Ivy, as you're saying, Ivy is closer to a late stage Derrick Rose or a mature Derrick Rose, because Ivy could shoot. Derrick Rose could not shoot in the beginning of his career.
Correct.
So if you combine, or I told you as a fan base that we have a Derrick Rose and also a young Jimmy Butler on the staff or on the team, how would you feel about the team and the talent level that we have then?
Happy.
So that might mean forget Mitch. It might mean Randle is gone, or Randle has to stay for a while and then leave. But it might mean that you give up future draft picks. But now you have Randle that could be traded later on. If we're winning games, Randle's value is higher, and he could be traded, and so on. And you could figure out the rest. But we could start from day one to say we have talent in the building if we trade for Ivy today.
So Nick, what do you think the realistic cost is without Julius? Because I don't think the Kings are going to go for Julius unless it's a 3 or 4 team deal. So realistic, if it's a one deal with going straight from 11 to 4, how much do you think it'll cost?
It'll have to be a 3-team deal, but if it was to just be straight up, I think we would have to give up at least 4 draft picks.
And 2 of them going to be 2 first rounders at least.
Yeah, definitely. Well, no, I think it's going to be like 3 first rounds and then multiple second.
Unless you throw in another player instead of Julius. Another young player and 2 draft, 2 number ones.
So the only reason why sorry. Go ahead, Petty.
Yeah, Nick, I hear what you're saying. The biggest issue for Tibbs is Tibbs got to get out his own way. I hear everything you said. Yeah, he can develop I give him that. He's developed players. We've seen that even in Chicago. He's done that. But his problem is the style of offense. There's no creativity to it. And until we create some creativity out of that offense, where everybody knows what you're doing, you're gonna be in trouble, man. The thing that made Golden State so dangerous is not so much if you look at Golden State, reason why they're so dangerous. The ball moves, everybody moves, and they're constantly moving. Nobody's just standing around watching. The Knicks is the polar opposite, complete opposite of what Golden State does.
But let me ask you this, Ron. Okay, now remember, we have the Fred Katz interview Fred Katz from the Athletic, who did the whole article about the young kids and the young early team, quote unquote. If you just look at how the young players play on this team, they run a completely different offense from the older guys.
Oh yeah, with the young guys.
But it's not like the young guys are making up the offense. Tibbs is personally coaching them on his own, separate from the older guys.
So what's the problem with the starting unit?
They don't pass. They got ball hogs.
And so who that falls on?
On that unit.
And
the front office.
Who else? Who's the leader on the court?
But Ron, you gotta play who you have.
But the thing is, Freezer, you come on now, Freezer. You don't have that uniform on.
Right.
You gotta have a leader, and that leader is the coach. It starts with Tom Thibodeau. Because if them young guys can play that kind of offense that you just described, that everybody that's a Knicks fan have saw all season, where the ball moves, why the first unit ain't doing it? And this is the thing. If they ain't doing it, you know what you're supposed to do as a coach?
Yank them.
There you go.
See,
there you go. Get out.
No, but the thing, Ron. Like you see it. But the thing, NBA is not about. The NBA is not about that. The NBA is political as you know what. Y'all know that.
Yeah.
You know the highest priced players are gonna play because if the coach yanked the players that the front office spent money on, the front office is thinking, well, maybe I need a new coach.
I hear what you're saying.
But
I can take that argument if I don't see it done elsewhere in this league. Miami does it. San Antonio does it.
Well, yeah, Miami does it because Spo has security, and he's also showing.
But guess what? But regardless if it's done. That's the point that I'm saying. It's still something that should be done. I'm gonna tell you like this: if I'm coaching and you ain't listening, I don't care how much you make.
Right.
You're behind coming out because that's the only thing you got as a coach as power is your ability to sit players and play them. Because it's not about the money for the coach because they can care less. But they care about playing. They care about playing.
We're talking about, I presume, we're probably talking about Randle when it comes to like the ball movement and stuff with the starting unit. But what you're saying, Ron, is about benching him. The problem is his trade value is low and it couldn't have gotten any lower. You bench him, that's plummeted. You're giving up stuff to get rid of him.
I'm not just talking about Randle. See, this is the thing. I'm not focusing just on Randle. Because Freezy, you said everybody knows. It ain't just Randle. Let's just stop putting the blame on Randle. Yeah. RJ get some of that blame too. That starting lineup holds the ball. 48-2. All of them. There's a lot of ball hogs in that starting lineup.
Yeah, but the ball movement was a lot better when Randle was yanked when they sat Randle the last couple of games.
All that being said, I hear what you're saying. But it ain't just Randle. And we got to stop blaming Randle for everything that's wrong with the Knicks. Because it ain't just him. He's our best player by far.
No,
and you know what I mean?
And that's the problem.
So stop blaming Randle for everything the Knicks doing wrong.
Yeah.
RJ gets some of the blame. 48 gets some of it.
Ball hog, yeah.
Kimber, when he was in there, ball hog.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of ball hogs in that starting lineup. Come on, man.
Yeah, but no. And I'm glad Uncle Freezy brought up the point regarding the political aspect of basketball because at the same time, regardless of the sport that we love so much, it's still a business. So when they're handing out contracts, you still have to look at the context of everything. For coaches, it's all about their record. And that's how they keep their job. So they're going to play the plays that they feel give them the best chance to win. And if what Teddy Roosevelt is saying is absolutely true with the idea that Sims and your Obies and your Grimes were not ready at the beginning, you're not going to trot that line out there anyway, because again, it's connected to the ability to win games. And if that's my job security and you're Tom Thibodeau, that's just what you're going to do. Now, whether it's right or wrong, I mean, that's debatable how we feel as fans, but that's the objective reality of the job called coach.
But that's where I think the owners and the GM step in. When you look at other organizations that we say so-called they play the young guys or so-called tanking or whatever, looking at the youth, like OKC and what Houston and these teams are doing now, they're playing their young guys. The GM and the owner talk to the coach. It's like, your job's good for the year. Play the kids, and that's what's not happening with the organization.
I gotta chime in on that, Joe. Hear me out on this, or answer this question for me. Name a developmental coach that kept his job.
Nobody, because you lose while you're doing it.
It's all about wins and losses, man. If you don't win, you're not keeping your job, regardless of the name of you being a coach. It doesn't matter where you are. You, as a coach, you gotta either win, or if you lose, you got to
either win or pack up your office. And that's the reason why Phil Jackson didn't coach the Knicks while he was here, because
he didn't want to mess with their record.
Because the roster wasn't ready for a finisher, which is Phil Jackson. And so
he can definitely finish.
Yeah. And so what I'm getting at, y'all, is this, because I think everybody here has correct aspects to what they're applying to the argument, right? Where say me and Ron sound like we differ, but we don't. Is I agree with his premise that the coach should have the power on game day. In the gym, the coach should have the power, right? All the power. The coaching staff should have all the power on game day and in the practice facility. In the office, the front office do that. The coach don't go up there and try to flex his muscles, because that's what the front office is doing their job at. But my thing is this. Sometimes you're going to have a player that the front office like, that the coach don't like, right? And the front office is going to make the coach play that player, right? And the coach knows this because he is also an asset. The coach is also an asset for the front office to move or replace. So he got to keep the balance of keeping the front office happy and keeping the players happy. And anybody in here that has ever been in middle management, like myself, or has been in the military, where you got soldiers reporting to you, and you got people telling you, barking, giving you orders, you got to keep a balance of both while maintaining your position of leadership, right? So while we say, if Randle don't do what I say and bench him, you got to keep in mind that that's just, you're going directly against the front office that just gave him a contract extension, and consider what that's going to look like in the paper the next day. And that shouldn't be a part of the equation. But guess what? In New York, it is.
And let me tell you something too to add to that, Freezy. When I say bench him, I ain't mean you just sitting on the bench. You're indefinite. This your indefinite stay. Nah, just pull him out the game.
Right.
Let him sit for 2 or 3 minutes, and give him an earful.
Right. That's the way I took it, though.
This is the type of ball we playing.
Right.
Yeah.
This is what we doing. But to never even do that to that starting lineup, and I'm gonna say it again. I'm not just talking about Julius, because a lot of these guys gets on my nerve with it in that starting lineup.
Yeah.
And that's why we lost. You're not gonna win like that. You have to move the basketball, and that's why that second unit is so much fun to watch. Is because the ball moves. The ball moves. They're playing basketball the way it's supposed to be. It's a team game. It's not an ISO game.
Well, to your point, to piggyback off that, Ron, the second unit actually plays a style that they play the way they play Tibbs' style, and they do it better than the first unit. Listen, again, as fans, I'm trying to move away from how I feel about players and coaches, because I want to be more contextual. I want to understand the different layers behind everything. Tom Thibodeau doesn't have the adequate players for the system he runs. So everybody's playing out of position. Listen, Julius Randle only looks better. When you look at the historical aspect of Tom Thibodeau and his stops in Minnesota and Chicago, take a moment to understand what he was actually running at that time. A lot of people say stuff like, oh, Tom Thibodeau doesn't run offense, until I decided to do some in-depth research on B-Ball Breakdowns podcast that started explaining a lot of what he runs that has similarities to a triangle offense and how he runs that. But then again, when you look at that, who exactly are you correlating?
Oh, he definitely run a triangle.
Sure, and I'm sitting here thinking to myself like, yo, why does everybody keep saying he doesn't have an offense? Why does everybody keep saying that, oh, Tom Thibodeau is such a bad coach? Well, when I keep evaluating, the more I dig deeper, I'm starting to realize that he just doesn't have the players, which is why I alluded to the possibility, not that I want to do it, but the possibility of them moving up to get a Jaden Ivey. And when you look at Sacramento and their situation, consider the context out there. They're prepared for a win-now player right now. They got Sabonis and they got De'Aaron Fox. They made that trade for Domantas Sabonis, even though mainstream media killed them for it. But it was actually a pretty damn smart move, because a guy that averages 18, 12, and 4 for unproven talent in Halliburton, and we don't know what Halliburton is going to be. I know there are some people who love Halliburton, but Domantas Sabonis is a sure thing. And they also have De'Aaron Fox. They're one move away from literally adding someone to that roster and being up in the Western Conference playoffs for contention.
Right, they're a Keegan Murray away from being a balanced offense, I think.
And the funny thing you say that, because the reports that I've read and some of the podcasts and whatnot that I've watched will say different. They'll tell you, yeah, we're not interested in drafting. So if we can get a Julius Randle and an IQ in number 11, well, we can still draft a Johnny Davis at number 11. But Julius Randle and Sabonis are not a fit, right? So Who's next up? RJ Barrett. I'm just saying, all I'm simply saying is these are the things that I'm trying to consider in my mind, rather than being the New York Knicks fan that says, hey, don't trade RJ Barrett. Well, let's consider some things. You're not an employee of the New York Knicks. You're not on their payroll. So as much as I want to keep RJ Barrett, I still have to ask myself the question, is there a possibility? That's all.
I'm going to tell you this, Ray. It is a possibility.
Last program a good point about if you trading RJ gives you then the opportunity to look into next year's draft and look at like a Scoot Henderson and going with an Ivy and a Scoot.
Thank you.
That to me isn't appealing, but so you gotta. I don't know how to look at it, because then if you're moving RJ, do you move RJ and 11, or do you say you can have RJ but we keep 11?
I don't know. All I know is that we as a fan base are sitting here saying to ourselves, "Oh, Cam Reddish and IQ will get it done," but Sacramento is like, "Wait, what?" Cam Reddish is a proven commodity. Like, why?
That's why you have to throw picks at it. Reality. It's not just that. Like, honestly, the 11th pick, they don't need IQ. First of all, it actually might be more Obi Toppin.
I think he'd be the one that tries to snatch.
They'll probably have to give up Obi because he fits what they're trying to do.
So what did they? So Nick G, let's talk about that.
Okay.
Let's slow down right here. Let's slow down with what Ray said and what you just said, and break down the points individually, right? Like Ray said that we have to consider the RJ Barrett move. That's what you're saying, right?
Yep.
Think about it. You want us to think about the possibility of RJ Barrett being traded to Sacramento, right? That's what you want, right?
Well,
and Nick G just said, and Petty Murphy just said, Obi Toppin would be more of a fit. What are you? Oh, you Petty Roosevelt today? Okay, Petty Roosevelt said that you may have to consider giving up Obi. He fits their scheme. That's what they're looking to do under Mike Brown, right?
Yep.
Under Mike Brown, their new coach is going to emphasize high efficiency offense with athletes. That's why they brought him in, right? And consider Mike Brown's stops. He coached the Lakers with Kobe, Dwight Howard, and Steve Nash, right? He coached the Cleveland Cavaliers with LeBron James and Shaq and I think somebody. He coached. He was on Golden State's bench for what, 6 years, 5 years, right?
Yeah.
So he's been on championship caliber teams everywhere he's gone. Now he's the head man in Sacramento, right? So consider this, right? Are we saying that we have to give up? Like what Ray said, consider giving up RJ, and Nick G said consider giving up Obi. Are we really ready to give up RJ Barrett and Obi Toppin in a deal that gets us the number 4 pick?
No, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because we still far away. You give away RJ and Obi for 1 pick to come back. You still far away. You still far away, man. That's why I won't be surprised. Like, is it a possibility that they could look to trade RJ? Yeah, it's a possibility. But I think it's more apt. I think he's more apt to be the one that they don't move. I think he would be the one that they try to hold on to. Everybody else, I think they would be willing to move.
Do you hold on to 11 in that deal, Freezy? So it's Obi and RJ for 4. That what you said?
Obi and RJ, based on what these two gentlemen said, we have to consider being open. Ray, that's what you said. You didn't say RJ is a must go. You said think about it, right? You said think about it, right?
Consider the possibility. Consider it.
Right. And Nick G said Obi fits what Mike Brown is looking to do with his new version of the Sacramento Kings. That's what you said, right? Right, Teddy Roosevelt?
Yeah.
So would you and this is not, we're not attaching draft picks or any of that stuff.
No,
what I'm saying though, just for us to calm the waters down so that we can all focus on what the panelists said, we have to consider RJ and Obi going to Sacramento in a trade that gets us 4. Right? In my mind, RJ Barrett for the number 4 pick is a bridge too far, but if they did it, I can understand. Right? RJ and Obi is
too much.
Right. To me is too much to give the Sacramento Kings. Who are they to dictate the terms of a trade to us? Their roster doesn't impress us like that. They got the number 4 pick for a reason, right? And in a draft that is sandwiched in between 2 great drafts, the 21 draft is great. The 23 draft is going to be great. We're talking about getting a pick in the 22 draft, which has watered down talent. It's a watered down pool. Like where there may not be any stars in this draft, but it's deep with role players. Are you telling me I'm going to trade RJ Barrett and Obi and a draft pick for a player that might just be a decent NBA player?
But
one more factor, Freezy. Sorry.
That next year's draft, that if you're going in on Ivy and then you're willing to tank next year to get one of the top guys next year, who's proven that any of them guys are going to pan out or be there or the lottery goes your way?
Man, don't even talk that tank garbage. You know Tibbs ain't tanking. The Knicks ain't tanking. I can't believe that word came out your mouth.
Wait a second. Time out. Hold up. Who are we as a New York Knicks fan base and for that matter, the New York Knicks, to sit here and worry about, like, we don't have talent. We don't have the guy. We have questions about RJ Barrett and everyone down this roster, from Betts and all this different stuff. Like, who are we to sit here and have conversations or be like, oh, no, well, Sacramento's going to, like, Sacramento has a former All-Star, an 18, 12, and 4 guy, and they got De'Aaron Fox. There's one position pick, or I guess adding someone to the roster away from making some noise in a pretty questionable conference with the Western Conference. Like, it's not settled from, you have Golden State, you have in Memphis, but there are questions all up and down the Western Conference. Utah got questions. The Lakers, I mean, between Mr. Glass, aka Anthony Davis, and LeBron James, and
Mr. Glass.
what does that even look like? All I'm simply saying is, I don't think we as an organization have, sitting on a high horse to be like, oh man, that's too much to give up. We're trying to get Jaden Ivey. Jaden Ivey is the one player who you can bank on will be able to run Tom Thibodeau's system and get the most out of Tom Thibodeau's coaching. So for me,
But guess what, Ray? Guess what? I hear you. I hear you loud and clear.
I hear you.
But the thing is, you can't allow yourself to potentially get fleeced in the trade too. And that's the thing. And that's the thing you got to think about. You send RJ and Obi to Sacramento, and them guys take off. Jaden Ivey, for as great as he is all potential. And
Ron, say that again. Say Sacramento and flourish in the same sentence. That hasn't happened in 20 years for them.
Exactly. They hadn't been good since they had Webber and them guys.
Since they had Webber and
the fact that RJ goes over there and flourishes.
RJ and Obi goes there with that point guard they got and Sabonis.
Fox.
I'm telling you right
Davion
now.
Mitchell.
Them guys and Davion Mitchell, them guys gonna get in the playoffs.
And you ain't never seen Obi play with a true point guard.
Exactly. Them guys will get in the playoffs. Guess what the Knicks will be with Jaden Ivey? Guess what the Knicks will be with Jaden Ivey? We'll be going in the lottery.
I just want to. Can I just flesh out that argument for a second?
And I like Jaden Ivey, but we'll be going in the lottery next season.
Well, that's good for me. I like Scoot Henderson next year.
Yeah.
He's
definitely. We all
he's going to be generational.
Hey, the funny thing is,
he's tough.
Petty,
I did look
Petty,
at him as Freezy was talking about.
I'm gonna get to you, Petty. I just want to say this real quick. But y'all notice? Joe was like, "Yo, this kid Scoot Henderson." Like he just broke news to us. Like we don't know who Scoot Henderson is.
Freezy, you put me on him the other day, man.
You should know who Scoot Henderson is.
No, I'm messing with you, bro.
When Freezy called his name the other day, I said, "Let me see what this dude about." And I turned it on, and I said, "Ooh."
Yeah.
That's anytime I say, "Ooh."
And he was only 17. You doing that too in the G League.
He's a baller.
And Joe, and if the only reason why he's not in this draft here is because he's not draft age eligible.
Yep.
If he was draft age eligible,
he'd be number one.
Yeah. And this draft,
easy.
Right. Easy. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So for those Knicks fans that don't look past, for those Knicks fans that only like to look at the box scores and keep track of the games. First of all, there's no harm in that. You be a fan however you want to be a fan. But for those of us that kind of look down the road a little bit on how to improve the roster, Scoot Henderson is the guy.
And he'll be the guy the Knicks won't get. Just because it makes so much sense.
And we'll pick at 3 and we'll pick at 3 and he'll go 2. Like we'll get the number 3 pick and he'll go 2 right in front of us.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that will happen. But I'll say this to Ray's point. I understand what you're saying, Ray. But the thing is, too, we got to go back to the coach we got, too. Tom ain't with tearing this thing back down to the studs. Because guess what?
No.
Tom and Leon both will be gone.
Yep.
That ain't happening.
Yeah, but also, one more factor, Ray. We have not re-signed our draft picks. That pattern is also an impact. Whether they call it karma or something, that pattern of not re-signing our draft pick is affecting people's mentality about our team.
Yeah.
About our, whether or not we actually
that's a good point.
Voted to someone. That's a factor. So that's why it's tough to let go of RJ. I'm not ruling out letting them go. But I'm just saying, if you say Ja Morant for RJ and Obi and Grimes and our first round, okay, bye.
Because you know what you're getting there.
Yeah. But that's a factor is that we got to re-sign one draft pick. Just one. Just to show we're dedicated to our players. Even free agents may be thinking the same thing. I'm going to go to the Knicks or they'll trade me in 2 years.
So, Anthony, if there's a player that's better than RJ, and I'm not saying Jaden Ivey is better than RJ. We don't know what Jaden Ivey is going to be in the league. Are you not considering the possibility, or is it just RJ all day, that's it, we're not having a convo about it?
No, I'm telling you, you have a valid point. I'm considering it, but on the other level of, like I said before, I'm considering it against the guy I'm getting if he's not just better, but can he help me beat the teams currently ahead of us? that are the beast of the East. Can that player make us into a squad? Because I'm not going to say I can pick a player who's as good as RJ, but he will help us crush, at least maybe stop or slow down Giannis, or someone who like at least be able to slow down Tatum, something like that. I'm not looking for someone necessarily even better, but can you make the team better compared to who we got to beat? And that's what I'm thinking right now. How do I build to beat them?
Hey, let me do this, right? So here's the thing, because I want to have the conversation makes sense on a better scale, right?
Yeah, so you can see it. You're talking about it so we can actually see it.
Yeah. So so what I want to do is I'm gonna do what Sacramento gets. Their colors are purple and silver, right? Whatever, I don't care about
Something like that.
colors.
Something like that.
Right. And so the Knicks are some shade of blue. I'm just gonna pick a blue, and then I'll pick an orange or so. The Knicks wear silver too, so I don't care. Right. So Ray and I'm Petty. In order to make this deal work, what else do we have to add to this deal in order for Sacramento to take the offer?
Okay. For me, first of all, RJ wasn't in that deal.
Okay.
Because RJ doesn't fit them.
Okay.
Says you? I'm just asking.
Let me tell you why. And just hear me out. Sabonis is a passing big, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
RJ's only shot well from 3. And also, so is De'Aaron Fox. They both could pass. RJ only shot well from 3 once.
Right.
He doesn't shoot well with the catch and shoot.
Right.
As of right now, AJ Griffin is projected to be where 11 is. His catch and shoot numbers is 45% from the catch and shoot.
But why? What sauce are you using? Are you using Tankathon?
No, I'm not using Tankathon. I'm using I can't remember which one it was.
Draft Express.
You could say it's Draft Express, but he is in our range. How about that? That's the best way to put it.
Okay. Consensus says he's in our range. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
If AJ Griffin is in the range, he's a 6'6", very large hands, very big wingspan.
Yep.
He could defend, and he's very athletic. He is more athletic than RJ. He could shoot better from the 3. He is a better player of the RJ Barrett mold that could shoot from 3 and fits around the 2 players that we just said, De'Aaron Fox, as well as the center, Sabonis. So,
yeah.
From that standpoint, just those 2 players alone makes AJ Griffin a better player.
Yeah.
So he can play off of it. It's a better version of Buddy Hield, so to speak.
Yeah.
Add that to the fact that this front office for Sacramento is on their last season. They are looking to get re-signed. If the Knicks were to make a Godfather type of offer, and hold on, wait, JJ said Sabonis is in a center. Since Sabonis has come since this season, and also since he went to Sacramento, they have strictly played Sabonis at center.
At center, yeah.
At center, yeah. They've been playing him at the 5.
Yeah,
because he can play the 4 and the 5, but they've been strictly playing him at the 5.
And he should have been playing it in Indiana, but Indiana already had a center.
Well, they did some center this season because Turner got hurt. That's beside the point. So coming back strictly to what I'm saying from the trade, AJ Griffin, the number 11th pick, which is AJ Griffin, you add in some other players to either make contracts or to help their books, and you give them the subsequent draft picks. Trades like this would take 3 to 4 draft picks.
So you're saying, okay, so you're saying the Knicks
protected or unprotected?
You could add your protection.
Wait, hold on. We got to do it one at a time because what we're doing is proposing hypotheticals on type of hypothetical. What we want to do is get a base, right? Tell me what Sacramento is getting. So in order to do the deal, they have to draft Jaden Ivey at 4, is what you're saying. And we have to draft AJ Griffin at 11
Yes.
Is what you're saying.
Yes.
And then in a after draft swap, then we can do the swap after both of the projected players that both teams want. Then the Knicks add players and draft picks after. But AJ Griffin has to be drafted by the Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
And Jaden Ivey has to be drafted by Sacramento, right?
Yes.
All right. So
AJ
you're
is
saying
there.
AJ Griffin, right? And Jaden Ivey, right? Now, what else are you adding? What else are you adding here? Don't say us just players, whatever. You got to tell me specifically who Sacramento is getting, so the people in the chat can follow and see if this makes sense or not.
Okay.
So are you including Obi?
You have to add Obi Toppin. Yes.
Okay. All right. And who else are you including?
Okay. So this part, I don't know if they really want to invest. So just what's his name? Their center.
Rashawn Holmes.
Rashawn Holmes. They
I like that kid.
Keep Rashawn Holmes.
They want to keep Rashawn Holmes. Okay.
I like him.
So we may have to take Rashawn Holmes because Rashawn Holmes clashes with Sabonis. They don't play well together.
And he has allegations too, I think, over there. So they're trying to move him.
No, his allegations got cleared.
They got cleared up.
They
got
Okay. So what else will the Knicks give in this deal?
All right. So the
Cam
next
Reddish?
they have to give up Cam Reddish, yes, because they need wings.
Okay. So you have to give them Quentin Grimes also.
Yes.
I tell you what, I wish we can find a way to get Harrison Barnes out of there.
We probably will. Expiring deal. Get for him.
All right. So you have. All right. So in this scenario, you have 3 guys on rookie deals, right?
Yes.
Right. So okay. And you have Rashawn Holmes, who's his contract is gonna be what, $18 million a year, something like that.
It's a little bit less. I think it's like 13.
Okay, so you have to include somebody in that range. So are you including Evan Fournier or Burks and Noel?
Nerlens probably.
It's probably going to be Nerlens.
Nerlens and Burks, right? You got to
because they're
include Nerlens.
expiring. It doesn't matter which one they're expiring.
Right, Nerlens and Alec Burks. You got to do both of them together in order to add up to the money for Rashawn Holmes, right? Now, why would Sacramento do this deal if they're not getting more draft picks?
A lot of players.
Okay. No, you have to give up the draft picks. That's a must. You can't. Right. You're not getting the number 4 pick without essentially like the equivalent is we gave up the 11th and last year's 8th overall pick for the 4th pick this year.
Right.
And other picks.
So what's the sweetener? What's the Godfather part of this deal that you motivate Sacramento to do this deal? So do you give up the Dallas pick, the Dallas first round pick?
You give up both our picks next year, top 3 protected.
Okay.
I'll hang up the phone if I'm Leon Rose.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this.
Look at what
but it's either or. Hold on, wait.
Yeah,
it's got to be either or thing. You got to put protections on it.
That ain't
what protections.
I'm just looking at the package. I'm looking at the whole package.
The whole package, yeah. And it's almost like we hustling backwards in a sense.
Yeah, you giving up Obi, who was a former 8th. Wasn't Obi the 8th pick? I think
8th pick, first round.
Then you giving Cam was what, the 4th pick, fourth or 5th pick?
No, Cam was 10.
9th.
He was
so another top 10, 2 top 10 players in their respective
but that's not their value now. Obi's not worth an 8th overall pick now.
Man,
Cam's not worth a 10th overall pick now.
Joe, I'm gonna tell you the way Obi was playing them last 2 weeks. You might want to eat them words. Obi's stock around the league has went up. Period.
So yeah, but not to the 8th overall pick. If you were going to trade him now, would New Orleans give you the 8th overall pick straight up for Obi Toppin in this draft?
No. I'm gonna tell you right now what Obi is, Joe, is what people expected. The way he played them last 2 weeks is the way people expected him to play when he got drafted.
Right.
No,
That's
he's not
what Obi
he's
is right
not lottery
now, so-
value because he hasn't played. That's the problem. Once he plays, he'll have value, but they diminished it by not playing him big minutes.
Man, them last 2 weeks, Obi was getting big minutes.
I wouldn't. I
That's
just
2
could
weeks
see.
over a 2 year going on 3 year span. That's 2 weeks.
Nah,
So
man.
we need them to play. If he plays if they trade Randle and they play him and he plays well, say for 2 or 3 months like that, then his value's back up to where he was drafted.
His value is, trust me, his value is there. Matter of fact, there's plenty of articles being printed about how they're looking at Obi as a difference maker now, how he's playing.
Yeah, but okay.
He's no longer looked at the guy that maybe the Knicks got it wrong when they drafted him. He's looked at what he was billed when they drafted him. That's the talk around the league about Obi.
So I got $1 million question for you. Let's negotiate it and adjust the deal. I basically gave you Sacramento's side of it.
Okay.
Adjust, and I'm pretending to be Sacramento. That's what I want.
Right.
So you tell me that let's adjust the deal. Make a deal.
The counter offer.
Exactly.
Hey, I ain't even gonna hold you. Hey, Teddy Roosevelt. I ain't even gonna hold you.
I'm gonna hang the phone up.
I wouldn't even give up this for De'Aaron Fox.
I'm hanging the phone. Exactly. I'm hanging the phone up.
That's a whole trouble.
No, Ivy's worth more than Fox probably now because the rookie deal and the unknown and the upside.
So,
man,
Kings fans are contemplating drafting Ivy and trading Fox.
Unproven, man. He's unproven to give up that kind of stuff.
No, but a lot of Kings fans on podcasts are talking about drafting Ivy and trading Fox.
Right.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'll take Fox. I know what Fox can do too.
So would you?
I would trade for Fox. I would give them 11 for Fox.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No,
I wouldn't think twice.
Talking about this deal right here on the screen. Talking about this?
No. I'm saying
just straight up. He's saying straight up. Would I trade the 11th? The 11th for
11 for Fox. 11 and say future protected.
Because this is the thing you got to ask yourself. This is the thing you got to ask yourself. Who would you get at 11 that's better than Fox at that position of need?
But Ron, the thing about it is Fox is on his rookie max extension. So you automatically, just off money alone, just off dollars, you got to give them 10% of a matching salary. So just off that alone, even if you just want to give the pick, you got to give them more talent. The only
I would do it, Freezy, because I know what Fox is. I know what Fox is to this league.
Right, but I'm not questioning that though. I'm just talking about in terms of the structure of the deal. You got to give up more.
I get what you're saying.
Julius
I might even
Randle.
get a third team involved so I can make that thing happen.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but
I would, and to your question, would I trade the 11th pick for the parameters of that deal? 11th for Fox?
Would you include it? Yeah.
I wouldn't think twice.
Okay. So what I would say to y'all just off GP, right? I wouldn't do this deal that Nick G mentioned because I feel like I don't want to risk. I wouldn't want to risk the opportunity to draft Scoot Henderson.
Okay.
That's one of the reasons why I wouldn't do it. And two,
but them picks are top 3 protected. Scoot's probably going top 3.
Top 3, yeah. No doubt. But what I'm saying is what happens if a prospect soars up the board like Jabari Smith? Like one prospect, because in this draft, what's the kid? Petty, what's the kid in the G League? Michael Foster Jr. Michael Foster Jr. was projected to be in the top 3 of this draft class, and he fell. Patrick Baldwin Jr. was projected to be a top 5 in this draft class, and he fell.
Yeah.
Jabari Smith soared. Yeah, and Jaden Ivey soared into this top 5. You know what I'm saying? And what happened is basically you don't know how the top 5 is gonna look a year from now. So what I wouldn't want to do is put the draft pick in there right now because it's too much uncertainty.
Okay. Well, then hear me out on this. I'm Sacramento now. So you don't want to give up. How about this? We could either bring in a third team or we could just go again based on the structure. Give me the 24th pick. You give me Dallas 23, your 24, top 5 protected. Then you give me, because you can't do back-to-back years. You got to give me 26 top 5 protected, and all 4 of your second-round picks next year. And you get just
how many? That's seven. That's 7 second-round picks, right?
Yeah, that's seven second. Well, matter of fact, 4 second-round picks from next year. Because I can't sign all those players, right?
No, you ain't gonna sign those players.
So give me 4. Because remember, I'm a front office that might lose my job if I don't do something that'll get me security.
Right.
Draft picks get front offices security.
Okay.
So if I get 4 second-round picks, I get your Dallas pick next year, your 2023 top 5 is top 5 protected. You're all trying to make the playoffs, right? So if y'all make the playoffs, y'all don't even have to worry about the top 5.
Leon Rose gonna hang that phone up on you.
Leon Rose.
Yeah, I mean, because I know what he's doing. Because he's trying to do. Because I mean, I see where Nick G coming from. What Petty Roosevelt saying. He's looking at the Kings being so desperate they're gonna do something crazy.
Yeah.
However, some of the stuff, the way we had to look at something to get more, you know. Let me slow it down because it's coming faster in my head and bring it out again. The Kings are in a desperation mode. That's you looking at. I'm trying to save my job. I'm trying to do something. So that's why he's feeding it off this way. The thing is for on our end, we can probably finesse it better. So the way it's coming, Leon Rose would probably hang up the phone and burn it the way it was coming down on some stuff. But Leon has been known to fleece us. He can sit back and try to use their desperation against them to get what we want. But if you're tracking with you, I feel what you're saying, Ron. Because the first one I wouldn't do. Yeah, the first one I wouldn't do at all.
I don't know how to pull it off, but I think Ivy's the guy we're gonna end up with. I don't know who's going in it. And to Ray's point, Ray had me thinking, you know, I don't really think anybody's safe on this team of not being traded. It could potentially happen. The closest, and I say the closest, I think, to being not traded is RJ. That's the only one, but I think everybody else, they would move.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So. Let me do this then. Let's do this because let's do Ray's scenario then. Right. So Ray, right?
Yeah.
What we'll do is look at what it would take in the RJ deal then. Let's do that so that we can make sense of the conversation. Because what happened is, and this is my critique of all you guys. What happens is somebody smart will say a smart thing, and before we can analyze what that smart person said, we hop off on another topic. So what we want to do is if somebody has a good point, what we want to do is analyze it, right? Together, look at what that person said and see if that person's point makes sense in our mind. Because what happens is we breeze through so fast that even the chat will be like, that don't make sense. That's dumb. And without us actually looking at it. So let me ask you, Ray, in order for us to get the 4th pick from Sacramento and get Jaden Ivey, what would the Knicks have to give up?
Starts with RJ Barrett. Just does.
Okay. And what else?
I hate it. My heart breaks, but you're gonna have to give up the number 11 pick too.
Oh.
You are trading. Just so everybody understands.
I'm already out.
No. And listen, we are not required to do this. Can I please say that as like a PS or terms and conditions or whatever they call it? We are not required to do this at all.
Contingent.
But we are trading from the 11th pick into the top 5.
All right. So what else? Okay, we got it. But what else are we giving up though?
Next year, Dallas, right?
I'm not touching any of my 2023. So if I was asking, if I had to do this, which I don't, Cam Reddish would have to be in there too.
Nah, you can't give any more.
Joe, this is Rayology's thing. No, I understand how Joe feel, but Ray brought up this point. We just want to see what it is, and then after he puts everything out there, then we'll all jump on it and dissect it. But Ray, you want to? So you're saying that RJ, Cam Reddish, and the number 11 pick, right?
Yep.
Is this the official offer, or are you adding something else?
That's the official offer.
Okay.
Joe, I want to eat on this thing, Freezy.
Joe, what is this we looking at? Let me get Joe back in there. Joe, what are we looking at here, bro?
We're looking at getting fleeced by the Kings, and that's not a good thing. The Kings.
Yeah.
If I'm doing this deal, it's RJ and Cam, but it's either I keep Cam or I'm keeping 11. It's one or the other, but I'm not giving up all 3. Right. Just for Ivy.
Right.
So Joe, what if they throw in Harrison Barnes expiring?
Nah, I don't want Harrison Barnes. For what?
You gonna need him if you're losing Cam and RJ on the wings? You gonna need a wing.
Nah.
Harrison Barnes in there because it's an expiring deal. So
and you're gonna need a wing back because you done lost 2.
The only way I think it makes sense to take on Harrison Barnes if they're taking back Randle for salary, so then you can have the salary gone next year. It doesn't make sense taking on Harrison Barnes unless they're going to take back salary for you, including Burks and Noel. See, Cam and RJ how much is it? Harrison Barnes is what, 18 million?
No,
17.
Wow.
18.3, 18.352.
He's worth every bit of that 18. He's a two-way player now.
All right, so in order to get, so this is the sweetheart part for me. I would consider this if we throw in the matching salary, because we have to, of Evan Fournier.
Ooh.
The only thing though is both are on expiring deals. And Evan Fournier has a team option, and Harrison Barnes has a hits free agency.
No, I think Fournier has another year after this year, and then it's a team option. So we have him. He signed a 3-1.
That's correct.
Yeah, he signed a 3-1. It was 3 year with a team option at the end of it. So I think, and then Harrison is a team option at the end of this year, right?
Yeah, Joe, you absolutely right. Joe's right. Yeah. So they would have Fournier for 2 more years.
Hey, Freezy. Roman in the chat, rapper A Stone says we can give the Kings Bill Pito 2.
Yeah. Yeah, man. So the thing I would say to y'all about that is this, man. Just real quick. You gotta be absolutely in love with Jaden Ivey or the possibility of what he brings, more so than you are in love with RJ Barrett and what you've already seen. Right? You gotta be more in love with what you project in Jaden Ivey than what you already know you have in RJ Barrett.
You know, Freezy, to your point on that, if you make a deal like that, that's telling the whole fan base that you feel like this guy can be your franchise player.
Yep.
To make a move like that, that's all that would signal. And boy, if they get it wrong.
Oh boy, yeah, if they get it wrong. If he doesn't make an all-star within the first 2 years, 3 years like John Morant did, you're gonna hear it.
They'll be fired.
And that's why I feel about if they do move up and take Ivy, there's going to be pressure on him or the front office and Tibbs day one. Because of what they're going to have to give up for him.
If they trade up for him, it's going to be pressure. It's going to be
day
pressure
one
anyway
because
coming
of what
to
they give up. And they're going to have to play him 30
pressure.
minutes a game.
I mean, think about it. You come in at a position of need for the last at least a decade.
Yeah.
Come on, man. It's going to be immense pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, and so I would just let me acknowledge the super chat real quick. So Paris Duggar, first let me do this. Paris Duggar, you our guy, bro. We appreciate you. We love you, bro. We appreciate you. not just for like the super chats and stuff, but since you're a serious contributor to the show with like your takes and stuff in the chat. So we appreciate you for that. And then we also appreciate your generous contribution to the show. And Paris says, Leon is trading back for the 13 and 15 pick for the 11 this year and Mitchell Robinson. Then we are drafting 2 great versatile defensive stalwarts. And I understand what he's saying right there. But what I would say to what the guys are saying is this. I think Knicks fans would be patient with Jaden Ivey as long as the Knicks organization is upfront with the moves that they're making. What happens is the Knicks are always deceptive and quiet, right? Deceptive and quiet about their intentions. But like we say up top, keep it a buck. If you keep it real with us with your intentions and not have your thoughts polished up by the PR department, then we'll ride with you. We don't ride with you when you say one thing, trying to be cute with your words and all type of stuff, and then we see your actions of saying something else. Like Leon Rose after the season is like, yeah, we feel confident with this young core. In his final statement, he said young core 3 times, right? But during the season, the veterans got most of the minutes, right? So who's lying to us, Thibodeau or Leon Rose? And if it's Tom Thibodeau, why is his ass still here? If you got an employee that won't do what you told him to do, that means you're a weak leader, right? So no matter what it is, and sorry about cussing in front of you, Ron. You know you my man. I'm sorry.
You good, man. You good.
Yeah. But nah, man. I ain't. You know what I'm saying. But here's the thing. Either way, the front office looks weak because you kept an employee that won't do what you tell him to do. That's Julius Randle and Tom Thibodeau, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or you lying to us. You lying to the customer. Either way, it's on the front office.
Yep.
I'm gonna tell you in a perfect world. I'm gonna tell you what the Knicks really need to do. Do not make no knee-jerk moves. Just continue grabbing assets. Continue grabbing and continue trying to let this thing slow cook. Because like I said, man, we're not close. Some people think we're close. The Knicks are not close.
No,
I think the front office might think they're close, and that's why I fear that they're going to move like the 11th pick for like Malcolm Brogdon or something just to give Tibbs what he wants. Because now you can see them; they're starting to give him Rick Brunson. They're starting to bring Tibbs guys in, so they're listening to Tibbs. And my fear is next thing we're on draft night. Next thing you see 11 picks going to Indiana, and Malcolm Brogdon's coming here.
Hey, Ray.
That'll tell you exactly where the organization's going.
Ray, look at your phone.
And then you still got the Mitch situation hanging over our heads too. You see what I'm saying? There's a lot more questions than what they can possibly answer right now. So to make any kind of major moves, you know what I mean? Like trying to just throw everything and trying to snatch, they might be in for a rude awakening. Because as much as I love Jericho Sims, Mitchell Robinson leave, we're gonna be in trouble.
Malpractice.
I'm telling you right now.
I don't know about
and case in point, you saw what happened to us in that Atlanta series.
The thing with me with Mitchell Robinson is you can go and you can get the same value on a cheaper deal with Mo Bamba or somebody that can hit.
Don't you say that,
bro? Listen,
Mo Bamba can't even stay healthy.
Mitch
stay more healthy than he does.
Mitch can't stay on the court for more than 30 minutes a game.
Mitch stays on the court more than Bamba.
Did you see Bamba this year?
Bamba ain't better than Mitch though. You know better than that. Stop that.
No, he's better for the team just for his ability to be able to step out and hit a jumper. Mitch can't leave the paint, so that what is clogging the floor with Randle and that's the thing with me is you know
as much as I know that to be true, you got to think about the coach and his philosophy. Bomber come here, he ain't gonna want Bomber shooting no threes. I can tell you that right now.
Wait, hold on. I won't let you.
Nah, he would. If he can shoot, because he won't let Mitch shoot because Mitch is shooting below 50% from the free throw line.
He ain't gonna have Bomber shooting no threes because he want that paint protected.
Bum's shooting 38% from the field and was shooting like 75% from the free throw line. He's gonna let him shoot because he can.
He ain't gonna let
Mitch
him shoot no threes. I don't think he's gonna be out there jacking up no threes.
Yes, he will. He'll take 2 or 3 of them a game, and he'll open up the floor.
Sadly,
and his rebounding numbers and his defensive numbers are the exact same as Mitch's, exact same. And he brings the shooting ability. And you're going to get him for a lot cheaper than you're going to get Mitch. You'll get him for $10 million. Mitch is going to be wanting 13, 14, 15.
Hey, when you go get Bomber, you better go get you a hospital bed too.
That's fine, but hear what Ron, hear this. Noels, Sims, and Taj Gibson have all shot threes for this team. Mitch can't even put up one because of his free throw percentage. At least we think it's because of his free throw percentage. Specific to this argument, it's been reported that as long as Mitch is in the game, because remember, all Mitch does is just sit down inside the dunker spot. He clogs the lane so much that Randle refuses to drive to the basket if Mitch is in the game. He is at a 0%. He does not drive to the basket, and that's what makes Randle better. Randle has to go to the basket. Mitch is a problem from a spacing standpoint, and specifically to offense, what we've talked about in the past. Anything that affects Randle negatively affects RJ negatively too. So you clog the lane for RJ too.
The problem is both guys are the same players.
Yeah, they
RJ and Julius. That's your problem. You got 2 guys who do the same thing in the starting lineup.
Wow.
It's the truth. It's something like, I'm not saying both of them are good individual players, but to them, I don't think they can coexist. And it's not only both of them need to go to the hoop, but both of them need to go to the left.
And RJ been doing better at finishing with his right hand, but he still loved the left side. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and Julius has always been.
Julius ain't going right.
He ain't going right.
Yeah. Julius ain't going right. And Julius, you know what Julius is like? Julius is like a car that need a lineup. And the car pulling to the left.
Yeah.
As soon as you pull him to the right, you see there's that jumper's going up.
Don't let that steering wheel go and think that car will keep going straight down the road.
Yeah.
It's gonna move to the left, man. And I like Julius. I ain't gonna front. I like him. And I think he's a good player. He's our best player on this team. But the fact is we got 2 redundant players in that starting lineup. As much as I hate to say it, it's the truth.
Yeah. I think, and Ron, I think you're right. And so the thing is every player is gonna have his share of flaws.
Yeah.
Like even LeBron James, who may be considered the GOAT, he's not clutch. Right now, he'll do everything to win a game, like in blowouts and stuff. LeBron James is that. But in a 1 possession game, you down by 2 with 50 seconds left to go in the game, and the pressure is for you to be picture perfect. LeBron ain't that guy. You probably prefer a Mike Jordan right there, right? You probably prefer a Larry Bird right there, right? You don't want to put a Magic Johnson in that position. You don't want to put a LeBron James in that position. You may not even want to put a Kobe in that position, but a Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, you can put them in that, and they have flaws. Every NBA player that has ever played has flaws.
Absolutely.
Even some of them where they don't have physical flaws, they may have mental makeup flaws. Like Dominique Wilkins is probably one of the most gifted athletes to ever play the game, right? But his thing is, we win the game by outscoring you. His thing was never, hey man, we win the game by stopping the other team from scoring.
And it's sad because I always felt like with him, he should have had that in his because to me it was just a whole thing of didn't want to play defense like that.
Yeah.
That guy, I always say that if a player is so elite offensively, you ain't no excuse for you not being able to play defense. It's all about moving your feet. If you can move your feet on offense, you can move it on defense. You just don't want to.
Right. If you can tort in the air over 2 7-footers and dunk on the opposite side of the rim, I'm pretty sure you can swivel your hips on defense.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? And y'all, for the I'm not slandering Kobe. I'm just saying, if I had to pick 2 players in the clutch, I would rather have Bird and Mike Jordan. I'm not saying that Kobe's not a clutch player, right? I'm just saying
Bird was something else, boy.
Yeah, Larry Bird. If Larry Bird got that shot off, bro. If Bird got that shot off,
you may as well go walk to the other side of the court.
Yep. Especially in crunch time. Now, Anthony A., I know you're too young to remember Larry Bird, bro. But Larry Bird is a small forward / power forward that played for the Boston Celtics back in the 80s. You know what I'm saying? I know Marines don't have long memories. You know what I'm saying? But
okay, believe it, here's something that every Knicks fan gonna hit me about. I'd rather have ready for the I'm about to feel the fire. Instead of Jordan, I'd rather have Reggie Miller. Believe it or not.
You know what? I ain't gonna hit you for that.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna hit you for that because game that recognized game. That man was a baller. He scared me every time he shot. I was like, oh my goodness, it's about to go.
Yeah, Reggie Miller. And so a lot of us remember Reggie Miller is legit the Gotham Strangler. Reggie Miller is the Gotham Strangler. Y'all remember Reggie Miller?
That 8 seconds. Boy, don't make me cry.
Oh man.
And then that was to tie the game. And he looked at Starks. He was like, "Oh, Starks about to choke." He looked at Pat Ewing. He tells this story all the time. He looked Starks in his eyes to see what Starks was at, and he was like, "John Starks is out of space." And so when they called the play to foul whoever, they picked out John Starks, and Starks missed both free throws, and we went on to lose the game.
And then he pushed the last shot. He pushed, I think it was Greg Anthony to the floor.
Yeah,
got open and shot that 3 and stole the ball.
Yep.
And then shot the 3.
Yep.
That's supposed to be a technical.
Yes, that's flagrant. You go shove my man. But Ron, what did he have to lose? Because you down already. If he fouled him right there and they call a foul, you lost the game anyway.
I'm gonna tell you that was a heartbreaker of all heartbreakers right there, man. That
Spike cried all night.
Freezy, I was in upstate New York at Fort Drum at the time, man. And me and it was this guy. What's his name, man? I can't remember his name for nothing from New York City, man.
It's G-Man for life. That's his name. G-Man for life. That's his name.
Me and him was celebrating. Man. Next thing you know, I walked back in. We walked back in. It was like, y'all lost. Oh, like, nah, y'all kidding. I know we didn't won that game. When I looked at that thing, that score, I just was like, I couldn't believe it.
Right.
I couldn't believe it. We choked it.
Could not believe it, man. And listen, man, I ain't even gonna front you. I ain't even gonna hold you. You know what I'm saying? You know, we as Knicks fans, we have a lot of terrible memory. We probably it's about 70-30. You probably have
David Parker said, "I'll punch Reggie in his face till this day."
Yeah, man. And look, and David Parker, look, I'll hold your coat. When you take your coat off, I'll hold your coat, bro. I ain't going. Yeah,
I'll pay your bail money.
Yeah, man. But Knicks fans, and so Ron, so sometimes like when we do the eval, so to speak, like we have the younger fans on, like maybe say a CWC. He's not a baby, but he's younger than us.
Yeah.
Right. He'll remember the Knicks in a different way than we do. Right. Like Anthony A, like Ron Cleveland. We remember the Knicks being the struggling, the little engine that always, played hard and was just not good enough to get over the hump. Right. Yep. And so we remember it that way. Right. We remember the Xavier McDaniels, the Charles Smiths, the Anthony Boners, the Anthony Masons, the Chris Childs, the Bernard Kings, the Trent Tuckers, the Rory Sparrows, all them guys, right? The Kenny Walkers, the Johnny Newmans, the Mark Jacksons, the Rod Stricklands, Herb Williams. We remember all them guys, right? Yes. The new generation of fans, they remember Carmelo Anthony, Amari Stoudemire,
Nate Robinson,
David Lee,
Emmanuel Mudiay, Frank Ntilikina, Kevin Knox.
The trash years.
Yeah.
Right. And so what they do is, like, when I say when I say, listen, I'm double parked. I understand we got a young core. I want to be patient, but you got to show me something. They say Uncle Freezy sounds like a hater, but I'm not. I've been through a lot of stuff as a Knicks fan. I remember Charles Smith under the rim.
Oh man, he's the one that be slapped.
Right, right.
Go up strong, man.
Go up strong, son. And he like, I'm not getting the call. Well, go up strong, and the ref will give you the call. But he didn't. Right? I remember Anthony Bonner locking Michael Jordan down for a quarter, and then Pat Riley taking him out the game, putting back in Anthony Mason, and the Bulls going on a 12-0 run, and they win Game 5. I'm like, yo, why'd you take out Bonner, leaving Mason? I mean, why'd you take out Bonner, leave him in there?
Right. I'm gonna tell you that's the same thing you can say about when Starks was struggling. And I heard a lot of people blame Starks when he went, what was it, 1 for 19 or something?
Right.
And but I blame Pat for that, man.
With Pat Riley,
Pat, you know Starks ain't had it that night. You should have went to Hubert Davis
or Rolando Blackman.
Hubert Davis was always efficient.
Right.
He was our best statistical 3-shooter on the team.
He was an Evan Fournier type play because his defense.
His problem was his defense. His defense wasn't there, but that offense,
right?
And that was the problem. We had a problem scoring, so you could have substituted offense for defense,
right?
Because Starks clearly didn't have it,
right? And even with that, Ryan, even with that, because I'm with you, even with that, the Knicks, even with Starks going 2 for 18, we still lost a close game.
Yeah,
because Starks did other stuff in that game, even though his shot wasn't on.
Defense, rebound, getting on them loose balls.
Right, he did all the other stuff. Right,
the dirty stuff.
Yeah, and so the thing is with Starks in that situation, if I'm Pat Riley, because the Knicks had ultimate faith in Starks, because Starks was a training. Starks wasn't drafted by the Knicks. He was a training camp invite, kind of like MJ Walker was.
The guy wasn't he bagging groceries?
Yep. And he worked his way up the depth chart through grit and determination. Like, I'm gonna be better than Ryan Strickland. I'm going to be better than Derek Harper. I'm going to be better than Johnny Newman. I'm going to be better than all these guys. He worked his way up the depth chart. Then he made the All-Star team, knowing that he was a train invite as a favor to Don Nelson from Pat Riley. He like Don Nelson, like just give this guy a shot, man. He a good kid. He misunderstood. He'll fit. He crazy just like y'all. Give him a shot. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm going to tell you, Freezy. For the fans that blame Pat Ewing, I never blamed Patrick Ewing, man. I recognize that team for what it was. Patrick Ewing never had a bona fide number 2.
Right.
He never had that.
Right.
He had a lot of guys masquerading as number 2s, but he never had that bona fide number 2, and that's why he never won a championship.
Right. No doubt. And so that's why when I speak to Ray, because listen, Ray is one of the sharpest cats in Knicks universe, right? One of the sharpest cats in the game.
No doubt.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And so sometimes he'll say some things and we may not agree, but it's not because I feel like I have a higher intellect than Ray. Right. But what I do have is baggage. Right. I have baggage from being a scarred Knicks fan. And a lot of y'all do too. And a lot of y'all do too.
I got luggage. I have luggage.
I have a hobo bag. You remember the hobo used to put the bag on the stick? That's me. I got a bag full of bad memories and experiences from being a Knicks fan. And so when somebody, like, say for instance, the young man like Ray will say something, and I'm not gonna agree, right? I'll say I won't agree, right? I don't disagree with Ray because he's Ray. I disagree because I remember what it was like to have Truck Robinson and Rolando Blackman, Rory Sparrow, Trent Tucker, Darryl Walker, the captain, Darryl Walker. You know what I'm saying? I remember what it was like to have Bernard King and nobody else. I remember when Chris
Bannister.
The animal, Ken Bannister.
The animal.
Yeah. You remember Chris Dudley?
Oh yeah.
Chris Dudley was the dirtiest. He was the dirtiest screener in the game.
He was Charles Oakley.
Yes.
The European version.
Yeah, like my favorite Knick for a long time. After Clyde got traded, after the Knicks dumped front office traded Clyde for Jim Clemens. Rob, you remember that? You remember when Clyde got traded for Jim Clemens?
Yep. Clemens?
Yeah,
Sure
for Jim
do.
Clemens. Yeah.
Hey,
Hey,
Rob,
what about your boy?
Malpractice.
What's up,
What
Rob?
about your boy Glenn Gunderzik?
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Crazy. You know, somebody just put in the chat and it hurt to even think about it because I remember it so vividly with Pat. By the time they got that thing right, Pat was old, man. When they got Houston and they got Spree, had they got them guys 3 years sooner,
yeah,
we would have had at least one, maybe two.
Ron, let me tell you about a number two. No team got a number two until you win the championship. That's when you find out you got a number two. Nobody got no help until you win.
You got that right. But I tell you, Patrick Ewing was so close, man. And so when we think about them times, man, you know, I took it for granted. You know what I mean? We was always good. The idea of the Knicks being trash, that never entered my head. But boy, have we witnessed that thing for the past 10, 15 years, man.
You see,
but look at it though. Our foundation though was Patrick Ewing, draft pick. Mark Jackson, draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
John Starks, you know, basically G League like 20 guys today coming up through the system. We built through the system, and then we grabbed a couple guys, you know, like
Hubert Davis drafted.
Greg Anthony drafted. So that's why it's hard to let go of RJ for me.
Charlie Ward, yeah.
Charlie Ward drafted. Yeah, we got to get back to drafting our own players, man.
Exactly. So Ray, that's why we're hesitant about RJ, because we've seen it, and us older cats have seen us go organically. It's so hard. It's hard to let go, even though you may be right. With the right offer, they got to do it. But man, it's so hard. It is so hard to do.
And I hear it because my Knicks fandom legitimately began with seeing Patrick Ewing, Greg Anthony, Anthony Mason, like in 91. Like I got a chance to experience a really good Knicks team, and it started in 1991. And
I graduated high school. 91 was a good year, boy.
My mother's Jamaican, so for Patrick Ewing to be on our team, living in Brooklyn on Flatbush Avenue, Avenue H, East 32nd, like I remember everything about that. It's when Scott Layden came through and we did that Antonio McDyess trade that everything for me was just downhill. Like after that,
I agree.
Antonio McDyess is a beast.
That was the curse, so to speak. That's when the Knicks started picking up players with injuries.
Right. Hey, so let me do this real quick. I got two things to do just real quick. So Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says that Reggie Miller only played great at MSG. He stunk at home. And then the other thing I want to say just real quick. If you watching, and if you enjoy the content, if you like the back and forth between all of us, subscribe to the channel, smash the like button. Right, support the channel, help the videos grow and such. Because the Lawrence Kids thing is more of a. Somebody got something cracking in the back. I thought I heard something cracking in the.
I heard it too.
But
I hear that too.
It stopped now.
Okay. So subscribe to the channel, smash the like button, share on your social media platforms, and such. Support Lawrence Kids as we try to provide this content for all of y'all. Again,
hey, Freezy.
Yo.
Rayology and Nick, they got way too much value on Ivy. You don't give away all of that for him.
I was just getting ready to ask you, Rob, what would you do to get that fourth pick?
Man, look at him, man. They done jumped out the window with no parachute. You talking about all of this extra stuff past the draft? He's the fourth pick, not the first pick. He may fit, and then the person that you want to trade him for, that's the guy he fits with. He fits better with Obi than Randle.
True.
And
That's
you know,
true.
you just really just taking one athletic player off the team and trading them for another, but you still have the same problem. Now, Ivy is a good player, but he's not all that. He's a John Morant lookalike right now. Not even the skill set right now. He has a ways to go. You don't do that trade like that. If you're not trading the pick and maybe Dallas's pick for next year and moving on, you don't do anything else. For him,
Can I respond to that? All right, so let's a couple
most
things clear.
definitely.
You know, for the chat and for the panel, I do not want to trade RJ Barrett. I do not want to do it.
For the 40th time. How many times you said it so far? 50?
Yo, oh my God, man! Like I'm a little agitated, but because all I presented was the idea. We are not New York Knicks employees. We are not on Dolan's payroll. So you have to consider, as a New York Knicks fan, the other side of the coin. So I'm just asking, is there a possibility that the New York front office loves Jaden Ivey so much that they say, hey, we might have to trade RJ? Because think about it this way. If Sacramento says, hey, you want the fourth pick? They got the leverage. They have the fourth pick. They can say to us, well, listen, Julius Randle is not a fit, so you're going to have to pass RJ Barrett. If you want Ivy. Now, no one is required to do anything. I'm not trading RJ Barrett for the number 4th pick to get Jaden Ivey. I'm not doing it. So I hope nobody asks me again or this goes somewhere else.
They will. They will.
No, but see, that's not what I was saying.
Somebody ask him again, please.
What I was saying was this. I don't have no problem with them asking. It's all the extra stuff that Nick was putting in the trade. If you're gonna do something for RJ, okay, you go for that. But when he start talking Holmes and then you got to give up Obi and the 11th pick and all of that, it wasn't the point that you asked about.
That's too much.
Trading him.
Yeah, it was too much.
It's what you was trying to give to get it done.
Right.
I only had a problem with that.
Really.
The question is a fair question. But what he tacked on to it was next year's first round pick, the 11th pick, Obi, and all of that.
And Cam. Obi and Cam, too. I was going to hang the phone up. I hang the phone up.
Hey.
Yeah. Hey, I would have tried to figure out who they was talking to.
Hey, y'all, real quick. I gotta change a bandage real quick. It might take me a few minutes. So I'm going to step away from the thing and just let y'all rock. Y'all cool with that?
Yeah.
Hey,
Rob, they must. Sacramento must be think we Billy King when the Celtics fleeced them. When they
must think we Sacramento. Sacramento must think we Sacramento.
Yeah.
Listen.
It ain't no way. That's all I was saying. That I didn't have no reality. I ain't have no problem with the question. It was the feedback that Nick gave that. He just kept going on and adding more people. Sooner or later, we was gonna have nobody but the TV thing.
Hey, Rob. Hey, you know, Sacramento would be like, hey, well, if you're gonna give them to me, I'm gonna take them.
I'm gonna take them.
You don't have to twist my arm.
You didn't have to do all that.
Yeah, they were saying, hey, you don't have to twist. You want to twist my arm, hey. You want to do that? Oh yeah.
When I went to
Vegas, it reminded me of that Celtics and Brooklyn trade with Ray Allen. I mean, not Ray Allen, when Paul Pierce and Garnett was at the end of their career, and Billy King gave all that stuff up to Boston, man. I guarantee you. When he saw that fax came across, he like, hey, let me hurry up and sign this before he changed his mind.
That was malpractice right there.
Yeah. A trade like that, they were like, so now this is how it feels to be on the other side.
That was put off his malpractice, man.
But here's the thing: I don't know if Nick was saying that he wants to do the trade. I mean, maybe I missed out on that.
No, it was just that even if he didn't want to do it, it was what he was adding.
Because I'm gonna tell you, if you start a deal and you saying, okay, RJ for Ivy, That's gonna get conversation going.
Yeah.
So before you start throwing all that other stuff in there, you know
And
what I
that's
mean?
where the
You can-
conversation stops at.
Yeah,
A third
Yeah,
pick
but
or the fourth pick.
yeah.
he was, and I know where he was coming from. He was banking on, he was saying how desperate that it's. We talking about the Kings and the people in the front office are more or less that they're banking to make moves for their job, so they could probably sacrifice. But and I see where you coming from, Rob, because we kept adding more.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it was too much. All them
it was too
draft
much.
It
It was
never
too much.
stopped.
I mean, you had
I
Cam.
thought
Think
he
about
said
it. You had two
Randall's son.
players from the same
I
draft,
thought he
Rob.
threw in Randall's son too.
You had two players from the same draft, and then you had Obi. All these guys was within the first 11 picks of their prospective draft.
Yeah, man, he wouldn't stop.
That was way too much. But I tell you this, I think even if they call and ask me for RJ, I'm hanging the phone up. Because I don't want to be the one to give away a potential player that can be a cornerstone piece. And I'm gonna tell you, I got my reservations about RJ. It's true. Everybody know how I feel about him at that free throw line. You know what I mean? He got to get it together. He got to get more efficient. But I can't sit here and knock the young fella because I know I can't tell you the last time I heard a player say they want to be a Knick.
Hey, look, Ron, I think I can go one-on-one, give up RJ for Ivory, because as long as then I keep him Reddish, and then I don't have to worry about the money to pay him. And then I'm starting all over with a rookie that can help.
Now,
I can go straight up.
I'm going to tell you this, Rob. Me, personally, if I'm going in this draft, I got to get Ivy. I need some point. I need me a point guard. There's no way in the world next year I'm coming back with this front off with this same team without a starting NBA level point guard.
But I think he's better at the
long
two.
enough, man. We got to get one. We got to get
But
one.
I think he's better at the two, Ron. I think he's better at the two.
But you see with the contradiction,
he can handle one because of his athleticism and everything, man. His vision.
Well, hey, can I throw this out there to you? Oh, go ahead, Ron.
Yo, you good? Go ahead.
No, I was saying, well, I mean, I know we're looking at Jaden Ivey. Would you be open to look at another young point guard on another team, as far as like going down at OKC? You got SGA, you got Man.
Absolutely.
You got, would you be open to do a move like that?
Hey, Rob, I'm telling you right now, for me, this draft is point guard. I got to come away with a point guard. There's no coming next season. We done seen enough of this show, man.
Ivy.
We got to get a point guard. We got think how crazy that sound, y'all. New York City is a city that produces point guards. And we got a
30 years ago
that don't have a point guard.
Ron, that was 30 years ago.
But that's still something to think about though, Rob, that we don't have a point guard.
We ain't produced nothing in 30 years.
I want to hear from Andy, but and before I get to Andy, salute to you, Andy. Love seeing you, love your takes and all that. I just want to say this. There's such a contrast. There's a lot of noise, a lot of feedback. Danny, is that you?
Nope. I think I'm clear, so.
Okay, cool. That's much better. I just wanted to say before I get to Andy, because I want to hear his point, I think sort of my frustration with, not with Knicks fans, but I guess sort of the thought process here is, I'm hearing a lot of, we got to go get Jaden Ivey. But do you guys understand what it's going to take to trade outside of the top 10 in order to get to the top 5? And with that, and it's rhetorical, it's, again, just something to think about. But if the consensus is that, for the entire fan base, nobody's untouchable, then why are we wilding out over the concept and the idea that there's a possibility that we move, RJ Barrett to go up and get Jaden Ivey? Those are the things that are bothering, I don't want to say bothering me, but those are the things that I'm saying myself, this doesn't make sense. Y'all want to go up and get Ivy. Do you know how much it's going to cost? And it's one of the major reasons why, okay, if we don't get Ivy, we don't get Ivy. If we don't get him, we don't get him. But
I would like to know what it's going to cost. That's what I would like to know. What's the cost to get him? I want a definitive answer on that.
Well, we can't give you that. I can't give you that, and it does change over time. But I want to highlight and point out that we are the number 11th pick. We are not even in the top 10. We want to trade to get into the top 5.
Okay, but I'm giving you a 21-year-old 20-point scorer, 3rd pick, and Dallas's pick.
I'm gonna do you one better. You know what I'm gonna start at? I'm not putting RJ in it. I'm gonna put Julius Randle in it.
And it's not a fit.
But guess what? I'm gonna get a 3rd team involved where I'm gonna ship Julius Randle off someplace else, and we in Sacramento can sit down and talk about what team they're looking at that we can potentially call. Because Julius Randle will get the needle moving.
Yeah, the thing is the only thing
he's looking right now too.
The only thing with that is, correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't he have a kicker that'll kick in?
15%.
15% check, yeah. So that's just that.
I sent a draft pick to sweeten that thing up.
Well, if you get a
2nd-round pick.
If you get a 13, then sure, there's competition. I don't know how that looks, but I am saying that for all the fans that are like, yo, we want Ivy, I just want to make it crystal clear. We already have a consolidation problem. There are players on this team in order to go up and get a Jaden Ivey that won't be on this team anymore. We can't pick and choose because Sacramento has their perspective as well. And while we're sitting here as a fan base saying, oh, all it's going to take is Cam Reddish and IQ and Obi and whatnot, Sacramento, if you read their reports and if you pay attention to their podcasts and everything under the sun with them, they're looking for a win-now player. RJ Barrett is not a win-now
Hey,
player.
I got the 3rd team in mind. You know who the 3rd team is?
Portland.
Phoenix.
Portland makes a lot of sense.
DeAndre Ayton. They want to win now player. I'm gonna send DeAndre Ayton there to play that center role for them. Send Julius to Phoenix, and that way they can move Sabonis to the power forward.
Yeah, but the best
that'll be the parameters. That'll be my 3rd team. Or Portland. Portland signed a good move too.
The best version of Sabonis is playing the 5. It's not.
I don't know about that. That man was balling at that 4. That man made the All-Star playing the 4.
No, Sabonis made
when he was with Indiana, he was playing the 4. Miles Turner was playing the center, when he went to the All-Star game.
But it was a clunky fit. And it's one of the major reasons why in Indiana, from their pundits and analysts and podcasters and whatnot, that was the big deal. It was, do we keep Miles Turner or do we keep Sabonis? Because the fit wasn't as seamless as you are alluding to. The idea was that Sabonis, playing the 5 position, being your point center and playmaker, he determines everything on the floor. And because he's such a strong rebounder and he has great footwork, there's a lot of feedback. I'm sorry.
Send somebody in the car.
Sure ain't me. I'm sitting in my.
I think it might be Danny.
Danny, is that you by any chance?
Everybody, calm their mics.
No, but it's again, whenever there's a trade that's going on, you have to consider fit. You have to consider coaching style. You have to consider all of those things. So I can't just throw out, Phoenix and DeAndre Ayton. Portland does make some sense. I don't know what it would
the Jazz.
Like.
Listen, the Jazz
but
makes
the
sense.
reason why I threw it out because DeAndre Ayton would fit good with Sabonis going to the 4. The paint won't be clogged up when Sabonis try to come to that paint because DeAndre can stretch the floor a little bit too.
And listen, Sabonis doesn't play under the hoop only.
Exactly.
He can also stretch the floor, and he's a great passer. So him playing with a guy like Ayton, with a guy like Gobert, that can fill out that lane on the defensive end, bro, he would get so many alley-oops. He would get more alley-oops than from Donovan Mitchell. So if you would add like the Jazz, the Knicks, and the Kings, and listen, Mitchell can stay in the Jazz, in Utah. Send them both Johnny Bryan and send them Julius, and then just get Julius would fit there. And listen, that there's no media there, so he ain't gonna be mad or on them media people. I think that's a good thing for him as well. So,
Andy, I think I'm glad you brought up that point. You are of the belief that Julius Randle and Sabonis could work together, correct?
no, I'm not sure about those guys too. I rather see Sabonis can work with most of the centers in the league. He
Julius would be
worked with
perfect
Turner.
in Phoenix.
Yeah, Julius would be
Julius
perfect
would
with
be
Phoenix.
perfect in
Yeah.
Phoenix with Book. With Book and
And listen,
CP3.
yeah, mostly with CP3, right? Because
Yeah,
he's gonna have that floor general that's gonna calm him down. He's gonna be
Exactly.
basically the third option. He ain't gonna be, and he's gonna have a defensive wing in Bridges. He's gonna have an enforcer in Jay Crowder. So he's gonna have all those things that we lack currently. He's gonna have those roles filled. So he ain't gonna have to be thinking about too much, about playing basketball. He's just gonna ball out. So
And
I
they can
think,
have Jay
Julius
Crowder
would
be in
make
that second
sense.
unit too.
Yeah, exactly. So
Okay, I'm not against it. I mean, at this point, I don't know where I stand or land on anything other than wanting to rebuild just through the draft and continue adding talent. But there are possibilities, and I just got to ask myself multiple questions. Wait, if no one on the team, if everyone on the team is not an untouchable, then is there a possibility? And I'm having a hard time answering that question because it's really like, I don't know. Do you go up and get a guy like Jaden Ivey? I
Listen,
just don't know, man.
guys, listen, for me, it's a more complex thing with rebuilding through the draft, which is what we are trying to do, right? We got RJ as the main piece. Julius, it can be like the piece that we're thinking that we're going to build around, but basically it's going to be like Julius, RJ, and then the guys that we drafted, Grimes quickly, Toppin, Robinson, basically, and stuff like that. The only problem with rebuilding through the draft is when that main best player you have is going to require an extension that, on the follow-up season, the other rookie has to be also really good, worth keeping, worth paying the money. And then the third year as well. If it ain't gonna happen like that, like 3 years in a row, you're gonna have good or great drafts. It's gonna be, the money's gonna pile up and you're gonna get capped out. You gotta fill out with a couple of vets that are gonna get around 10, 12 million. You gotta have, one vet, that's gonna be way better. It's gonna be 20 million, and then you're, stuck. And then you're stuck. And your rebuild with the draft gets you, capped out, and you won't be able to make a move unless you move the young guys because nobody's gonna want the vets. So, by rebuilding through the draft, you need to have like 2-3 seasons of great draft picks. One, and then like 3 years that you're gonna pick in the 20s ain't gonna cut it if you want to rebuild, unless you're gonna be lucky, like the Warriors, right? With they had Steph and Clay, and they had Draymond, but all those guys fitted perfectly. They made it work. There's not any other team in this league that had that amount of luck. We were talking about the Nets and the Celtics trade. All the picks that the Nets traded became Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and guys like that. But those were high picks.
Right.
So listen. You got to have a little bit of luck, a little bit of building blocks, and listen. And both Tatum and Brown all are already paid. So maybe you got to stick with your gun for like 6-7 years to see what they're worth. And so us looking for a new place for RJ might be bad, but if you're not sure about RJ and you're thinking even about trading RJ, after RJ goes, you gotta trade Julius. That cannot be your main piece that you're sticking with when you're trying to rebuild and you're moving RJ. Then you move 5 steps back, and again look for that main piece in the draft and try to draft the second year, the third year around him. If that ain't gonna be the role, the rebuilding through the draft stuff ain't gonna work.
Well, the idea for Julius Randle was that he was supposed to either net us a star, or I guess net us a high draft pick. I obviously don't see that being a part like that working out because his value is too low. I don't know, man. I'm not interested in doing anything in Sacramento because what Sacramento wants, we don't have. So I'm not about to gut my roster and give up a bunch of people or even change, trade the face of my rebuilding structure in order to get up to number 4.
That's why I think the whole idea of starting to trade around Randle is a great move, because you got a guy that's a former All-Star, most improved player, even had MVP votes. He would be exactly, everybody would get what they need. You include Phoenix in that deal. You send Ayton over there to Sacramento, and you send Julius to Phoenix, because Phoenix, truth be told, Phoenix didn't have a bona fide number 2. Yeah. They were relying on Chris Paul to be basically their best player, because Book, for as great as Book was, that team was running that thing really through CP3.
Yeah.
So if you got Julius over there, that's gonna take pressure. That's gonna take pressure off Book.
Yeah, and not to mention, bro, if Phoenix had Julius, they would whoop Dallas.
Oh, they would have spanked Dallas. They would have spanked Dallas all the way to the trash can.
Yo, Dallas's starting center, Dwight Powell, literally plays like 10 minutes a game, and he's the starter. Imagine if you would have a muscle guy like Julius versus them. You would do everything you wish.
He'd eat their lunch.
Everything.
So I think Julius is a seamless fit in Phoenix. Julius Randle has value. We got to stop with the, all the ancillary stuff and whatnot. Listen, Julius Randle is still a damn good basketball player. The 2010-5 is very contextual, and when advanced, analytics and all that stuff prove that he's not really that player. But at the end of the day, even in a bad year, he still averaged 20, 10, and 5. For that, he has value. And teams that are looking to retool will find value in a guy like Julius
Absolutely.
Randle. Teams like Minnesota, teams like Portland trying to build around Dame, teams like Phoenix that are trying to get back to the mountaintop, they're going to find value in Julius Randle. My only thing is, I don't know what you necessarily get for him. But again, in this particular draft, the draft from like pick number 5, number 6, all the way down. Well, let me not say all the way down. In lottery fashion, the talent is not that drastically far. So like Jay Boogie said, whoever you're drafting at 11, don't expect them to come in and be a game changer. Don't expect them to come in.
Yeah.
Now, maybe they might, but I mean, if you want to get an impact player and, like a Jaden Ivey, you're going to have to give up a lot to go get him.
And guess what else, Ray? Now, you look at Ayton. You give up 8. You send in Ayton to Sacramento, right? And the Knicks 11th pick to Sacramento for Ivy.
Mm-hmm.
I think that could potentially get it done. And you may have to put in Alec Burks or one of them guys. You know what I mean? But I think that would be more than enough to get it done. Because Ayton was a former what? Number 1 overall?
Yeah, he was number 1.
Yeah.
He sure was.
It would get it done with him, with Ayton in the 11th pick. I think we'd get Ivy over here to the Knicks.
And Ron, not to mention, bro, that looking from the Kings standpoint, bro, they would be like, we're going to the playoffs next season with that roster. We're literally going to the playoffs easy.
Absolutely. So, number 11 to go along with Ayton and what they already got? Oh, yeah.
And they are one player away in a Western Conference landscape that has questions among questions and then some, because you look at your Los Angeles Lakers and Los Angeles Clippers, marred with injury. It's going to be about whether they can stay healthy. You got the Minnesotas that, sort of come up, the Memphises and the Dallases. But what about Portland? What about New Orleans Pelicans? And what does that look like? Is it a fluke year for them? All I'm saying is that Sacramento, from their perspective, they are one win move now away from actually being in that conversation. So I got to believe that them wanting like RJ Barrett and Obi Toppin on IQ doesn't make sense, because those are not win now moves. And they benefit from getting the number 11 pick because they get a chance to add a Johnny Davis, an AJ Griffin, along with getting a win now player. I don't know. There's so many different things that are going on. Not to mention, for 2023, I'm not giving up any 2023 draft picks.
No, that I do agree with you on.
because
I definitely agree with you on that, partner.
The landscape of the Eastern Conference come next year is going to put us in lottery conversation again. Regardless if we bring in a Brunson, regardless if we, unless we trade it for like a Donovan Mitchell, but that's not happening. We're going to be in the lottery next year.
It's only going to get tougher, man. The East is only going to get tougher, and the West is getting weaker. This is the weakest I've seen the West in some time.
In like 20 years, probably.
Yeah. So there's a lot going on, but just going back to my earlier point, it was one of the major reasons why, again, as a fan base, we don't believe RJ's a max. He's in a contract year, and he wasn't drafted by Leon Rose. And so I had to ask myself the question. Well, technically, my father asked me the question, but it had me up all night like, wait, is this real? Could there be a possibility that this front office, the distance away from how I feel as a fan, could they possibly do something like this? I don't think it's smart. I wouldn't do it, but is there a possibility?
Ray, I'm gonna tell you, with this front office being so unpredictable, it's not out of the possibility that they would do it. I'll say it now. Would I do it?
Nope.
I don't think so. But looking at Leon Rose's track record since he's been here, I don't think anything is out of the question. The only thing that's out of the question is they're not getting rid of Tibbs.
Exactly.
That's the only thing.
Yo, when they came out and said, "Oh yeah, we're gonna keep Tibbs," I was like, "Word."
Yeah.
And like they didn't define anything else. So the only thing we know as a fan base is that they're keeping Tibbs. And for all the people that are like, "Yo, Tibbs gotta go, Tibbs gotta go," it's just kind of like, I don't want to argue that point anymore because he's here. Like, what am I gonna do? They hired Rick Brunson. It's all for Tibbs. What if we're as an organization are saying, okay, we're gonna bend to Tibbs now. We're gonna give Tibbs what we should have given him because he wanted Rick Brunson on the team like 2 years ago. Rick Brunson's been with him at every stop. There's no evidence for me to believe that. I guess what I'm saying is there's no foundational direction, so anything is possible.
Yeah,
so I agree. I can't put my heart into RJ being on the team, or I gotta at least consider it. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but I gotta at least consider it because it's like, do you guys know where you're going? Do you guys know what you want to do?
And I'll tell you this, Ray. You know what was bad about that decision when you make a decision that early on about whether or not you bringing your coach back. You know how they say they wanted to be flexible with them, with the picks to make sure in case somebody get disgruntled and a player say they want out. You got to take that same approach, but that's why you don't come out and say that. You got to take the same approach when it comes to coaching because you don't know what coach might shake loose. That's better than the one you currently have. And I'm telling you right now, when I saw that Quinn Snyder stepped away, I said to myself right then, I said, you know what? We done boxed ourselves in the corner by saying we keeping Tibbs.
Well, guess what? Tibbs
and Quinn Snyder, I'll take Quinn Snyder over Tibbs any day.
Sure. I'm pretty sure there are a plethora of coaches we would take over Tibbs, but guess what? Tibbs is here. So
yeah, but that's just the point I was making about how you don't box yourself in.
Sure. And Tibbs probably got until Christmas to sort of figure it out. I don't know. All I know is that they came out and said Tibbs is going to be the coach. Now, whether that's right or wrong, we can go back and forth all day, but it's just like, what's the point?
Yeah, I tell you this, he don't play them young boys. He won't make it that long.
I mean, sure.
Worldwide Wrestler ran upstairs on him.
Yeah, he showed. Hey, I told you seen Belly. He was like my man standing on that street corner with that banana. No, man.
That was Ken, wasn't
it?
Yeah. That's what West did. He did that, but it's we're all tired. You have different factions. I think it's a third faction even regarding Tibbs. You got those that never wanted him. He could get up out of Dodge. You could, put him on the first thing steaming. Then you got those that like him. Yeah, I was waiting for that one, Ron. It ain't right telling him to get him out of town without Ron doing that. And then you have others. You have some that's kind of like, okay, We'll wait and see. Now, I've been of the ilk. I wasn't the biggest fan of Tibbs being the coach if you're talking about rebuilding, because the first name came to me. First coach I thought about was Kenny Atkinson, because I like what he developed, how he developed over there. But earlier in the conversation today, what happened to most developmental coaches? They don't stay. That was a good point. I never thought about that until it was brought up today.
Yeah,
I do, and I don't know who, I can't give, I can't remember who said it earlier today. A few people said it.
I think it might have been Nick G.
Could have been Nick G. So I give him his props along with other folks that may have put it in the chat. I still think that, what you have, Kenny Atkinson would be a good coach for us. But now that what's his name is Utah's coach is heading out of there, you're looking at all these other coaches. Tibbs is not a bad, he's a, can Tibbs coach? He can coach, but I got to put the but and the however comma on it. He's still he's still stuck in his ways. He's stubborn. He gets in his own way. That's a big part of him. He needs to he needs to move forward with some things. And the fact that he didn't play a lot of the young players as much time as we wanted, that hurt, especially when it comes out that he said, well, he regret that he didn't do it sooner. And see, that's the thing that really sticks with a lot of folk, that he didn't. He put that. He admitted that. And then I got to give you your shout out on this run, and I'm gonna get out of the way. You were the one who said it. If we got to rely on Burks as our point guard, we're going to be in trouble. And the fact that you had and the fact that Deuce was sitting on the bench didn't make matters any better, nor the front office didn't make any moves to address the matter. When you have I would have taken DJ Augustine to try to come in as a stopgap. I mean, the season was already bottomed out the way it was going. I would have taken a DJ Augustine to somebody.
And I tell you this,
point guard.
I tell you this, Soulfinger. What bothered me about the Deuce situation is I was like, is this guy worse than what I'm seeing out of Alex Burks running the point? Is he that bad that he can't get on the floor? Yeah. And all I started thinking about, well, why in the world did we draft him? If he can't get in there at his position to play the point guard, and you having your coach telling you he gives us the best chance to win, and you seeing you ain't even winning?
Yeah. See, that's the problem.
That was the thing that bothered me. And then knowing that he banged the table for him. You know what I mean? So, but I mean that, we know it is what it is, man. But I'm at the point with this team, man, because we so far away. In my eyes, I'm gonna continue to build through the draft. That's where I'm at. I ain't even opposed to letting IQ run the point starting the season. I'm not even opposed to that.
Well, let me throw this out there. I know Andy, because I know Andy gonna come with something. And just just looking at it, and I hate using the word if, because if was a fifth, we all be four. But the situation, we're looking at Jaden Ivey. Too far out of reach. It's too much to give up, or they don't want to trade, because you can't make a team trade with you, no matter what you try to draw up to make it happen.
True.
And then you're looking at Portland. Portland don't want to move or whatever. You're doing everything they can't do that. And now we're stuck with the 11th pick. Or you do have a situation where Portland would make the move with you. You have something reasonable to give up, and you can get a Ben Mathurin, but you can't get that point guard in Jaden Ivey. Do you make that move? And if you do make the move for Mathurin, now you're still talking about point guard. Would you feel better sticking with, like you said, IQ running the point, or and having Deuce? Because you still got D Rose.
Yeah, because I mean, think about it. All reports they want to move it for Ivy, right? But we know at any time that a player is moving up, anytime a team is moving up, a team got essentially a floor and a ceiling. No further they're going to go to trade for a player. And when you start throwing so much to get a player, how far will that set you back? You got to ask yourself that. You know what I mean? Is it going to make you any better today than what you was yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
And how far is it going to take you to come back? And then you got to think about your coach and all that. So it's a lot to digest. But for a team that's been devoid of a point guard, I'm going to do what I need to do to go get that difference maker. because we all know you can get a difference maker, and your team progression changes overnight to what you can become. It's just, like, look at Memphis. John Morant, I knew he was good. I didn't think he was that good. I didn't think he was going to be that good that quick. Put it that way. The potential was there, but we saw how quick Memphis benefited from that. Look at Charlotte with LaMelo. You see what I'm saying? So we got the litmus test. Every team that got a point guard, man, they in it. They in it, and we got to find one. Or we gonna still be on the outside looking in, begging.
I think we need to get an impact player, because what does it matter if we get the point guard position correct this season, again, in a landscape where your Eastern Conference is loaded? The Eastern Conference is going to put us right back in the lottery, regardless of how we feel about it, because no one can answer the question, well, what team are we jumping, in the Eastern Conference that puts us in playoff contention? There are 10 teams that are better than us, which means that there are 10 coaches that are better than Tibbs, which means that, maybe I shouldn't blanket that. That's a bit of a blanket statement. But I'm just saying that your Eastern Conference is so loaded. I don't know if it's one of those things where we can't get Jaden Ivey. I'm actually an advocate for trading to trade completely at the draft. Answer the questions that you have on the roster, like, is IQ a point guard? Is Cam Reddish that dude? And get all the ammo you can possibly get for the 2023 draft.
Hey, Ray, I'll answer this for you, man, because my man, It's Me, been saying what I've been thinking for a long time. He says every team that commits to the rebuild is on their way. Look at all them teams that's in the playoffs. All of them committed to a rebuild. Every last one.
So guess what? Part of committing to a rebuild is evaluating the talent you have and asking yourself, like, as Knicks fans, and I'm guilty of it as well. I love the young guys. I just do. It would be hard for me to see guys like Obi and IQ and RJ and potentially others be moved. But if there is better talent, you got to consider it. You just got to consider it. You just have to. That's part of
the rebuild. You got to, and your point is correctly. And that's why I like Ivy. I think Ivy is an impact player. But you got to have an impact player. You got to. I think the closest thing to an impact player on this team we're standing is my man Obi. For what Obi did them last 2 weeks, I was shocked. I didn't see that coming in them last 2 weeks. I thought he would play good. I thought he might average maybe 12 and 7, 12 and 8. But I didn't see what he was doing that last 2 weeks happening. I was shocked by that. But then I had to go back and I looked at what he was doing in Dayton. And I was like, okay, this is what we thought we was getting when he was coming out of college. And his confidence level now is off the meter. That's the one thing. Once a player, and I've always said this, once a player realize or figure out that they belong in the league, that they can do it, that's when teams in trouble.
So
hey, fellas, man, I got to run. I'm about to get back in this yard and go do some more work. I got to beautify my landscape. But hey, I'm gonna try to rebuild my landscape like what the Knicks need to be doing from the bottom up. So, hey, Rob, good to see you, boy. Hey,
good to see you,
y'all. I'm gonna be listening, man. Shout out to the chat, man. Hey, let's
be easy there, Uncle Ron.
And guys, let's take an opportunity to obviously, just hit the like button, subscribe. Andy, I think you could speak a little bit more to the Sims draft party than I can. I don't have the link or anything like that, but just guys, get on there and roll. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, listen. So you got to go to one of Sim's shows. He has all the links to the apartments, to the hotel, to the place that there's gonna happen. Only thing that I'm gonna slip, and this is like literally news from 10 minutes ago, that Erud from Die Hard Knicks podcast is gonna be there. He just booked the room, so it's gonna be even more content creators. So it's gonna be definitely a fun time to be there.
Facts. I have a question to ask you, Andy. And Rob, I also would like for you to answer it as well. If Tom Thibodeau, having the pulse of the locker room and having these guys, together and whatnot as a coach, if he comes out and let's say we don't win the first 20 games, but these guys are playing really good. Is it possible that you hang on to Tibbs? Like, what if he gets ultimately fired?
I think he's safe for quite
You
a
don't think he's safe?
bit. Yeah, I think he's safe. I think he's safe. He's
okay.
safe to like the trade deadline probably, and then if the opportunity comes to scrap this team, if it ain't working, if the opportunity in the trades come to scrap this team, I think they might look as an opportunity. Like, listen, we're scrapping this team, so we might as well scrap the coach and get someone new. But if that's not going to happen, if we're going to be like near the playoffs, play-ins,
if there's any scrapping going on here too, I feel as though if there's any scrapping the team right now after year 2, that everything was in vain. I don't see the Knicks scrapping anything because, as far as I'm concerned, they're not doing anything wrong.
Yes, I'm with Rob.
I look at time. This takes time. Year 2 players, year 1 players, year 3 players, young players. You don't scrap it in 3 years. You don't scrap it in 2 years. That should not even be a thought right now. You're still in evaluating stage. And to say, I'm to the point of this, say, you don't know, the Knicks don't know as far as the young players, what they have. They know they have right now NBA talent.
Right.
What they're going to be and what they're going to turn to be remains to be seen. Everybody want to add another piece to the puzzle and then try to scrap something that's not even built yet. It's like you got an engine, you haven't put it in the car, but you're going to throw it out because you found a better body to a car.
Yeah.
This takes chemistry is the most important thing for a young team. That's it. They're going to be mistakes that's going to be built, going to be made, and things like that. There is no rush. If you're in a rush because you have hard feelings from 20, 30 years ago, that's a personal problem. That's not a Knick problem. That's not a Knick organizational problem. That's a personal problem as you as a fan of that team. Maybe you need to consider another team instead of trying to fast forward a team to do something just because it's taking time.
Right.
That's it. It's all so simple to me. I don't know why people make it so hard. It's a young team. They're moving in a direction as young teams move. That's it.
Well, I think it's because there's an opportunity in this being a young team, and obviously given our draft position, given the contract flexibility that we have an opportunity to add something here. And what's weird is that we've kind of sort of been building this thing backwards, right? Like we haven't identified a number 1, but we sure as hell identified a number 3. We identified some other roles. We identified some other things.
No, we haven't. We haven't identified anything because as a 21-year-old player, 22-year-old player, you don't know what it's going to be. You can look at the Boston Celtics and say, okay, well, Jason Tatum is the number 1. But then on another night, Jaylen Brown is the number 1.
That's true.
So you just can't say, look, you have team building and team acquisition. A lot of Knicks fans does not deal with the team building part. They always deal with the acquisition parts because building is letting things marinate as building. Sometimes when you're building a house, it may rain that day. You can't do anything. But yet the next day you go right back out there and start building again. People got to know. People have to know exactly what they're talking about and don't get the two different. The two do the Knicks need to acquire anything to make a team better and rebuild too when you have not identified what you have? Because like Ron was saying, Obi emerged and looked like a number 1 for the last 2 weeks. Now, can he continue to do it? That remains to be seen. So what do? We trade him now?
Yeah.
No. Okay, so that's the difference of what fans be wanting and what fans be saying. They're all over the place, and then their thoughts are all over the place. One day they saying this is Ivory, something that I would look to go trade and go get right now. No. But if you're going to have the conversation, I know what I'm not doing. I'll have the conversation. But to me, he's not that important of a piece. I don't think that he's going to take the team over the top. I don't think that he's a bona fide number one. I don't think that he's the point guard of the future based on his skill set in the way that I've seen him play. He's athletic and he can score just like anybody else, but he's not doing nothing that's over the park, that's over the fence with me, that's knocking it out the park. I see a talented player, which the Knicks have talented players. I don't see him no better than anything I have, and I damn sure ain't see him do it on a pro level yet. So anything else that you're doing, you're taking a chance. When we had the 4th pick, people wanted the 3rd pick. When we got the 3rd pick, they wanted the 1st pick. Now we got the 11th pick. It's one thing that the Knicks proved that they can do. They proved that they can draft well. So let them do their thing. They might be looking at something that we are totally not even looking at. But in the last couple of years, they did real well in the draft. So let them do it. I'm not that high up on the draft that I think that a generational talent is in this draft. I don't see it. I see good players. We have good players. Chemistry is the most important thing for a young team, more important than player acquisition. You don't know if that next guy is going to play well with this unit. So what you going to do? Scrap the whole unit and start all over again? No, you got a foundation. It's moving in the right direction. 2 years ago, it moved fast. Last year moved at a snail's pace. But you've seen growth in players. I'm fine with that. I'm fine. That's just my personal opinion.
No, I understand. You make a lot of great points. I just want to point that out. Like, you make a lot of great points. This draft is not star-studded, and I think there's only, yes, maybe 2, 3, maybe even 4, players that have a sort of star upside. But after that, and I'm not even so certain that it's really transcended like that. Like, maybe Chet Holmgren becomes that because he's a bit of a unicorn. But I see Jabari Smith and Paolo Banchero as really good role players. And when I say really good role players, I mean like they'll be number 2s. They could be a number 3, but the upside is not that they'll be number 1. Like, I don't think that they have number 1 potential. I don't think anybody in this draft, maybe Jaden Ivey, and that's a bit of a stretch, but for what Tom Thibodeau employs, his system, 2 feet in the paint and the whole 9, Jaden Ivey does provide that. However, I'm not interested in trading guys like RJ Barrett and whatnot in order to go up and get Jaden Ivey. So guess what? We're going to miss out on Jaden Ivey. Oh, well, trade out of the draft.
Yeah, but 2023. Yeah, they say about. Yeah, go ahead.
No,
I didn't mean to stop you. Go ahead.
No, you're okay. I'm just saying, like, to me, there's only Jaden Ivey, and everyone else is just sort of like there isn't really like a player that I'm just. At first, it was Dyson Daniels. Got a chance to see Jaden Ivey, but I also got a chance to study Tom Thibodeau's system and what he does. And so, looking at Jaden Ivey, it'd be absolutely perfect if we could get a Jaden Ivey, but guess what? We're not in position to get a Jaden Ivey, so we're just going to have to miss out on that. Oh, well, sorry. We're going to have to find out if IQ is the point guard. We're going to have to find out if RJ is a max player. We need to find out if Cam Reddish can stay healthy and what is his attitude towards being on this team with the minutes that he's given. All these different things. We still even haven't addressed the version of Mitchell Robinson coming back. And he's looking like he just wants to get his money. So I don't know. There are too many questions on this team for us to give up things to go get one player that is not a known product.
Yeah, but that's what young teams do. That's the process of a young team. Everything that you're saying is head on. But when you say you're going young, those are the things that you have to evaluate. And until this part changes, that we can say that this is the process. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's nothing at all wrong with it. But a lot of things that people say, oh, Tibbs need his rim protection. I never thought in a million years that Joakim Noah was a rim protector in Chicago.
But he was a threat. He altered shots. Sometimes it's not all about blocking.
He was a smart defender. He was a
Yes,
smart
but
defender.
he was a really intelligent player. You got to give him his props on that. Joakim Noah was an intelligent player.
He never was the rim protection. It was more of Gibson.
Not only Gibson, but Rob, he was playing like literally like we see Draymond Green playing now. Smart defender.
That's my point.
Yeah, that's the anchor of the defense, but doesn't have to block you out the rim.
Yeah,
so.
But my point is, he can't play Randle at the 5 because he needs his rim protection. Who said that? That's a going thing at it. But then when you look at the Chicago team, it was solid defense, but it wasn't nobody that was getting 2-3 blocks a game.
Yeah, but Rob, that defense, that the Chicago defense, that they didn't allow guys to take so many shots at the rim. That they cut the offense, before the shot at the rim happened. That's
Andy,
why.
I agree.
Listen, that's why we literally could use Randle at the 5, but he's not the anchor. So if we had a defensive 4 like a Grant Williams, a smart defender, doesn't have to jump out of the gym, just has to play smart defense and have great rotation so the guys can run through the paint like it's matter of defense.
What an NBA player told me a couple years ago about defense in the NBA. He says nobody plays it, but the difference is this here. Young players get better defensively when they playing around the league. When you see the same guy in year 1 versus year 3, you know how to. It's not like it's a magical trick that now he's guarding this guy better. He's seeing him more.
Yeah,
it's nothing. Well, along with the film and seeing the guy, you learn these things along the way. And some players care about that, and others don't.
Yeah, listen, reading the scouting reports, they have scouting reports so detailed that, that if this guy has the ball on his right hip, he's going to go left with his foot here. So if you see that, you got to take a step back so he won't get past you and stuff like that. So there's literally like a short list of things that you got to know. Like we're talking, Draymond Green, he knows the tendencies of the whole, opposite team. Meanwhile, they're like guys that literally know, like, okay, I'm going to be playing the 4, so I'm going to, learn only this and this dude. That's the difference that Rob's talking about. Some guys, and let's not, cut out the IQ point, right? Like, if you're smart and you can read the game, what they're playing after 2-3 plays, what's the call going to be, what's the play going to be. Yeah. You don't have to, pay that much attention to the scouting report because you can read the game. That's why it's easier for you.
Yeah.
And listen, and for the Knicks, like Rob says, that Tibbs is looking for rim protection. That's the last resort. If everybody's dumb on the team and we let the guys, go to the rim, you got to have that last resort in Mitch. So he's literally the escape line and the save, right? The guy that's going to save the whole defense. That's why you guys saw what Mitch posted on Instagram. That was he posted today on Instagram. That you got to send this to Tibbs, and there was something like, how do you call this thing? Like a training lines, whatever. So every player has this, around the waist, and they have like strings attached to each other, and they were passing the ball around the 3-point line, and the whole defense was shifting and moving. And he said, like, you got to send this to Tibbs. So he doesn't want to be that guy that's going to get, dunked on and the whole defense is going to be, relying on him. But if the the point guard, the shooting guard, and the rest of the guys would defend their guys, he wouldn't have that much a job to do. So
Okay. Hey, look, let me ask y'all a question. I'm gonna start with you, Ray.
Yeah.
Name me your starting five, not by name, that you think would be the attributes of your point guard, your shooting guard, that you would think that you would say from height and points and defense, those three categories. Name your five players and how many points you would want from your bench. Like starting with your point guard, what are the attributes that you would want? Height, assists, and points. What would you think that for your perfect championship Knicks point guard? Not name, attributes.
I would want a taller point guard.
You got to put a height on it.
Yeah. I would want like a 6'5", a shifty 6'4" to 6'5", defender primarily, athletic, that can average, I'm gonna say 15, 8 assists. Could get down to them rebounds, so about 5 rebounds.
And we talking about your point guard now.
Yeah, my point guard.
Okay.
I need my point guard to be a point
Okay,
guard.
I just wanted to. Okay, so move on to your shooting guard. What you want from him?
I want my shooting guard to be somewhere between 6'5" to 6'7", versatile. He's a scoring machine. He gets me anywhere between 20 to 25 points. My small forward, I need him to be somewhere of 6'7" to 6'8". I need him to be a scoring machine as well, but I need him to be a two-way player. So sure, something like 20 to 25 points there. He can also rebound. I need my power forward to sort of stretch the floor, and I need him to be able to score.
How tall?
6'9", 6'10". I would like to, or maybe 6'11". Well, 6'9" to 6'10", somewhere around that way.
Kind of, you got to like for this drill, Ray. You got to be like kind of precise. You can't go from 6'11" to 6'9". You got to give me something.
Okay, 6'10".
This is your championship player. You should. That's what I'm saying. The exercise. This is your player now. If you're going up and down, it's hard to really gauge where you're trying to go. Okay.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay, so let me start again. Point guard, I need him to be 6'5". So shooting guard, I need him to be 6'6". I need the small forward to be 6'8". I need the power forward to be 6'10", and I need my center to be 7.
How many points your power forward giving you?
15 to 20.
Okay, how many rebounds?
He's got to be able to at least rebound 7, 8. 8 high side, 7 low side.
Okay, because you got your point guard giving you 5, right? Mm-hmm. You got your shooting guard is giving you what?
5 as well.
5, so that's 10 and 7, right? So right there, that's 17 boards between the three. And then what's your power forward giving you?
My power forward is giving me got to be a double guy. 9.
So that's 10. You say double, so that's 10. Okay, so right there, that's 27 boards right there. How many your center giving you?
My center's got to give me more than 10. He's got to be like a 12, like a Sabonis, like giving me 12, 13, 14 rebounds.
Give me a number.
Okay, 14.
Don't get scared.
All right.
You're shaking now. What? So what you say? What? 13?
Yeah, 13 rebounds.
All right. So what you get? That's 40 rebounds from your starting 5. You got 15, 25, 20. You said your power forward is giving you 12, right?
Got to give me 15 points at least.
Okay, 15. So 50. So that's 30. 30, that's 50, 45, and 30, 75. Okay, what's your center giving you?
10 points.
Okay, so you got 85 points coming from your starting lineup and 45 boards.
Mhm.
All right. So now what you what you getting off your bench?
My bench has got to give me my bench has got to be a 20 to 25 points easy. 25 points the bare minimum.
Okay, so right then and there, how would you consider that a championship team and you're scoring about 105 points a game?
He's going to win the defensive. He's going to win the rebounding category at least.
Yo, rebounds, baby. Control the glass, you win the game.
All right, but still, look, 105 league average is 109.
But I want my team to be defenders.
Okay, well, they defenders though, but look, in this day, you're not playing 80s, 90s basketball.
I'm sorry, I'm from there. No, but
all right, well, look, the rules change. Okay, yeah, Andy, you right. Go.
Yeah, listen, I'd add more points definitely off the bench. You know why? Because when I'm building my team, I rather have, you know, the points and every stat basically spread out. In case of an injury happens, you know, I know who's going to step up. So I'd add probably a couple of points on the center, a couple of points on the power forward, because I want at least one big man to be able to score versus any other team, because you don't know what team you're going to be playing versus. So you could add those 5 points at least to the power forward or center position. So you have one big man scoring, you know, one wing scoring. The point guard doesn't have to be scoring like 15 to 20 points, because that's, you know, I think that's pretty much, you know, too much. As far as I think Rheology's team would have like 200 million, you know, in the salary if it was for that many, you know, things to happen, you know, at least that, you know, the star players from the starting five. I rather fill up my bench with you know, more spread out shooting and whatever versatility. So it would be like 30, you know, almost to 40 points from the bench, and that would be, you know, probably like 115 at least, and as an average. No.
Okay, so what's the height of your backcourt?
Listen, I at least at the point guard position, I'm not going to discriminate. But, you know, at least 6'3". Yo, I'm
okay.
6'2" in real life, so 6'3" is like the point guard has to be higher than me. So
yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it's going to be like, you know, 6'4", 6'5" would be perfect, right? Then you can be like 6'7", 6'8", and 6'10", 6'9" from the power forward, right? And then, you know, the center has to be probably a 7-footer. If he doesn't have to score, he has to at least be a threat on the, you know, on the defensive end as the anchor. So, you know, that would be, you know, kind of that way.
And the reason why I came up with this was this question was this here. And you hit on to the key point, the 6'3" point guard. Now, look, because you say our Rheology, like you said, he looked like an all-star team. But when you that's team building. You built your team in the right way. Most fans, they're going to go quickly for what Rheology said without really thinking about what it takes. Now, this is what I wanted to put. This is also what I put today. I look back on the research. Don't you know, in the NBA, in the last 40 years, a 6'3" shooting guard has never won a title.
Yeah.
So when you see, and that's team building. So when you're building a team, certain aspects of the game you have to know. Since the rule change, it was never. But before that, the last backcourt to accomplish that was Joe Dumars and Isaiah Thomas. You know, when they had that backcourt. So ever since the new rules has been implemented, two key positions. Is the shooting guard is the key position that doesn't change through both eras of the NBA. You need somebody that can shoot efficiently, and in this new era, he has to be 6'6", 6'5", 6'6". If you get taller, that's okay. You can deal with a 6'3", 6'2" point guard. That won't hurt you. But at that other position, and the breakdown it was, you remember that time when Dallas it was Denver and Utah. When Donovan Mitchell and Murray
Jamal
went
Murray.
at it, They both scored 50, right? They canceled each other out. Denver wound up winning the series because of the bigs, because down the stretch, size get exploited. It might not get exploited all game long, but in a close game with 3 minutes to go, they're going to look for the smallest person. And he's going to have to, if he's on the opposite side, he's going to have to shoot himself to victory or be exposed. So putting Donovan Mitchell on the Knicks, that's what you're looking at. That's what you're looking at. Down the stretch, when you got Tatum or Brown in the fourth quarter and he has to go against them at that key position, it's going to always come up a loss. In 40 years of basketball since the rules changed, say 0-40.
Yeah.
So when
Listen,
people start screaming Donovan Mitchell to the Knicks and he's a shooting guard, yeah, you're going to get competitive basketball, but the ring is not coming out of it.
That's what I was going to say, that we're going to be way better probably, but we ain't going to reach the promised land. So
no promised land and a whole bunch of money.
Yeah.
And a whole bunch of money. So
yeah, but I think a lot of people are off the Donovan Mitchell train because he obviously still has 3 years left in his deal. Not to mention, we just don't have a pathway to get him without gutting our roster. So it's kind of like, I mean, for me personally, I've never been. I don't think I'm.
Well,
really
but the
on
same thing applies to Damon too. We're talking about size. It could be Donovan Mitchell, it can be Damon Lillard, it can be anybody at that position. When you're team building, you have to have a certain height requirement at that position.
No, I agree. There's a structure that is in place that you do need to follow to some degree. Now, obviously, we're in a new era of NBA play where there's positionless basketball and some of those, smaller details sort of change between positions.
But not that position.
It's not that over the top, like that you could just bring in and think that you're going to win, that way. And I understand the league is fluid. It's changing. I totally get it. But there are still fundamental principles and structures to each position that you need to have in place in terms of team building. Now, the great thing about our team as it stands right now is that we actually have some pretty damn good pieces that fit certain structural aspects. Now, whether IQ is a point guard or whatnot, he's got great size, he's got great length, in terms of, wingspan and all that wonderful stuff. And, we just got to sort of figure out the distributing aspect and sort of the process he needs to better. RJ's a perfect two. I do not know why he's playing the three, and he would have much more of a matchup advantage.
Because he can't shoot.
Exactly. I was going to say, because Fournier can shoot the lights out.
And RJ can't.
That's true.
That position, you have to get efficient scoring from that particular position.
I agree. And I'm glad you guys brought that up. As I always say, new information should always change the way you think. So I'm glad that you guys pointed that out. It's because he can't shoot. So I think if RJ could shoot, he should be playing the two. But for the reasons you listed, I understand.
As of right now, so don't let the chat go crazy. As of right now, he can't shoot because as of right now.
Yeah, and that's the beauty about RJ. I think that's one of the major reasons why. Yes, I know it's a different topic, but I'm just making reference. It's one of the major reasons why I do not want to trade RJ Barrett, because his growth is so methodical and so. I don't know. It's just something beautiful to watch. You can expect that RJ will come back this coming year, and he will have added something more to his game, and it will be that year in and year out. And so you got to ask yourself the question: what does RJ look like at 24 years old in year 6? If you're telling me that all RJ has to do is fix 3-4 things, okay, 3-4 things. See you at 25. I guarantee you he's going to be like that guy and then some. But, that's, I love RJ. So, you can call me an RJ stan or whatever the case may be. But that's one of the major reasons why I'm very high on RJ. And I will not trade RJ for an Ivy, for any of that. Like, I just won't.
RJ right now as a player, as far as on the offensive side of the ball, he does what he needs to get. And I think, and I'm looking forward to seeing it this year, RJ has to get him a spot on the floor that nobody can stop him no matter what.
Yeah.
No matter where that spot is at.
Yep.
He has to find that spot and exploit it at any time, and you just can't stop him when he gets right there. He has to, you can't just be jack of all trades, master of none, and able to score everywhere. He just needs to have him that one spot when things get critical, things get tough, he can go there.
Yeah,
and
he
it's
needs
one
that
spot.
go to move, Rob.
That's
He needs
it.
that go to move back to the basket, whatever it is.
Whatever
He
it
needs to
is,
have
whatever
that, and then he can expand his offensive
Exactly.
repertoire. Not without this thing, he's going to be like a mediocre offensive player. And listen, last games that because we have a 20-point scorer in RJ. Listen, he looked like he got the green light no matter how many shots he needed to get to those 20 points. That was RJ's game, maybe not the last half season, but at least the last month or two. It was he wasn't an efficient scorer then, but he was gunning for that 20 points per game.
Yeah, he was.
For the lack of athleticism that he has, I would really love to see him improve with his footwork. And it coincides with the point of finding a spot on the floor, because if he's able to sort of work his way around, swing throughs and turnarounds and fadeaways, and just sort of that elusive game that gives him the ability to score in multiple facets, I would absolutely love to see his footwork become that of like a Kawhi Leonard or like a DeMar Rosen. And please, for the love of the universe, bring back the mid-range game. Just bring it back. It can't be this, we either shoot threes or we go to the basket. Like, bring back the mid-range and make yourself a threat. That's what I would love to see.
Reality, the only way we're going to bring back the 2-point game with RJ is if he's going to be like shooting like literally 60% from there. I don't think even 50 is going to cut it for him to run him plays for the mid-range game.
Let me dream, Andy. Let me dream.
Yeah, you have to, because I was listening to NBA radio the other day. Eddie Johnson said when he was playing with Phoenix that they put up 115 points a game, and they only shot 4 threes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
So if you can get efficient doing it, this is a follow league. If you get a team and everybody is mixing into it, everybody else will follow. As a copycat lead, everybody be like, oh well, so now this is what we need. But did you guys notice in the playoffs, in the last 4 games, no center in the playoffs was averaging more than 12 points a game?
Yeah.
No center, except for Embiid. Other than Embiid, every other center, and right now you look at these 2 centers right now when they got Mooney in, he's not 12. Is that a championship recipe that you don't have to worry about the center scoring when you're getting defense and scoring in close? And we have that ingredient in Mitch, but people, we don't respect it. But championship level teams got the same piece, and we got a better piece than they have. Because as far as I'm concerned, Mitch is better than Williams and Mooney.
Yeah, but it's all about, and again, I could be wrong here, but the game is evolving to scoring, right? Like the league average, as you said, is 109. We're seeing games where they're being scored in the 110s and 120s easy, and you got ISSF with Mitchell Robinson. He sort of takes himself out the game because the only thing he can do in terms of scoring is on putbacks and,
But like Andy said, you have to take your bench and put the scoring on the bench. You need that defense.
No, you're right.
Because the teams that's right now that's in the championship game, neither one of them centers score.
Yeah.
You got 5 centers in the league that you can score. You got the MVP. You got
Embiid.
You got the Philly one, Embiid. Who else you got? You might got Marketing maybe down. He's a
Big
scorer,
Cat.
right?
Yeah,
And
you can
Big
say
Cat.
You can say probably Adebayo, right, from the Heat, but he doesn't play like a center. He plays like a really athletic four, right? That he just plays at the center position, but he's
And
a
what he
four.
was, in those teams right there, you know what I'm saying? With that ingredient, who made it to the finals?
You got a point.
You know, yeah, you putting it there, but is it getting you to the finals? And that's our ultimate goal, to play in the finals. So, you know, again, you know, I think that we play down on defense because I've been hearing a lot of talk about a stretch five, and I can't put my hand on it. What's a stretch five? I heard stretch four.
Rob, they were only talking about the stretch five because the people that's saying that, they think that Randle is going to operate closer to the hoop. That's why Mitch is clogging the paint for him. But we never saw Randle play close to the hoop with the back to his basket and stuff like that.
Ever.
But, you know, question is that because Mitch is there? Or that's because that's because the game plan. So no,
I don't see other teams I don't see Tatum struggling with that problem with Williams on the floor. I don't see Brown struggling with that problem. So Randle that's a Randle's problem.
Well, you know what the problem is?
Because the rebounds still have to be grabbed.
Yeah,
you know what the problem is that Randle is not an efficient jump shooter, where Tatum, he's not naturally a four, but playing the four position, which gives him an advantage. He's an efficient shooter. He can score anywhere on the floor. And so if you are help defending or whatnot, whether he's on the move or whatever the case may be, I mean, Tatum just has the ability to score. Julius Randle, his efficiency as a jump shooter is one of the worst. And Julius Randle could shoot like a Jason Tatum, which he never will. You know, that changes things, because having Mitch down low would kind of sort of look like Boston, which is why we made the almighty fourth seed. Randle's ability to shoot anyone on the floor just created it created. I don't know if people understand how important that piece of the puzzle actually was. And with Julius,
so like I said, right? I said it still seems as though that's a Randle problem. Randle showed that he can do it. That's not a Mitch problem. That's a Randle's problem. And if Randle can't handle his problem, you might have to get somebody there that can. Because that's how the league is going. You're going to move your center for rebounding because he shot good one year and then now all of a sudden he's not. That's a drop off in his skill set. That's not the center's problem.
Well, even on a down year where he shot it, inefficiently or whatnot, and yes, I understand that it's contextual layered stats. So every time I say 20, 10, and 5, I think about the advanced analytics and everything behind that that screams that he's a neutral to negative net player. With that being said, I still think he has value. Man, you know what would be so easy?
I think so too. I think he has value too.
It would be so easy if we were able to trade Julius Randle to Sacramento to play with Sabonis and whatnot, if he was an efficient jump shooter. But the evidence shows us that it's more plausible that this version of Julius Randle that can't shoot, that's existed far longer than his ability to shoot. So in a perfect world, I absolutely would love us to be able to trade Julius Randle for the number 4th pick and get a Jaden Ivey to pair with RJ. But Julius Randle.
What you think the Knicks are looking for in the draft? Like specifically, what you think they're looking for? And this is just a thought. We don't know, but what do you think that they're looking for?
I tell you what they're not looking for. They're not looking to use that high pick for a low usage, big man.
No. What do you think they're looking for? What do you think they're looking for?
A wing, copycat league, add wing depth. I mean, that's all I got.
What you got, Andy?
Listen, as far as I see it, there are only two situations here. If we stay at the 11th pick, right? One is if one of those centers like Duran or Williams is there and they know that Mitch ain't resigning. So they might take one of those guys. But my plan would be to take a guy like Jeremy Sohan, that power forward. And I know that we have Julius and we have Obi, and I'm not even asking to trade him, one of those guys. I'm not asking for that. I just want a hustle player that's gonna run those guys in practices, so they have to work. So Julius ain't be pouting around because he know that he's gonna lose a couple of minutes to that guy or to Obi, to whoever. And I think, if there's even a chance that Obi loses minutes to a rookie, then you got the problem solved that you got to trade him. But and listen, and Rob, what's the most important thing? We ain't gonna expect a guy like Jeremy Sohan, like a Terry Eden, to play over Obi and to play over Randle.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not going to be like, oh, this is the 11th pick. Why he ain't playing like 25 minutes? Because he has, two better guys before him, right? So and I think that would solve also the Cam situation really fast. Because if Cam, if he would beat out Cam for his minutes, bro, Cam better still have value in December.
He better have good luck.
I think that the Knicks are looking for. These are, I think, three things that I think. I go with Ray. I think they're looking for a small forward but I think they're looking for these attributes. They want them efficient and they want them athletic. I think athleticism going to play a big part in who the Knicks pick.
Yep.
I think that's going to play a big part in who they pick.
Yep.
They're not going to go with that slow drag down player. You're going to have to be able to get whoever that player may be right there, that's going to be able to get up and down that floor and be able to play deep and be able to defend the ball and be kind of efficient. That's who they're going to look for. If you can do that, that's who I think the Knicks are looking for. That type of position right there. And it's kind of starting to look like, I don't know, Johnny Davis is not athletic enough. I don't think he's athletic enough. But Sohan is. Even though I think Sohan can play the three, he can defend the three. I think he won't have no problem like that. And if you got two people, I think the light bulb went off in the organization that how the ball moves when you athletic and you can get up and down and everything is not a grind for points. I think that was a lot of times we came down to that conclusion that we could have had easy baskets, but it wasn't enough people getting up and down the floor.
And listen,
making easy passes.
And Rob, Sohan can, when he rebounds the ball, he's already in midair, literally turning around to have the outlook on the court. He doesn't only pass it, he can push it. So that's a really important feature because we didn't even see Obi do that. When you see Obi taking that first dribble, you're like, okay, that's Frankenstein going to dribble. Like,
right.
I'm going to, put it on the hoop. So he's like literally afraid that his dribbling skills is really bad, at least from what you see. If he goes downhill, it's cool.
I'm just saying, just like this, there's enough things to get you pulled, but dribbling the ball up court and this guy's on your back anyway, you do better just giving it up until you figure it out.
Yeah.
But now I think that his game gonna come into. It's going to come into everything that we really need to see this year, though. But those are the type of things that I think that they're going to be looking for in a player. And there's no one player right there that I see it in early at the 11th pick. It's some there, but it's a bunch of them there together, but you don't have that one. They might even find that late. I just like I think what they did in the 20s was great. I just want to see what they're going to do with 11. Because before, when we was in the 20s, we was trying to get down. Oh, maybe we can get down there to 11. We can get so and so and so and so. And then what they did with the 20th, the 22nd pick, we was like, okay. But then when we seen the guy play, we was like, okay, yeah. So I trust them fully on who they're going to pick. But I think that the athleticism and efficiency is going to play a big part in who they pick.
I think Dyson Daniels is that pick.
No.
because he
I don't
plays
think so,
multiple
too.
because you need versatility and guys that can play multiple positions because of injuries. Obviously, we know that we have to move contracts and all this stuff. And you saw what they did you saw how Tibbs leaned towards Burks, even though he's not athletic, but just how he sort of used him. I don't know. There's a gut feeling that's there that tells me you got to be able to do multiple things. Now, granted, I understand the other side of the argument, what you guys are saying, but versatility is the name of the game, and we're in a copycat league. So, and he's a defender, like he's an elite defender, and that's not something we really have like that.
Who would you say, Ray? Who is this we talking about?
Dyson Daniels.
Okay.
If we stay at number 11, I really do think that's a pick. I also agree that Sohan
Athletic.
is a pick too. But you create a log jam. You got all your athleticism in the front court, but where's the athleticism in the back court? If you go with Sohan, still a great pick, but I just see log jams all over the place. And if consolidation is the biggest problem that we have, I don't know if Sohan helps with that. I think Sohan, for as good as a player as he is and prospect, I think that creates more problems. So I'm looking at Dyson Daniels in the backcourt because Derrick Rose is looking to be injured. If you can't move him, he's still on the roster.
Right.
So you need something to change in between that backcourt and someone to be able to handle the ball. And IQ is not going to play 48 minutes. So
no.
I don't know. I don't know.
I ain't even gonna lie to you. First of all, thank y'all for holding it down, man. I had a procedure yesterday, and I had to go do the aftercare stuff after procedure. Y'all know what I'm talking about. You gotta wash your wounds and all that stuff, and put on the stuff and do. So I appreciate y'all for holding holding it down for me. But the thing that I would say at 11, bro, is this. I'm gonna move Soul Finger because I think Soul Finger is undervalued. The thing what I would do at 11, man, if the guy, you can't take the Luther Vandross approach. You can't be like, if you can't love the one you want, love the one you with. You can't take that approach at 11, bro. I think I think the Knicks gotta try to hit a home run here. Cause we have all the safe dudes you want. We got Grimes, we got McBride. You know what I'm saying? We have RJ. You know what I'm saying? We have Sims. We have Taj. We have all the safe plays here. Now, I want the Knicks to take a risk on high upside, right? But not a risk of long-term development, right? And to me, that there's a difference. Like we took a risk on long-term development with Jerry Grant, with Cleanthony Early, with Frank Ntilikina, with Kevin Knox. In 4 years, this guy will be, that was the conversation, right?
Right.
What I would like to do is take the risk on a guy that shows you flashes right away that he has the capability of being an NBA All-Star. And so in some capacity, some way he'll get to that All-Star route, right? Now, in my opinion, once you get to 11, Mark Williams will never be an All-Star in my eyes, even though I think he'll be a real good player, right? Dyson Daniels will never be an NBA All-Star, even though he's going to be a really good player. What I would say is take a shot on Ousmane Dieng, right? Who already has the height, the length, and the diversity in his offensive and defensive games, where even if he just comes out and be the Swiss Army knife that he is, he does have a pathway of becoming great at 2 or 3 of his average skills. Like he's got average skills right now, but when you look at his shot form, I don't like his shot prep before he gets the ball, right? I don't like.
What's his name, Freezy?
Ousmane Dieng. It's spelled Ding, though.
He
right?
overseas?
Yeah. I think he's with is he with the New Zealand Breakers or is that Dyson Daniels? No, Dyson Daniels in the G League, right?
G League.
So,
he's from Australia or something like that.
Yeah. So
Be right back, guys.
Okay. So I don't like his shot prep. I think that needs to be cleaned up, right? And I think that has to do with him being his first year, excuse me, of professional basketball, and the lack of premier point guard play. But what I would say,
I'll be right back.
Okay. Now, what I would say is I don't like his gather. So I don't like his shot prep or his gather. Mm-hmm. Now, the fluidity on his shot is nice. He's got the gunslinger shot, right? Yeah. Like no chicken wings out wide going up like this. It's straight from the hip, straight up and down. Like he bringing that wrist straight up the side of his leg, straight over the top of his shoulder with a nice high release, right? So I like that part. So I would depend on the coaches to get him in the gym. It's like Ray. So it's like the reason why Julius Randle shoots a low percentage. It's not because his form is bad. It's because his shot prep is bad and he's lazy in it, right? So say when you say Ray, you playing point. When you kick it out to Randle, he's open. But by the time he's ready to get his shot off, the man has already made it back to him, and it's a contested jumper. You feel me? So his shot is slow, not because his form is slow. It's because his shot preparation is bad.
The gather.
Yeah, all of this wasted motion. What is all this scoop down, get your butt down, and get all? Yeah, what is all of that? Right when you click it, when you kick it out to Klay Thompson, he got gunslinger form. When you kick it out to Klay, Klay's back is straight, his knees are bent. Like he's not leaned over like this. Like how many times do you see a guy leaned over, crouching forward to catch the ball, right, and then have to straighten up and come up straight to get their shot off, right? Those are the milliseconds. That's the difference between you being wide open and you shooting a contested three, right? Those are the type of things. Those are the type of things that we need to work on with Randle. I think if you clean that up with Ousmane Dieng, right? I think you have and we said it. We talked about it last night on the Knicks after party. I think if you while Ousmane Dieng is not explosive, he's above average athletically, but the other things he brings to the game make his athleticism rare. I'll tell you what. Tell you who he'll remind you of, right? Tayshaun Prince. Hey, chat. How would y'all like it? How would y'all like it if the Knicks drafted Tayshaun Prince out of this draft?
I've always loved Tayshaun Prince's game because even for a left-handed, the rotation of the ball and everything like that, Tayshaun Prince he didn't have a quick release like Steph Curry because that's otherworldly and whatnot. But
yeah.
He was able to shoot in such a way that you just couldn't block it, and he was good shooting the ball. He's not Klay Thompson. He's not automatic. That sort of thing. But I always did, as a left-hander myself, I've always valued.
You a lefty?
Yeah.
How you a lefty? And I always see you do mannerisms with your right hand. Yo, I see.
because
see what I mean? You always do mannerisms with your right hand, but you're okay.
Yeah, because the other thing that you and I talked
about. Yeah. Oh, right. But you didn't know I was CIA, did you?
No, I like the points that you bring with regards to him. I just have a hard time believing that the front office, they're not in a position to sort of take a swing and just go for upside like that. They're just not. Especially with the coach's position and the front office's position. I don't know. I don't see it. I think that this front office is going to go for a ready now, someone who's going to come in and contribute. That sort of works a little bit more towards Tibbs' philosophy in terms of just coming in. Now, do we need an upswing guy? Do we need to take that shot? Sure. But that would mean going up for a guy like Shaedon Sharpe. He has more upside than Dieng, right?
Yeah.
So I would.
If Sharpe is there at 11, do you take him?
I think he's gonna fall to 11. That's the crazy thing.
I think so too. I think so too.
He's gonna fall to 11 because this whole thing that he's doing, where he's ducking and dodging, scouting combines and all this stuff, like Raphael, I think Barlow, he spoke about it. It's aggravating. Like, who is advising this dude shading sharps?
Right.
And I don't know. I
The
don't
Knicks
know
are advising him.
Right. Right.
The Knicks are advising him.
So Robert, but if you get Sharp though, if you get Sharp, what do you do with RJ?
I'll take them.
Because they play the same position, and this kid is gonna be so much flashier than RJ Barrett on day one. I promise you, RJ Barrett is gonna be. As soon as RJ Barrett misses another 1 foot layup, Cat's gonna be calling for his head.
He gonna get the Randle. You telling me they gonna give RJ the Randle treatment? That's what you telling me?
Yes.
Wow.
And the reason why I say that is because anytime the front office drafts your replacement is a kid, you get that.
But Randle, but he can play the 3.
Yeah. Hey,
wait,
you remember when Pat?
RJ can play the 3.
I think you said Randle.
No, Randle's athletic enough, but you don't want a 250-pound man playing the 3 in the NBA for 82 games.
No,
you know
we're talking about that RJ playing the 3.
I know. We know.
Explaining that part to me, which is fair. Uncle Freeze, guess who is the sleeper to get picked at number 11 for us, and no one is talking about him?
Agbaji.
You like him?
Do I like him? Yeah, not as much as other prospects.
I don't like him.
What did I say earlier? I said that this front office, and given their position, given Tom Thibodeau's situation, even with his coaching, if they're going to bring in a player and draft a player, whatnot, I have a feeling that they're going to try to bring in a guy who's ready to go. And
right now.
Agbaji, right now, I think Agbaji sort of fits that bill.
I think a player that Tibbs would like is a player you get with your second draft pick, and that's Dalen Terry. I think Tibbs would like him for you. Hey, so when we do, because chat. First of all, chat. If you like what you're hearing, subscribe to the channel, smash the like button, show some love for the OG Rob the Nick, for Anthony A, for Rayology, for your main man's Johnny on the spot, Uncle Freezy, and everybody else that gets in the video chat to chop it up about your beloved New York Knicks, right? We've been here. We legit been here all day. I've been on the internet all day. Vibes and stuff early this morning, and now, you know what I'm saying, the Knicks morning drive, which is turning into the Knicks evening drive. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah, show your love, man. Smash that like button. Support your peoples. Help us grow. You know what I'm saying? We here enjoying ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Chopping it up with each other, but we mostly enjoy just chopping it up about the Knicks and having y'all be a part. You know what I'm saying? We understand that we have an obligation to you, you know what I'm saying, to be as real as we can. We try to be there anyway. But make sure y'all smash the like button and show y'all love for us like we be showing the love for y'all, man. Y'all know how it is. So hey, go ahead, Ray. Go ahead, Ray. I just gotta do like resets like that every now and then. So
no, man. I'm just, when it comes to this draft is going to point us in the direction that makes it clear to everyone, or at least how I'm thinking. Because who they draft, I mean, even if you draft a wing, it sort of shows, if we trade out of the draft, it tells me that we're gearing up for the 2023 draft, which is obviously going to be a very big deal. And something I would absolutely be for. There's also a possibility that we trade down and collect more assets and get a quality win now player that sort of works for us. I don't know where that trade down position would be, but I think that because of the situation that this front office and Tibbs is in, that they're going to draft a ready now player.
Ray, what situation are they in? Can you explain to me what situation are they in?
You in trouble, bro. You in trouble.
Am I in trouble? Okay. All right. To say it in only a couple words, because I don't want to get too long-winded here. this is now year 3, and I understand that there's a process and whatnot that goes into a regime that comes in. However, there's some moves that have been made that are not too great. And with James Dolan, that report from Mark Berman early in the year that asked about, hey, you're going to keep Leon, you're going to keep Tom Thibodeau. I think James Dolan having come out and asked Leon that and that being reported to us, I think that puts everybody on notice because you're sort of kind of awakening the Kraken known as James Dolan, in my opinion. You don't come out and ask the question about if you're going to keep your coach on if you don't have plans or you have other things in mind. And James Dolan, for as quiet as he's been, getting that report early in the year to the point where Leon then shortly thereafter came out and said, hey, we're keeping Tibbs. I think there's make or break elements to this where if we don't come out and do the damn thing, I think some heads are going to be rolling. That's just my opinion, though.
Okay, well, in that regard, I see it kind of differently because I look at Dolan to the point is this here. When he start looking around to do things, it's two things. It's one thing that's involved.
Mm-hmm.
It's the money. And right now, the Knicks are not spending any money, so I don't think the Kraken is going to be released. I think it was a basic question. I see all this stuff in the media. I'm staying out the way, so now I ask questions. What you going to do with your coach? This is what I'm saying. Well, okay, we're going to keep him. Okay, cool. Well, when you start messing around with the money, and that's my personal opinion, that's when you're going to see Dolan. If things is not going right now, if you put us in the Lakers position right now, you would be hearing from Dolan. Because I put all this money out here, but right now, you at the bottom in salary, you got young players, there's no cause for alarm. As far as I'm concerned, if I was the owner, that's the way I would look at it. I would be like, okay, well, we had that season, empty arenas or whatever. And well, I'm gonna look at my Rangers right now. Y'all get it together. You're not spending any money. I'm good right now. And that's just me. So I don't really think that right now. Now, if you push against the grain as the season goes, you're going to cause a rippling effect. And I think that before you even can get to Dolan, that Leon is going to remove him before Dolan. So that's why I say I don't see them being in a situation because pretty much you 1-1. I'm not going to I'm still watching. You gave me a good season. You gave me a not so good season. So I'm not going to judge you yet.
OG, let me interject and ask you this.
Yeah, sure.
Let me ask y'all this. This has been on my mind for a minute. So the Utah Jazz have permission to interview Johnny Bryant, right? Is it out of the realm of possibility to see Tibbs get removed as the coach, Johnny Bryant become the head coach, and Tibbs moves up to the front office sooner than later? Right? I'm talking about OG. I'm talking about if Johnny Bryant is in the final round of the coaching candidate, because I think how many candidates do they have right now? Like 8. Say Johnny Bryant makes the final 2. He's in the final round. Did you see the Knicks doing a Godfather move to keep Johnny Bryant in the organization? Or do you see them letting the third assistant coach in 2 years walk out the door for another job?
Well, me personally, I don't think that Johnny Bryant will force the Knicks will put the Knicks organization in a situation to remove Tibbs. And as far as like coaches leaving, they're going to get jobs. I think that reflects good on the organization, to tell you the truth, that they're putting these coaches in situations to get jobs. Now, if Brian is on for the long haul and you go. You haven't done anything for the New York Knicks organization as of yet for me to put any value. You never coached the team before to put any value other than Donovan Mitchell. That's it. That's all I get from him. He knows Donovan Mitchell. And Donovan Mitchell is not going anywhere. So, okay, you just another guy on the bench. You just wasn't the guy holding the computer that got slapped out your hand.
Right. Hey, Soulfinger, if you listening, my bad, bro. I didn't hear none of the stuff. I didn't see it. So if you still out there, man, I put the link back in the chat. I'll put it out there again, man. My bad. I thought you know how we get busy during the daytime, man, and so sometimes we have to step away. And I thought that was one of them times.
Yeah, I agree that if it's for a head coaching job like Utah, JB's gonna stay. They're gonna let him go. If it was for some other assistant spot, then maybe they'll try to see what it can do to try to
get a draft pick for him, though.
If possible,
we can snatch a draft pick for him.
We can snatch that. Now, the only thing I'm saying with Tibbs, as long as Tibbs have us saying things like, like after school, I want to get dip in the pool. It's really on the wall. So I can see the Knicks play basketball. If we jump some lyrics like that out there, and people come in filling the seats, even Tibbs gonna stay because those of you are like, they're talking about us, they're rapping about us, we're getting the money coming in. Even then, he'll still not necessarily look at a championship and be like, "Yo, they're coming home after school to watch us play basketball." So I'm just saying that as long as the part's excited, that's all I care about next year. This next year, I want to maintain as close as possible what we're doing right now, but add one more exciting, dynamic, electric player. And that's the reason why I really would love to see Ivy, but I'm good with Mathurin as well. But like I said, Solskjaer, I'm good with that. Give me someone that give the OB type of spirit, the IQ, energy. And if we don't win, as long as it's an exciting product that I want to get home and watch them play, I'm good with that for next year. But after that, Tibbs got to go if you don't give me some winning games. Give me one round victory. I don't even want to make playoffs. I want to win the first round. And that's why I got to build a team to beat those 4 beasts. Okay.
Well, Dolan, I think we haven't heard from Dolan all season. And the first report that we hear about Dolan is the whole William Wesley running up to Dolan and barking to him about Tom Thibodeau and all this different stuff, right? Now, take for it whatever you want to take from it. It is totally up to you how you choose to interpret it. But the way that I'm interpreting it, or at least it signals to me, is that we can't have all this nonsense going on. You can't activate Dolan in that way because Dolan is just as hyperbolic as us. He's an emotional, he'll jump on it real quick. And my thing with regards to you got to do something that sort of brings Dolan back down or sends him back into hibernation in so many ways than one is, I don't know, you got to make a big move. And this pressure now that is on Leon Rose and Tom Thibodeau to do something more, because remember, yes, we did get the almighty 4th seed, but it's about how we lost this past season. So yeah, we're 1-1, but that other one that's on the L side, that's on the losing side, that was bad. That was really bad. That wasn't just losing basketball. That came with all the elements of ancillary nonsense that had nothing to do with basketball, like holding Randle accountable, like the chitter-chatter that we saw in the New York Post and what was reported. That sort of stuff can't go on because now you look like a joke.
Right.
It's no longer just about you losing basketball games. It's like, yo, we got morning soap operas in General Hospital and All My Children going on with losing basketball games. And that's just a no-no in Dolan's book. So he came out shortly thereafter the report, and Leon obviously coming out and saying, yeah, we're going to hang on to Tibbs. And the good thing is we got the pulse of the locker room. So that's a good thing. But this organization top down, I would not be surprised 25 games in if it looks like something resembling last year with Julius Randle throwing the ball and walking off the court and nobody's accountable and it's just all over the place and people back talking. I guarantee you everybody's gone. And then we're starting all over again. And we're starting all over again.
But Randle's Randle's theatrics really, I felt as though that the rest of the team handled that maturely because it only isolated on him. It wasn't nothing in the locker room. This locker room report said that Randle was this here. Everything is what Randle showed the public and what Randle showed the media. It wasn't nothing coming out the locker rooms about, and that's a maturity of the players that they drafted that nobody had loose lips about
and
what
the
was
coaching
going
staff,
on with
and the
Randle.
coaching staff, and the coaching staff,
And the coaching staff.
Thank you, Uncle Freezy. Thank you
yeah.
for saying that.
And so Ray, just real quick, I think I saw the Knicks. We saw the Knicks live this year. What, 3 times, 3 times, right?
3-4 times.
Right. So every time we saw the Knicks live, there was a Knicks player not named Julius Randle cutting up like Julius Randle did. Me and Rob the Knick were in Atlanta when we saw Elfrid Payton walk off the floor and get on the exercise bike behind the Gatorade coolers, and Taj Gibson walked over there and cussed him out, and he cussed out Taj Gibson back. They were bickering on the sidelines. We saw that with our own eyes. This is not a secondhand account. Rob the Knick and myself and Uncle Fulio and Staffa Don and Jay Boogie saw Obi Toppin cuss out Tom Thibodeau in Charlotte, in the Charlotte game, right? The nail biter, we lost to Charlotte. We were in Charlotte, North Carolina. We saw Obi Toppin flip out and blow a gasket. Julius Randle was the guy going to Obi to calm Obi down, right? He keep snatching me in and out of the game. We reading his lips, but that's what it looked like because Tibbs took him out. Tibbs took him out the game, and Obi cussed him out during the timeout. The same game, Tibbs was trying to coach up Derrick Rose. Derrick Rose walked away and cussed at Tibbs and went to the basket during a timeout. And was just shooting by himself at the basket, shooting 1-footers. Derrick Rose was pissed at Tibbs, right? The thing about it is once you go to a game and see a live game, see the Knicks in action, you see these things. Now, Julius Randle, on the other hand, if he has a reputation of being the guy that's going to do that. So every time Randle does something, the media is all over Randle. Oh, he got mad and threw a basketball after the Knicks lost. Really? I know a lot of people that get frustrated after they lose. You know what I'm saying? And so it's this thing where Randle has a reputation, but Randle's not the only guy we saw this, bro. I saw Derrick Rose do it. I saw Elfrid Payton do it, and I saw Obi Toppin do it with my own eyes. I don't have a secondhand account. I saw with my own eyes. I got it on my telephone. I posted it to Twitter when it was happening, right? But since it's Randle, people take the Randle thing and take it to the extreme. But nobody took it to the extreme when Obi did it. And why? Because Obi is the smiley guy in the press conference. Obi's like, oh, shucks. I'm just glad to be an NBA player. I'm just happy to be here. And so we don't get on Obi like that because Obi don't have that type of reputation. But to the point that you were saying about if Randle have a meltdown, listen, man, I'll be honest with you. I've been to a lot of NBA games in my lifetime, right? I saw Scottie Pippen. I saw Scottie Pippen shove coaches away from him, and it ain't even make it to the media. I saw Michael Jordan walk away from Phil Jackson in a playoff game. Phil Jackson trying to talk to him. Michael Jordan's like, man, you better get away from me. You're in a playoff. I'm reading lips, of course, right? Nobody says anything. But when you have the bad guy persona, when you have a track record of doing it like multiple times, you don't get like a second or third or fourth chance.
Right. I hear you. I didn't even know that about Obi. I guess maybe it's because of the professionalism and how it's handled afterwards, right? So when Julius Randle gets up in a post-game presser, even though the same situation happens for the two of them, that curse out the coach and the whole nine, me being the viewer, me watching the post-game presser, MSG, NBA League Pass, the whole nine, I don't get that energy from Obi, but I do get that energy from Julius Randle. Like Julius Randle will show the mopiness and yo, he don't want to be here. And when I say be here, I don't mean like be on the Knicks. I mean like be here answering these questions. Or he does a disingenuous thing, or he gives sort of these condescending answers and whatnot. Like, I don't get that from Obi Toppin. So there's a level of professionalism that's obviously there. To your point, I can't knock what you've obviously seen with your own eyes. I didn't even know you were at the Charlotte game with Jay Boogie and Uncle Julio and
we sat on the same row. As a matter of fact, I was sitting. Me and Stafford Down was sitting next to Muggsy Bogues.
Word.
Yeah, we sat on the same row with Muggsy Bogues at the game. Now, Rob the Nick, he sat somewhere else in the stadium. Him and Jay Boogie sat somewhere else. So it was me. I think it was me, Stafford Don. Andy, what's the dude that used to do the show with CT?
Divine.
Yeah, Divine was there. Sorry about that, Mr. Divine, but Divine was there. It was me, Divine, Stafford Don, and Uncle Julio on the same row. And we sat on the row with Muggsy Bogues and his wife in like this expensive, overly priced section at the Charlotte game, throwing money away. Right.
Wow.
But we saw I have it on my phone where Derrick Rose, Tibbs was talking to Derrick Rose, and he said something to Rose, and Rose just walked off from him, didn't pay him no attention. Just went he stayed at the rim the whole time. He was throwing layups in the rim because he couldn't. And the coach, Johnny Bryant, tried to go to him. He's like, nope, get away from me. Get away from me. And what he was saying is let me calm down. Let me cool off. Don't bother. Let me decompress for a minute before this thing starts back up. That's what the impression that Derrick Rose gave, right? But the thing is, Obi blew a gasket. Julius Randle had to put his arm around Obi, and Obi pushed him up, shoved him off, and walked over to the thing. And Randle was talking to him, right? And Obi didn't want to hear it. And you could tell so Obi did like during the third quarter, Obi did like this windmill dunk on the break, right? Crowd in Charlotte go crazy. Chant Obi name, right? Chant Obi name. Charlotte Hornets mad. They're like, how Knicks fans gonna come in our arena and blah, 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 and whatever. And like a minute later, Obi takes like one shot. He misses. Tips take him out the game, put in Randle, right?
Yeah.
Obi comes to the thing. It's a timeout. Obi pissed, right? You've been doing me like this all year. This is the vibe that I'm getting. Of course, we were like 2,000 or 3,000 feet away. You know how big these arenas are. They on the opposite side of the arena, on the visitor side, and I'm on the home side, up in these nice. The tickets weren't worth $300. We spent $300 on these tickets, bro. They were not. I was not in a suite, and I was not courtside. At $300, I was like, Charlotte, y'all got me, and then I had to pay $12 per beer to have them brought to us. Oh. But anyway, yeah, Obi, yeah, man. So what I'm getting at is these guys do this all the time. These guys flip out, and when a coach is emotional and he yelling, you think guys not gonna be emotional themselves? It's just a part of it, bro. I don't think Randle gets a bad rap. But I do think some of the stuff he does get over exaggerated. Like you remember when he got kicked out of the Phoenix game for shoving Cam Johnson?
Yeah.
Do y'all remember the plays that led up to that when Cam Johnson, with every time Randle at 250 was posting Cam Johnson, who's like 215, Randle was being physical with him in the post, and Cam Johnson was just shoving him in the back with an elbow. You know what I'm saying? And so Randle was like, yo, he's shoving me in the back with an elbow. He shoved him that one time, then Randle flipped out, and they threw Randle out the game.
Mm-hmm.
People were saying, like, yo, Randle should have known better. Why is he letting, why did he let him bait him like that? Well, my opinion is a man can only take so much. And I know he's a professional, but we are all taught as people to protect ourselves, right? To protect. I'm not saying go fight. I'm not saying fight, but I'm saying we're all taught since we're little to protect ourselves. Stop being a crybaby. Protect yourself. You know what I'm saying? Don't let people bully you. We're all taught that ever since, at least, you know what? I won't say we're all taught that. Because there might be people and from other places that may be taught something different. But here, we're taught something different. We're taught like, since you're a little kid, protect yourself. You know what I'm saying? And I think Randle was doing that. He had a reputation. The Phoenix Suns had made the NBA Finals the year before that. They got all this stuff going on, the hoopla and all that stuff, and they got Randle ejected.
That game broke my heart. The moment I know that Alec Burks missed the free throw and Cam Johnson got the ball, I literally was sitting.
Alec Burks lost us that game. Yep. Alec Burks. If Alec Burks makes that free throw, we're up by what? 3? If Alec Burks makes that free throw, we're up by 3. So even if Cam Johnson does come in and bank a lucky shot, the game is tied. But Alec Burks misses the free throw, doesn't box out, doesn't stay with his man in transition, right? Watch is the hottest dude in the game. Remember, Cam Johnson was the hottest dude on the Phoenix Suns at the time, which was Alec Burks' man in transition. Because in transition at the end of the game, you don't go find your man. You glue to the closest man to you because you don't want anybody to get a shot off, right? So Alec Burks sags off of Cam Johnson thinking not to foul there, right? Cam Johnson gets the shot off, a 3-point shooter that's scorching hot. You let him get off a 3 and he wins the game.
So, Freezy, you're going to tell me that wasn't even Fournier's fault?
No. We blame Fournier for a lot of stuff, bro. We blame Fournier for a lot of stuff, but that right there is not Fournier's fault.
That's Tim's fault. That's Tim's fault.
Yeah, and so we blame Fournier for a lot of stuff, bro, especially defense and transition defense, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know why.
But touche, Andy. Touche.
No, I just remember, and funny enough, I did see Jay Boogie at the game because on MSG Network they did pan over to him at that Charlotte game. So I'm assuming you were at that game when they showed Jay Boogie cheering in.
Now we were in different sections. I think Rob the Knick was in a different section.
Yeah.
And we met Rob the Knick after the game outside in front of Spectrum Center. We were in a they wanted to sit like real close to the game.
Yeah.
I be wanting to sit next to the food, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I want to sit next to the food and the beer. Wherever the food and the beer is at, that's where I be at. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I don't care nothing about. And so they had where we sat. They had like these monitors on this desk type thing that you sit at. Mm-hmm. So it's a monitor, and it kept like the player stats, and you can order your beverages and your food and all this type of fancy stuff. Yeah, and so that's what we were. Now Jay Boogie is a man of the people. You know what I'm saying? So Jay Boogie is always in the crowd representing. You know what I mean? Me, I'm a man of leisure, professional. Did you say you had shrimp over there? That's where I'll be at. You know what I'm saying? So funny. Yeah, so Uncle Freezy, the professional man of leisure. That's me, right? But yet, oh, I'm sorry.
Muggsy lives down there in Arcana, right? Because I met him at the All-Star game. My brother's, the first black grandmaster in chess. So, Hennessy sponsored him to the game and right before the pandemic.
Okay.
So we're supposed to come down there to help Muggsy with his nonprofit, Young Dollar Kids, and he plays chess also. So I'm going to try to talk to my brother. He's about to go to New York right now to go do a mural with him, Willie Randolph, all the Brooklynites.
Really?
Up in Marbury. They put a mural up tomorrow with all of the top 20 Brooklynites who made it. Oh, snap.
That's me and Muggsy Boggs at the Charlotte game.
Excellent. So I'm gonna try to see if we can arrange and go see Muggsy's nonprofit.
I talked
to work it out.
I talked that because I took the championship belt. You see the championship belt back there on the duck.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the duck with the white T-shirt on, right?
Nice.
So I took that championship belt to the game, and Muggsy was like, "What the hell is that, champ?" I was like, "That's the Lawrence Tears Debate League belt. I'm trying to give it away, but nobody wants to be in a debate league." He's like, "I'll take it." No, you won't. You gotta be a Knick, bro. You gotta be a Knicks fan for this. And he's like, "So what's the name of your channel?" And I was like, it's Lawrence Tears. We're a small little like a mom and pop YouTube channel. Like, we're not big like Knicks Fan TV. We're not trying to be big like that. We just, some dudes kicking a can around, like kicking around a conversation or whatever it is like that, a place for Knicks fans to come vent. You know what I'm saying? We ain't trying to be big and fancy, like not SNY. We're not trying to be nothing but Knicks. We're not trying to be any of these big YouTube channels. It's just a place that we come test out some ideas and strategies and stuff, have conversations or whatever. We not fancy. If we are like, you order dessert and dessert is ice cream, vanilla. That's what we are. You like, but man, y'all are vanilla ice cream. But guess what, sir? We are indeed desserts. So you know what I'm saying? So we are definitely something. We just not spectacular. And if you and look, hey man, and bruh, hey, I'm gonna ask this Marine. You ever had apple pie a la mode? You ever had apple pie and vanilla ice cream together?
Man, that's my favorite. Actually, that's so funny. We're in Rhythm Man, because you know where I am right now? It's my wife's commercial kitchen. We're about to make her vegan ice cream right now.
Vegan? I'm vegan too, bro. I'm vegan.
I'm not vegan. My wife is though, but I can't say I'm a taster. This is a vegan. This is a commercial kitchen she's at, and I waited for her business partner to come do the work to make some vegan ice cream. So I remember that. When we come on that time, you're gonna be getting some stuff, man. Actually, I would ship you some of her desserts, cookies. This is like,
I'm hungry already, bro.
She's got cakes, chocolate chip cakes, rum cake, Jamaican. I'm Jamaican, so she got to put some Jamaican rum in the cake.
Get out of here.
Boy. Exactly.
You Jamaican too?
But,
okay.
Yeah, I'm Jamaican too, man. I told you I got it all. I'm Brooklyn, Jamaican, Marine, all the best, man. All the best.
Flatbush.
East Flatbush. I grew up. I'm in the Brooklyn Tech. I grew up. I had Gretchen Patrick Ewing, man. I met Bernard King after he injured his fingers. So I'm at King's Plaza, signed autograph. I got a signed autograph from Bernard King, man. That's what I want to talk about RJ. If Bernard King's philosophy was he had 4 spots where he knew he could score.
Right.
And then every way out of that, right? If RJ could just find those things, and even Randle, just find those things you do so well that no one can stop you when you're on those spots. Man, we don't need to go for all the superstars. These guys can do it. I just so believe in this team, man. I really believe this team can do it the way they are. Even with Randle, and even with Tibbs, even that's my biggest concern.
Right.
Yeah, but you got to give Tibbs. You got to give. And again, I understand the knock on Tom Thibodeau and everything that he does, but Tom Thibodeau still needs his kind of players. And when you're giving him Kemba Walker, I do like Evan Fournier. Let me not say love. I do like Evan Fournier, but I just think so many of these guys were played out of position. And I think there's going to be an attempt by this front office to, I don't want to say bend to Tibbs' will, but I think they're going to lean a little bit more on Tom Thibodeau with regards to the draft and players that fit his scheme, so that way he gets the best version. Because remember, in year 1, he came in like this is a burnt down house, and you're just trying to figure out, you're just trying to figure out the bones of the house. You're trying to figure out what works, what doesn't work, that whole 9. So, year 2, they, like any front office does responsibly, if all of us were in the front office, guess what we're doing in year 2 after the almighty 4th seed? We're building on that success. And it didn't work.
Right.
It didn't work. So now they got to reevaluate everything. They got to pull back the curtains and all that different stuff. And I think they're going to lean a little bit more to what Tom Thibodeau wants and what fits his scheme, which is why I also think that Jaden Ivey is a perfect player for Tom Thibodeau's system, but we don't have the draft assets or capital or anything to go up and really get him without losing a bunch.
I disagree with you, Ray. But let me. I disagree with you, and this is why, Ray. Just real quick. Yeah. I'm sorry for cutting you off, Andy.
No, you're fine.
But this is why I disagree. I think the Knicks do have the assets, right? But the thing is what are you willing to part with without having buyer's remorse? Because buyer's remorse is real, right? Like I'll give you an example. I bought a car 2 years ago, I think. I had been saving money, Hey, Andy, I'm a cheapskate, bro. I'm a cheapskate by nature. I just can't help it, right? I grew up poor, so I will pinch the brown off a penny, bro. You ever seen a white penny? Yeah, I have them, bro. I will pinch the brown off a penny, bro. Right? So a couple of years ago, I'm looking at some stuff and I see my dream car or something like it. CarMax has it. So I'm looking like this is not the year I want, right? But my kids have moved out of the house. The house is paid for, right? I got all these bills and stuff. I'm like, shoot, I got I'm not rich, right? So I'm not saying that. I don't have Sim Russell money. You know what I'm saying? I don't have Knicks fan TV money, right? You know what I'm saying? But I paid off some bills. You know how as an adult you got a young family, you accumulate all these bills, whether it's credit cards, whatever, house, all this. So I finally paid all those off. And my kids are gone. And I don't have like grown-ups coming to me like, Pops, let me borrow $900. What? $900? Are you crazy? I need it, man. I need it. When you need it? Well, I need it by 2:00. What? Those are the type of things that I get asked, right? These type of questions. Pops, I need $900. I need for you to stop your show and go get it from the bank. That's how they used to hit me, right? Okay, so I don't have that going on no more, right? And so I see my dream car. It's the whatever. I don't have to get into the type of car, but it's an expensive car. I have been a fan for a long time, right? So I take my little stockpile of money that I had been saving, and I put it down as a down payment for the car. And I get the car that I want. Still have a car payment and all that stuff, right? After I get the car, I'm like, man, this is so beautiful. I'm sitting in the car talking to, I think I'm talking to G-Man for Life, who's like my YouTube best friend. G-Man for Life is legit my half brother, right? So I'm talking to G-Man. I'm reclining in the seats and I'm looking up through the sunroof of it, right? And I'm like, man, bro, I love this car, bro. I love it. And he like, well, why'd you say that? Like, I'm thinking I'm having buyer's remorse. He's like, you don't love the car? No, I love the car. Well, why are you having remorse? I think I parted with assets. Like I think I put too much of my money down in order that, I put too much of my money down to not be able to enjoy this moment. Right? And so, Ray, I said all that to say this. If the Knicks trade away all these assets to get Jaden Ivey, I'm sure they will love Jaden Ivey. And I'm sure Jaden Ivey will be everything that the Knicks anticipate him to be. Right? But the stuff that they paid for Jaden Ivey, I think they will miss that. I think in a perfect world, they would love to keep those assets and get Jaden Ivey. But the Knicks world is not perfect. Y'all know this. And Knicks universe is not perfect. Right? And Andy, you know what I'm talking about. You're a Knicks fan. You've been a Knicks fan for a long time, right? You understand where we are. We would ideally love to pick where we are and pick a star where we are. Not trade up in the draft taking assets and to go get a star. Now you have the star, but you don't have those assets. It took you 4, 5, 6 years to accumulate. Right? And so what I'm getting at is Knicks fans, they would love Jaden Ivey, right? But they will miss Cam Reddish. I'm telling you, if they would miss Obi Toppin, right? They're gonna be like, yo, man, I don't know why we traded Obi for Jaden Ivey. That's classic Knicks fan. Right? It's how we always. Andy, you remember when we traded Porzingis?
Yeah.
You remember like we were like, man, we should have got more for Porzingis. Remember the separation anxiety we went through? Remember the buyer's remorse that we went through with Porzingis?
Hey, why go that far back? Right now, the Knox trade for Cam, right now, people are like, why do we get a first round pick for Cam?
Right. So like with me in this situation, if we trade up for Ivy, I'm okay with it because I want my team to make an attempt to make not a splash, but make an attempt to it's like diving for the end zone. You know how if somebody's running for the end zone and it's like two DBs chasing them and they just dive for the corner of the end zone? I want to see the Knicks front office do that. I don't want them to just run straight and get tackled at the 2-foot line and then the dude we miss out on turns into Steph Curry or DeMar DeRozan. Because if y'all remember the Steph Curry draft, Steph Curry went right before us, right?
Yeah.
And then we took Jordan Hill. Guess who the pick was after that? Anybody remember? While ESPN was interviewing Jordan Hill, I'm gonna prove New Yorkers wrong. The commissioner was saying, with the such and such pick in the NBA draft, the Toronto Raptors select DeMar DeRozan, shooting guard out of USC.
Yes.
Right. That's what was going on behind Jordan Hill. Right. And so the Knicks could have had Steph Curry by trading up one pick, or DeMar DeRozan by being smart about drafting guys. Now both of these guys are potential Hall of Famers, and the guy we got played in the league 2 years and he was a bust. And I'm sorry about ranting on like that, Andy, but that's just how I think Knicks fans be feeling. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro. My bad.
No, I was just listening, bro. But just going to the Knicks fans mentality. It's also about this guy is gonna we're counting on free agents to come here, take discounts because it's New York. Listen, those guys don't see it like we do. We love the city, we love the organization, we love the MSG, whatever, right?
Everything.
And like we were so mad that LeBron, didn't pick the Knicks. I hate him to this day for that, and not probably for that, but from flopping and from ruining the game. But like all my friends say, bro, if he went to the Knicks that year and you won a chip, you would be defending LeBron left and right. And I'm like, bro, he's the worst player in the NBA for me. So, but that's the case, right? The Knicks fans are always, free agency comes. Oh, maybe this guy's gonna come because it's a good connection to Europe from JFK. Maybe he's gonna take a discount, whatever. He's gonna fly there once a year.
Right.
No, so that's crazy. I don't understand that. That's people gonna take discounts to play for the Knicks. It's not us fans. I would take a discount. They don't have to pay me as long as I don't have to pay them to fly the team plane. So
right.
I would be flying around with them. As
long as they're not passing the hat when the doors go up. Exactly. As long as ain't nobody like, hey, who gonna pay for the gas? I'm good. You know what I'm saying?
I always thought it was crazy when fans would be like, "Oh, he should take a discount," and it's like, you do know that it is New York, right? Like New York taxes.
Exactly. Yeah.
What discount are you like?
Cost of living.
Uncle Sam is gonna take like a third and then some. Like, what are you talking about discount for this player, whatnot? But either way, I think for Knicks fans, each individual Knicks fan has an idea of how they want to construct the roster, which is why you will often hear me say we're nothing but theoretical GMs. We have an idea of who we want on the team. So when you ask a question like, is there a possibility that if Sacramento says you got to give us RJ if you want this fourth pick, people are like, no, I don't want to give up RJ because, in my head, RJ represents this and RJ represents that. But this is a business, man. How often do you draft a player and by the time, listen, when Michael Jordan, the greatest basketball player in the entire world, and I know it's debatable for some of the younger cats who love LeBron or whatever the case may be, and that goes back and forth in barbershops all over the world.
Right.
The team that drafted Michael Jordan in 1984, the roster was not the same by the time they won a championship. So guess what? All the players that they loved or all the people that they thought, he's got a lot of upside and potential and all this, gone. Same thing for the Lakers. If you don't remember anything about the 1984 Chicago Bulls roster, then look no further than 2020 bubble. What was it, 2019 or 2020? Just look at the Lakers roster. They had Lonzo Ball, Brandon Ingram, all this, Julius Randle too, and some other players and whatnot. And everybody,
D'Angelo Russell,
Kyle
Kuzma.
My wife is a Laker fan. I promise you, like she's from LA. When we sit down and talk about basketball, she is damn happy about the championship that LeBron delivered. And she's not thinking about Lonzo Ball and Brandon Ingram and all this stuff. And she was as high on those players as I'm high on RJ Barrett and Cam Reddish and all those dudes. So the reality is that it does change. We got to take a step back as a fan base and get out of the subjective mentality like, oh, I want the roster built this way, and just consider the possibility. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying if Sacramento goes, you want the fourth pick? Give us RJ.
Right.
Here's how I take it, by the way. I treat even the draft and free agency with multi-dimension as far as simulation. I try to do matchups right now. I'm GM and coach. So next year, I'm looking at when I play the Celtics, which starting five and which backup five, second string, how they're going to match up with those guys, and who's going to be able to help me do that right now. So I have to simulate those games, and my rotations, and I go, okay, do we need to keep Mitch? Williams and Mitch, that's a connection. Or can Sims handle that? And I do it for each of the top 4 teams. And I go, who's going to be able to come in here? And that's why Sohan is so, I really don't like him because of the shooting issue, but I love him because of his defense and his versatility. So it just hurts me to go, I don't want to get another guy who can hit that outside shot with, I want an automatic outside shooter. But at the same time, I'm like, man, he can probably, he's gonna make Tatum think twice on every shot. He's gonna even mess with Embiid's head a little bit. He's gonna mess with Giannis a little bit. That's what I'm thinking. So every single time I'm thinking, okay, who's gonna do that? Like, what's gonna be his backup as well? And can we? So that's what I'm thinking. I'm not even looking for let's say even the best available. Sometimes it's normally my go-to. Best available is not my go-to. But now I'm thinking building a team to be those guys, and so I simulate that. So, but at the same time, Tibbs is the coach. So I'm thinking, man, is Tibbs going to play him? Is Tibbs going to play this one? So I got to go back to, man, it'd be great if my mind had it going like that. But will my coach do that? Will my coach bring Randle back in because we got to finish with the starters? When you talked about, when you talked about time when we didn't, either didn't pull Starks out or whatever, will my coach be thinking, wait a second, that cat stopped, leave him in there. Or that cat's off, take him out. And so that's a dynamic I think about, man.
Right. Hey, y'all, I got a wrap right here. I'm gonna get out of here because the video was like 6 hours long.
Oh yes.
Right. So I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna kill this live stream. I'm gonna try to jump back on in a little while. Right.
Cool.
But what I want to do is thank everybody for coming through. Thank you everybody that came through and hung out with us today, starting at Vibes and stuff like at 8 o'clock this morning. We started like at 8 o'clock, 8:30 with Vibes and stuff. We came all the way through to where we are right now at 4 something in the afternoon or whatever time. Thank you for those watching nationally and internationally. Make sure you hit the like button. Support the channel, right? Tell your friends. We're going to get out of here. We'll see y'all in a little bit, y'all. Peace.